for a moment because they're on top of all that's going on.
Again, this is the last lap of safety car A before we start merging. This is the last lap of safety car A before we start the merge exercise.
So the top two sitting in the pit lane at the moment. Earl Bamber, depending on where he is on track, may take the lead, depending on whether those two are released from the pit lane. There is the blue Cadillac just going through shot, coming through the Porsche curve, so that may now be able to take over the lead.
Yeah, so it made sense. It made sense to do that for car 6, car 8, and any car for that matter that needs a driver change and a full service, fuel and all 4 tyres changing. To do that under safety car conditions before you get the merge process where you're not allowed to pit. So they've taken it right to the end, right to the edge, so that the fuel depletes as much as possible before you come into the pits. And that's why we see
Peugeot in the gravel at Indianapolis. And to do that under the safety car is an absolute no-no as far as race control is concerned. It is Nico Müller at the wheel of it, the Swiss driver.
Oh, Müller's an incredibly experienced driver, and I wonder what's happened here. I look forward to seeing the replay of this one.
And hearing the explanation. Nico Müller might have a case to answer here. So the car in the gravel, he's trying to get it out.
I could see the front wheels just spinning around hopelessly in the gravel there. So he's going to need to be craned out back onto the circuit.
And that, again, is liable to extend the safety car aspect here because they're going to have to move that. They can't release the race. They can't have people going at a quicker pace. So the team strategies may or may not now be radically affected.
That's a good point. What's going down here?
Ben Barnicoat handing over the LMP2 leading car, I think. And Ben, as anticipated, has done a great job. New slicks to go on. That just looks like he's understeered off. We can see the tyre marks. Here we go. Riding on board with Nico Müller at a slow speed.
Ah, he saw the car in front of him twitch a bit, didn't he?
Or there's something on the inside of that circuit.
Nico, try reverse. Try reverse.
I did, I cannot get out, I did.
Okay, we have the video. We will need to wait the tractor.
How bizarre, I can't work out under safety car conditions how that happened.
And you're right, the car ahead had a little twitch as well, but you know, you're going so slowly.
Did he react to it? Did he see the car? Maybe he thought the car was going to spin in front of him and hit the brakes and then just locked the fronts and then just ran wide.
Maybe.
I think that's what it's all it took. Just like a reaction on the brake pedal. Oh, I think that car's going to spin in front of me, and in trying to avoid it, he's locked his own front tyres up and gone straight off.
Oh, sorry guys, I cannot believe it, that came out of the blue.
Okay, Nico, don't worry. We look in front, we solve the issue.
Is some of that possibly down to the fact that while we've had this long safety car period, he's lost tire temperature?
Oh, definitely.
Oh, yeah, without question. But still, I think without that moment in front of him, I think he would have been fine just rolling the car through the corner like the speed he was carrying. I think it would have been okay. It's just when he hit the brake pedal that it all went wrong.
The car doesn't look as though it's copped much damage, but it's lost chunks of time again.
Has he been into the pits recently?
Let's have a look at this again. So, the car in front of him, what does he do round the corner? Is he... Ah, do you see they crossed the tracks of the... There were some dusty tracks, stony tracks. Sometimes you need to see it again. But if we do get another replay of that, watch out for those tracks. So it coincides with where those the dusty tracks are. I don't know if that's all it took.
That's where they took the Aston Martin off to that side. They crossed the track, obviously, or they actually came to the,
So if it was carrying that car across the track, maybe there's oil as well that's been that's dropped in line with that with the tyre tracks.
It looks unusual, but there could also be that small bit of wet there. Whether that was oil, I don't know, but yeah. There was a dark patch where the car broke away.
But we'd also seen a track sweeping device at that corner as well. So, okay, might have missed a patch, but very curious, very strange. And Nico Müller is the big loser out of all of that as he gets going again. Or tries to get going again.
Yeah, you see the wet line just slightly off the racing line. Stone cold tyres.
Well, he's going again. He's going to try and get it back to the pit lane.
So Nico, as soon as you can, please report on potential damages. Strategy-wise, we need to stay out. We need to stay out to not be lapped.
Is that wheel going backwards?
It was, wasn't it?
It was tire smoke as well, wasn't there, as he came down towards Arnage?
The wheel was actually rotating backwards as far as I could see.
It certainly looked like it. So they've asked Nico Müller to report back the damage. I'd have seen that as well and be braced for that car to come into the pit lane. Curiouser and curiouser.
I'm trying to work out how that's possible. It's like the wheel going the other way round.
Is it just that it's really late for us and we're just a bit...
We're seeing things.
We're just, we're seeing
hallucinating.
I did question
just had a strong coffee there. Maybe that's what it is.
You see that pink elephant over there? It's not real.
And then it did start going the right way round and all seemed fine.
Yeah.
It was smoke. I thought, oh no, at first it's rubbing on bodywork and then the bodywork's released and then it's okay. But very bizarre.
Tom, again, this edition with such tricky conditions, it's been biting again and it's never over.
It's never over. Entirely focused, small glitch, and it really can bite you, and you see that. People are making mistakes under pressure. It's tough conditions when you go into slicks on a drying track, but nevertheless, that's also where you can win the...
Yeah, and talking about winning and the state of mindfulness and the level of precision you need to put, you did it 9 times. You stood here on the highest step of the podium for 9 times. How does it feel to win that trophy, and how does it feel to be awarded this engraved Rolex Daytona? It's a special moment.
That's true. It's absolutely. There's no doubt that it's every driver dreams about racing at Le Mans at one stage, and when you make it to the podium and it's full of the sensation of being full of the fans, you have eye contact with that. That's the best moment in my professional life, to be on the Le Mans podium, and it's full of great feelings. And the new podium is now. I have never been on this before, and I envy the guys who are in not many hours will be able to get out onto it and get the deserved feeling and applause, and it's going to be very nice.
I have a question. Have you ever worn the 9 watches on the same arm just to be cool at home?
No, I have not, and actually I have not won a Rolex every time, but I have been I placed 14 times on the podium for my 18 starts, and I'm just saying that's what I sacred, that the eye contact with the mechanics, the engineers, and at the same time the fans from all around the world celebrates the winners here in not too many hours.
Thank you so much, and let's have a close walk. Maybe the safety car is going to be out again.
It's out again, but soon it's going to be racing, hopefully into the rain challenge, and then we will get the checkered flag for the deserved winners.
Thank you so much.
So now we get to stage 2 of what we thought was a never-ending safety car procedure, which is that the merging is now going on. Nico Müller has been on the radio to the team saying that the car feels okay, despite what we thought we saw, but he said it's feeling okay. And we have the drivers then now making their way to one line of cars, and after that we can start to see who is where in the queue. It does look, it's confirmed as a new lead car. It is the blue Cadillac, so El Bamba leads the way. Number 3 Cadillac has now stopped on the Mulsanne straight, so just as we were getting ready to go racing once more, there's another car stranded. At the wheel of it, trying to get it going again, is Scott Dixon.
On his outlap as well, so he's just been to the pits.
You're quite right. So Scott Dixon has stopped, and it goes.
It's got the yellow light flashing on the top there. I'm pretty sure that's not green, it's yellow, isn't it? So is this a hybrid issue?
Stopped again, hasn't it? Let's have a listen then, because Scott Dixon's been on the radio to the team.
Okay, mate, use the EV procedure. So pull the pit speed.
So Scott Dixon being told to use the EV procedure.
don't think that's on. I think the hybrid light is in the windscreen.
Is that not just a light to tell the difference between the two?
At night is what I think it is.
Yellow cars.
This is the 4th time he's got it moving, and it's stopped again very quickly.
Looks a bit happier now, but the danger is it does cut out. And of course, before long, he's going to have one long line of cars come storming past him. He's crawling it back.
Team manager, car 3, if your car cannot make it back to the pits, please go into any opening. Team manager, car 3, if your car cannot make it back into the pits, please go into any of the marshal's openings.
So they hear the instruction, if the car can't get back to the pits, pull over, park it, let the cars go.
I'm just wondering if I can hear the engine or not, if it's just on EV.
Then just pull the EV paddle, pull away, and then you can let go of the EV paddle once you're moving.
Yeah, we'd already heard the instruction, hadn't we, to go onto EV.
Just listen. Yeah, EV the whole way.
Yeah, the other thing
Could be a long in-lap.
About the LMDH cars, we'll have a listen to the race director. I think. LMDH cars will not run without the EV operating.
Right.
It has to be operating. It's a integrated system. Obviously, it doesn't work the other way around.
Let's listen again to number 3, Cadillac, Scott Dixon again.
Do we try with the engine a little bit when this goes, or what?
I don't think that's going to work, man.
Still starts.
So he's hemorrhaging time as he tries to limp back, and then there'll be the time lost while they try and solve the problem. So this is really bad news now.
Well, hemorrhaging state of charge as well from the battery. It's only going to go so far. I'm not actually sure how far. Let's have a listen to this. Yeah, he couldn't re-accelerate, could he? Couldn't downshift any gears.
Gets out of the way, parks it, and gets on the radio to try and work out what to do next. So big disappointment in the Cadillac garage. 11th when he left the pit lane. Won't be 11th for much longer.
We often see with these cars that they will stop, turn it all off, do a sort of recycle. We saw this last year. It was more of a common scene last year as they were all learning this car with the LMDH category format within the hypercar category, and it seems to be less of a common sight nowadays, but I wonder if that's what they're going to have to do at some point. Stop the car, turn it all off, reset it, and see if they can get it going again.
He's going to be caught by the safety car train. That is coming down to the second Mulsanne chicane now. Scott Dixon has just cleared Mulsanne corner, but it is far slower than the safety car train.
And like Ant suggests, the other question is how much charge and how far around the lap can it get? So he's hoping that he can get back to the pit lane. Of course, the safety car singular now with the pack behind. And the lead car, remember, is not the first one in the queue anymore. It is there, number 2, the blue Cadillac. So this has been another long safety car period. We've had about 50 minutes of this with all the knock-on effects of other cars going off or stopping. It was deployed at 9:35, and it's now nearly 20 past 10.
And I guess they don't want to start the wave-by procedure at the moment. Well, that car's somewhere slow up the road.
Exactly. Hence the instruction, if it can't make it back, get it off the circuit and park it. Let's have another listen to number 3.
Okay, mate. Try and find an orange overlap. Try and find an orange overlap.
I hear you. Keep going.
And an orange overlap is going to be the gap in the Armco where it can be parked, presumably.
Yeah.
It's got the engine running now. That was engine running.
It was, wasn't it?
Okay, well, he's still moving then.
He's still stuck in gear, maybe.
Did he say at the end that it's okay now? I missed the last bit of Dixon's reply.
All right, man, just try and kind of go slow, keep the revs low.
Don't forget that radio traffic's always a bit delayed, so it may well have been that first message about parking it, putting it behind the barrier, came before he was able to get the engine running. Now the engine is running, the instruction is for him to try and bring it back.
Yeah, you said, didn't you can't bring it down through the gears. He's stuck in gear. Is this the problem, that he's stalling the engine as soon as it engages?
Renger van der Zande looking understandably concerned. Cadillac's 3rd and 4th last year, but certainly this car's in strife, and the team manager of this car has to go and see the race director at the end of this procedure.
He's in seventh gear. That's why it's stuck in 7th. No, so they don't have 7 gears, do they? No, they must do.
They do.
Oh, it's moving, and it's a lot better than it was a little while ago, so he's heading for the pits.
The best way to keep it in low revs is as high gear as possible. He's been told it seems to be the revs that are the issue. Renger van der Zande looking pretty shattered, as you well might, and close to emotional.
But clearly, limping on like this has aggravated race control. As I've said, the team manager, once this safety car procedure has ended and there's a little bit more time in race control, they want a word with him.
Yeah, and they want to get this race back underway and quickly. 6 hours and 42 minutes on the safety car so far in this 24 Hours of Le Mans. So we've had more on the safety car than we've got left now.
It was a very long safety car period this morning with the heavy rain, and the heavy rain that followed the heavy rain, and then the heavy rain.
Car 3 almost back in the pits. It's almost there, just coming up to the final chicane now. I can see on my on the track map.
So we are at stage 2 of the 4 in the safety car procedure, the merging, where you take the 3 safety car queues and put them into 1. There's number 6, which now is Kevin Estre. We saw that pit stop to put the man that took pole position in Hyperpole a long time ago, it feels like now, on Thursday evening, put him into the car. Everybody else now jinking around to get the tyre temperature up, and 3 is in the pit lane.
So we're looking for 3 cars at the head of this queue. The lead car, I think, is going to be, once we've had the pass around, is going to be the race leader.
So El Bamba number 2, and then Fred Makovici number 5 Porsche up into 2nd for the moment. But this could be a long, long stop for the Cadillac as the team goes to work.
Yeah, and if it is a long stop, of course, the car has to go back into the actual garage.
Yeah.
Can't do any real significant work of any length in the position it's in at the moment.
The notice from Cadillac, they say they're just doing exactly that, popping the hood, see if they can see anything broken, try a full reset. And that car is going to the garage.
In other news, Graham, finally, JMW Motorsport has confirmed what you suggested an hour or so ago. Salo Jolic's Ferrari is officially now retired, and BMW number 20 is going to try and get out for the very end of the race. There's no official timeline on it. They would like the car to be out on track at the end.
There is a regulation that says when they can do that, that you're not allowed, I don't think, to come out just for the final lap anymore. That changed some time ago. So if they are going to come out, I think there is some significant lapping that's going to need to be done.
Okay. So the pass arounds now, stage 3 of the safety car procedure is underway.
And this is going to be, you have to say, Peter, an advantage for the cars having the wave around, coming up to the back of the queue with very warm tyres compared to the rest of them sat there for quite a long time with no temperature.
What we saw earlier, though, is we're going to get probably 2 laps during this wave around period. So we will have a complete bunch of cars right up, and the race restarts with, say, 5 hours and 25 minutes left from almost fresh, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all in a row.
So yeah, we have to see which cars are mostly, so it's mostly LMP2s and LMGT3s that have had the wave around.
What's Earl Bamber's pit schedule look like? When's he due in?
Earl Bamber, stand by, caller.
While you look that up, let me just say we've done 224 laps and Earl Bamber is there, the lead car in the blue Cadillac.
Yeah, Earl Bamber's done 11 laps.
And there's the floor of
so
the Cadillac.
At low speed, though, which means he could probably eke out another, what, 5 perhaps?
Yeah, we've seen under fairly lengthy safety cars even achieve laps around 19, but they did a lot, obviously, at full racing speed. So yeah, let's say, 14, 15 laps, I reckon he can pull off here.
Race control confirmed now the pass around has concluded, so we're edging closer to getting the race back underway. and Porsche. Felipe Nasr sadly out of the race. The safety car then brings the field down to the Dunlop S's, and we're getting closer to going back racing. This safety car was deployed at 9:35 and it's now 10:25.
I would have thought one more lap behind this safety car and then we should be green again.
Yeah, so the pack that had the wave around going through the Mulsanne corner now.
And what about the number 6 car? Where is they with their pit stops?
Number 6. There's only 3 laps. Kevin Estre on a brand. Yeah, of course we saw him do the pit stop. Yeah. Brand new set of soft tyres.
So advantage 6 again. Then I would have thought. But what it has done is brought the number 2, you know, right back into the race.
It's another reset, of course, another reset for them. Obviously, the race, it will be Sebastian Buemi and Kevin Estre when this all shakes out.
Now, whatever all this is being treated has come out from that yellow Cadillac, what do we think has been spilled? Because clearly, it needs a lot of people to mop it all up.
Well, they were just, did you see the amount of oil they were tipping into it? They didn't have one of those canisters, it was just kind of how you would fill your road car up with oil, so... yeah, and they had
so much on the floor is a worry.
Yeah, exactly, and they had quite a few bottles. So yeah, has something come loose in the underside of the car, and then they've
it's clearly a leak if it's on the floor isn't it, from something. So,
but then it would have leaked all the way into the pits.
Yeah.
So is this why we saw cars going off in Indianapolis? Wasn't it? Is it actually? Was the oil coming from car 3 instead of the incident?
That was after, though, wasn't it? That all happened to the car after that incident, so...
And as you made the point, Peter, at the time, it was on an out lap anyway, it's just come out of the pit, so surely they would have spotted something leaking anyway. The pit stop didn't last that long for the Cadillac, but afterwards, there's a lot of cleaning up to be done. There is number 2, which now upholds honour. What this has also done, of course, after that last round of stops, is bring 83 Ferrari and 50 Ferrari back into the equation. So you've got Earl Bamber, Fred Makoviecki, Robert Schwartzman, Antonio Fuoco all in the queue. 5th is Toyota number 7 of Kamui Kobayashi, and then Kevin Estre in 6th place, right there as well. There's the leak.
Renger, can you tell us what is happening?
Yeah, I mean, Scott was on the car and we were waiting for the merge, so to get back into the front end of the grid, or front end of the field, and at that time he stopped on track with an engine issue. He drove back on the EV and the whole floor of the car is covered with oil, so I'm not sure what's the problem. They're finding it out now, trying to repair and get it back out, but yeah, it's a shame. We would have been fighting for, you know, more than top 10, because the time we lost at the beginning of the race was when we were on the wrong tires in the beginning in the wet, and that gap stayed the same the whole race. So you know, the speed is there to go with the front guys and fight for the win, but it's not going to happen today, as it looks like.
Thank you, sorry.
Thanks. Yeah, the car in the garage, so it wasn't on the pit apron for very long, but the pit stop, well, it may not return at all, given that it's going to lose so much ground. So the pass around done, and we're getting ready then for the resumption of the race as we nudge towards 10:30 here. And it is Earl Bamber in the lead as some of the mechanics in the pit lane just grab any little bit of sleep they possibly can do. 5.5 hours to go of the 24 in 24. Energetic weaving going on.
I think that we still may be able to get started if all of the cars can catch. So there's a car back just approaching the start of Mulsanne Straight, and the safety car is coming towards the end of Mulsanne Straight. If that car can, if everyone just can catch up, there might be a chance for the lights to go out and the race to start this lap.
Front brake temps coming up nicely. Rears are still low, so you can use more brake, or you can move Bilbao a bit rearward.
Instruction then to Sebastian Buemi. The Toyota team looks on, but this is going to be a really lively restart, isn't it now, with so many quick drivers all in a line. Down on a much, much drier Mulsanne Straight now. So after all that very heavy rain this morning, the track a lot drier, and There, the sweeping up in the pit lane continues around the Cadillac area. So, race order ready for the restart. Blue Cadillac, Earl Bamber. Porsche behind, Fred Makowiecki. Yellow Ferrari, Robert Schwarzman. Red Ferrari, Antonio Fuoco. Toyota, Kamui Kobayashi. Next Porsche, Kevin Estre. It is going to be very, very lively indeed. I hate to say safety cars breed safety cars. It's often used in the British Touring Car Championship, but with so many gun drivers all in a queue, and they're all bunched up, Peter Dunbrett, this is going to be very, very busy indeed, isn't it?
Oh, it's just like the start of the race again.
Yeah, true.
And the start of, after the last safety car. So in a way, it's kind of great for us. But all the cars that, worked hard to build themselves a gap, well, that's all lost. And we've got a fresh start with 5 hours and 29 minutes to go. And we are the winners.
Absolutely. There's still no instruction, though, that this is going to be the last lap from the safety car.
Lights still on, yeah. But I sense the fact he's going so slow, and we've got the back car just joining the back of the pack. So I think the race directors decided, yeah, I don't want to see another safety car lap. I want to see the race restarted.
I think as long as they are in Ladestern coming out of Arnage, we should be fine.
Okay. Well, we certainly want to go racing. As I say, this safety car was triggered at 9:35 and it's 10:31, so it's nearly an hour. I know it's had more incidents within it than we were expecting, but it has been a long process.
And that's the point, is it's not been one incident, it's been, well, 3 or 4 separate incidents. So this is not the process, this is incident. And
so he's picked the pace up. The safety car has sped up a bit, let everyone warm their tires efficiently, so it's a case of everyone realizing that and bunching back up again.
Safety car in this lap. Safety car in this lap. Reminder, no overtaking before the line. No overtaking before the line. Cars may follow the safety car into the pits if they wish to do so.
This is the first time that Cadillac have led Le Mans.
Right, and at pit in, there's a report of oil from number 3 Cadillac that had come out of the bottom of it. Just to be careful for drivers that might want to pit this time.
I think this is the first time that Cadillac have led Le Mans ever.
Okay. So
no overtaking before the line. Cars may follow the safety car into the pits.
It's Earl Bamber at the head of the queue then, with Fred Makowiecki behind. It is going to be up to Earl Bamber then to control the restart. The safety car will peel into the pit lane, and then that big queue of cars is going to be unleashed, and you'll see who the really brave drivers are in a moment. Makowiecki's on his toes, isn't he? Right on the back there of Earl Bamber's Cadillac. Bamber accelerates away. There's the green flag at the timing line. That means we can go racing. You can't overtake those. You've heard the race director remind them all until they get to the line. Pit entry is open as well if anybody wants to pit. And so, at the end of lap 225, we go racing with the leaders being absolutely nose to tail. Earl Bamber just ahead of Fred Makowiecki. Then it's Robert Schwarzman. Then Antonio Fuoco. Then Kobayashi. And then Kevin Estre. And then Sebastian Buemi. So the magnificent 7, the top 7 cars as one over the line. Cadillac leads Le Mans.
Fantastic stuff. 3 makes, 7 cars, 5 hours and 27 minutes to decide who is going to come away with the win for the greatest race of them all. At the moment, Earl Bamber and Cadillac are in the pound seats.
But the way that Fred Makowiecki is going suggests that that lead might not last for very much longer. Estre is on his toes as well, trying to jump ahead of Kamui Kobayashi in the black Toyota number 7 there, who has got a bit stuck behind Antonio Fuoco as we go racing once more. They're heading towards Terre Rouge, they're heading towards the Mulsanne Straight, and now we'll see whether Makowiecki can do anything about the leader, or Peter Dunbrett, whether Earl Bamber can start to get away.
Now we can see with all the cars in the tow.
Let's go, Earl. Time to make the eagle fly.
Right, Bamber leads the way, and Makowiecki not able to have a go at him. It's Toyota on the prowl, look, because here comes Kobayashi against Antonio Fuoco, and there's almost contact between the two. Fuoco had the line for the corner.
He was thinking about going around the outside there. Interestingly, it has brought Ferrari right back into it, because they were the manufacturer that lost out through the night period with the rain and everything, and the penalties that they got, and now they're straight back in it.
But we said, didn't we, when this track went back to full dry, we expected the Ferraris to come back into it. They had the pace yesterday, and boy oh boy, they've got pace again, and they're hunting in packs.
Fuoco on the inside line, goes through, that puts the works car ahead of Schwarzman, and the next target is Makowiecki. Earl Bamber trying to get away, but Fuoco, as ever, is very, very aggressive, very, very quick. He's moving himself past Schwarzman, but Robert wants the place back. Here he comes. He goes to the inside line as they accelerate down the Mulsanne once more. The two Ferraris overlapping. Yellow means it's Schwarzman on the inside. Red, Fuoco on the outside line. Here they come, toe-to-toe. Schwarzman is back through on the inside. And look at the Toyota having a dive as well. On the inside of the Ferrari comes number 7 of Kamui Kobayashi. He can't quite do it. Estra is right there behind them as well. Fantastic racing with 5 hours, 25 minutes to go.
2 seconds separate 7 cars.
And there, going wide, look, in number 7 Toyota Kobayashi. Fuoco back on the inside. He's 3 wide on the road to Indianapolis. Kobayashi gets squeezed out wide. There is no room at the end. He's got to back out of it. Schwarzman goes back ahead of Fuoco. Brave stuff round the outside.
Dry
and he's
line.
still down there.
Yeah, dry line round the outside, so...
and another car off through the gravel, sorry, Peter, but exactly what we've seen from the Aston Martin, from the Porsche of Nasr. There was another car in the background careering through the gravel into the tyre stack.
I think it may have been the 311 Cadillac. That car has disappeared off the back of this train.
Okay, you might be right. The yellow flag is out. It's exactly the same part of the circuit. And in the meantime, let's listen to 83 Ferrari just quickly. Robert Schwarzman at the wheel.
It's the instructor to settle down. We keep the position and attack the others.
It was Pipo Derani in 311. Graham, you were quite right. Derani crashing then at the approach to Indianapolis.
So Ferrari, team orders, calm down, let's attack the others, not fight together, because they were losing time, and the two in front have just pulled away slightly.
So, another dramatic restart lap as we expected, but that Cadillac, I think, has got away relatively lightly compared to the previous 2 accidents at that corner, and Derani, despite the damage, is going to try and drag it back, and then hopefully, therefore, we won't have to have anything more than a slow zone, if even that. So, Earl Bamber leads. He stayed ahead for the lap. He's a second to the good over Makabiki. Schwarzman completes the lap 3rd. Fuoco after an up-and-down lap 4th. Kobayashi 5th. Estra 6th. And then in 7th place, Sebastian Buemi. Let us have a quick listen next to Antonio Fuoco's radio traffic.
We hold positions.
So it's automatic on track, but it's all very understated from the pit wall, isn't it?
It is indeed. Cadillac in the hands of Earl Bamber, making a bit of a play to pull away from this pack. 1.2 seconds ahead, with the fastest first sector for that car in the race so far. This is the impact, or just prior to the impact for Pipo Derani.
But it's exactly the same kind of incident, isn't it? The car snapping away, coming on the Indianapolis approach, and just
Jump on entry, that's it, the car's just snapped.
Just like Porsche number
40. Facing the wrong way, that car's... Yeah, he might get that back, but it's going to be in the pits for a long time.
But at least he's out of the gravel track. There is still a yellow flag, though, which makes me think the car may not be moving all that quickly, if at all.
I'm just thinking about the problem for Fuoco here. He's been told to stay. If he is quicker than the 83 in front, he's now got to be the rear gunner against the Toyota. So it's the Toyota then that's going to attack him.
And also in all of this, Kevin Estre in 6th place, not really making progress, whereas James Collado in 8th has done the absolute best first sector of the race on this lap. So it was the road dries. Collado is flying. Pipo Derani is still limping back in 311. Let's listen in.
Just try and stay offline with all the gravel. Okay, just give us a rundown what you feel out there, if anything's broken, straight, other than the bodywork, obviously.
Sebastian Buemi going ahead, look, so the Toyota goes ahead of Estra's Porsche. That puts Buemi into the top 6. Kevin Estre will not like that.
No, I think it will drag those 2 cars back onto the bunch in front, and we'll have a train of, what, 7 cars.
And look, straight away, Toyota on the move. This is the Kobayashi car. He tried this a lap ago and it didn't work. This time he's on the inside against Fuoco. Absolutely toe-to-toe.
Dry line on the outside, though. He's going to be brave. Yellow flags.
Into Indianapolis.
He has to back off.
Ferrari stays ahead. 92 Porsche being given a drive-through, but that yellow flag may have saved Fuoco. This is committed racing, isn't it?
Isn't it just? I think a little bit of debris down at that area with the 311. He pulled away from the side of its own accident.
Right, so this leading line with James Collado hunting them down in 8th place. Kevin Estre having been shuffled to the back. We were expecting great things for Estre in this stint, but at the moment the Porsche doesn't seem to have the pace, does it? It's lost a position, and if anything, it's number 7 from the back of the hypercar grid. Kamui Kobayashi at the wheel, and he is the big improver on this lap.
4 seconds separate this top 7 cars, with James Calado trying all he can, 6 seconds back and faster than anybody at the moment.
Right, so El Bamba trying to build that lead, and the Toyota team's expression not matched by the Ferrari one, is it? They're looking rather more pensive right now. That inter-Nissan fight between Schwartzman and Fuoco carries on. You're on board with Fuoco. That Schwartzman just up the road ahead.
If we could hear the radio right now, I'm pretty sure Fuoco would be saying, I am faster than the 83 car in front, and I could attack the cars in front of you know, the 2 leading cars. Change of position in the Toyota as well.
So that's Buemi going ahead of Kobayashi. Buemi absolutely flying. Remember, he's already got past S. Now he's got past his teammate. So number 8 Toyota looking stronger and stronger as this stint wears on.
Yeah, we've not yet seen one of the Toyotas manage to get by a
outside?
Ferrari. He's going to do it.
That's a funny old place to pass.
Brave stuff from Kevin Estre.
Does that mean the 7's got a problem?
I'm just about to say exactly the same thing. Dropped back quite a long way here.
To let your teammate go is one thing, but to not be able to really put up a defence against another brand is quite another. And Estre, having gone through, is pulling away. So yes, number 7 looks as though it might have some sort of issue starting to manifest itself. Bamba and Makovic first and second, personal best in the first sector of this lap. And there is what is left of the Cadillac. Pipo Derani dragging it back. Striking.
Yeah,
pit lane entry now.
It's far more than just bodywork. You look at the skewed rear right-hand side wheel.
In fact, is that impact not big enough to even put on the blue light?
I'm surprised it didn't. I'm actually surprised he didn't put the red light on.
Yeah, well, he's dragged it back, and a crippled car effectively out of the race, I guess.
You're going to have to watch your engine temps here.
No blue light. You can see that clearly in that shot.
I think it's more to worry about than the engine temperatures, because that car is pretty much destroyed. The fact that it's got back to the pit lane is a miracle in itself. Still a yellow flag is out on the Indianapolis approach as the leaders come storming to that part of the racetrack on that 228.
You're right, Estre just doesn't have the pace to stay with the cars in front of him.
He's been flattered by Toyota number 7, having, it seems, some sort of little problem. But look at the way that Buemi has got away from it.
And all of a sudden, timing screens are lighting up. Seb Buemi, purple middle sector, the fastest middle sector of the race so far.
Now that's bits of Cadillac on the ground. You can imagine a slow zone to get the track clear, can't you?
That's the yellow at MP 24-25 as they attend to what's left of the 311 car. Fastest first sector for its race from El Bamba. Fastest first and second sector in pursuit of El Bamba from Fred Macko.
If they're going to sweep the track there, they're going to need more than just a yellow flag. They're going to have to slow the pace of the cars because they'll need marshals on the track, and that's going to be quite risky, obviously, if they don't have a slow zone in place. Well, let race control worry about that as we look at the charging Sebastian Buemi. Absolute best, middle sector, and there he is, look, on the back of Antonio Fuoco. He is absolutely flying right now, is Fuoco. Having said that, though, it is also getting close for the race lead, is it not? Because Bamba and Makovic are together with just a fifth of a second between the two of them. This is Buemi's view as he gets through the traffic, through the Porsche curves. Now, does number 7 have a problem? Kobayashi at the wheel. Let's listen in to the radio just quickly.
We're getting more noise as well now.
Kamui, we are checking. We see something with turbo. I keep you posted. Driver default 213 on. Driver default 213 on.
So they're looking at the turbo, and you heard there as well Kobayashi saying that there was a noise in the car as well. High turbo temps and a funny noise in the car for number 7 Toyota. Right, so what we now have is Bamba, Makovic separated over the line by 1.4 seconds. Third is Schwartzman, fourth is Fuoco, and Buemi, who was 7th at the restart, he's up into 5th, and you can see how he is hunting down those Ferraris, Peter. He's getting closer all the time.
He is. He's certainly the man on the move at the moment. I think Schwartzman's gradually raising his pace to come back on terms with the second place car now.
Yeah, the other move about to take place is Calado has caught Kobayashi, and don't think it's to be long before the 51 moves up into 7th place. He's on the attack.
Yeah, we know that he's, if you like, it's not a fair fight, is it? If the car that he's attacking has got a problem and Kobayashi is having to just manage the pace and work with the pit walks and try and analyse what the problem is and what can be done about it. That's definitely advantage James Collado. Antonio Fuoco, incidentally, still has the fastest lap of the race from yesterday evening in one of the dry spells on lap 46. We're now on lap 229. In LMP2, it is Patrick Pilet for Vector Sport, number 10, leading the class there. And in GT3, Richard Lietz for Manthey EMA is the class leader.
Some huge potential results coming here for teams that perhaps came into this race not that fancied. Vector Sport is one of them. Don't count out either, by the way, the Hertz Team Joda cars. They're hunting as a pack, 9th and 10th.
And Aston Martin tell us that Daniel Mancinelli is okay. He's been released from the Circuit Medical Centre, so we saw him walk away from the car. But good news that he is okay after what was a pretty scary accident.
It was indeed. Traffic and the two Ferraris still nose to tail. How's that keeping position looking now? Because up the inside, this is going to change position here. The 50 goes around and takes the position back.
And on the outside, Peter, that was brave.
Yeah, you know what, I think that has to happen. You need to give Fuoco a chance now to see if he's faster, to see if he can catch these cars in front, because it's perhaps Ferrari's best chance of victory.
And, of course, they're being caught by number 8 as well, aren't they? So they don't want Fuoco, if he is that quick, to be caught by number 8. 7 Toyota Graham. We're here is having the engine map
Well, the map has changed, and he's got the power back that he felt he was lacking. So are we going to see another attack?
Into this yellow flag zone. Coming out of Indianapolis corner. And the yellows still wave, but we haven't got to a slow zone. It's all for that debris on the road, but it's not been cleared. Are they hoping that just the air generated by the cars will blow it to one side? Because really, to clean that, it's going to have to go to another safety car potentially, or certainly a slow zone at least.
Or maybe they're hoping there's going to be something else that takes that takes over. The problem is, the longer they leave it, the less of a gap there is, because the traffic is getting more spread out.
And the more chance of more cars running over it more often, and therefore hurting their tyres. So
I agree.
Something needs done, you would think. Prepare for slow zones. Right, so it's coming. Yes. The slow zone is coming to try and clear the track. So they've given them a sort of couple of laps to go racing, and then that section is going to be neutralised to clear all the debris, which, Peter, is absolutely the right call. You can't keep having cars at this speed running over those.
Well, that's the thing, you know, we've seen many a time punctures spring up out of nowhere, and they generally come from broken carbon fibre on the track, tiny little pieces. So we're now looking at the Fuoco Ferrari gradually just eking a gap against Schwartzman. What we have noticed here in the box is that the two Ferraris have a stint older tyres than the two cars in front, or the Toyotas even. So that's what they're fighting against.
Has Schwartzman not just dropped a lot of time coming out of the Dunlop chicane there? It just looks to the eye as though he'd fallen back markedly from Fuoco. Let's listen to number 83. There it is. Robert Schwartzman at the wheel of number 83. A quick word.
We defend against Buemi as hard as possible.
Right, so keep Buemi at bay and let Fuoco have a chance to uphold Ferrari on fighting for the lead here.
Yeah, currently I think Fuoco is the faster of the cars out there, of the Ferraris, so he is Ferrari's best chance to win this race with 5 hours and 12 minutes to go. It's still a long way, but you know, if there's no faults of any of the cars around, and of course we've potentially got a big old dump of rain to come in the next couple hours as well, so you know, this is wide open to anyone.
On board with Rahal Frey, the Iron Dames Lamborghini, 4th in LMGT3. Everyone slows for the slow zone.
She's right behind the third place car here. That's Marina Sato in the United Autosports McLaren.
Which has had a good run, hasn't it?
They've had a great run. There's some, as I say, there's some big results potentially here for some teams that came into this race not necessarily as favourites.
I underline the word potentially.
Absolutely.
We're not done yet.
No, we're not. Nowhere near. It's 5 hours, 11 minutes to go. It is still, by the way, Vector Sport from Cool Racing and AF Corsa in LMP2. It is Manthey EMA, the Porsche, from the Team WRT 31 BMW. Then this battle between United Autosports and Iron Dames for third.
We've had a lot of running under safety car, of course. What was it, 4 hours or so this morning? But it does exacerbate on a long lap like this the speed differential between Hypercar and LMGT3 when the leading LMGT3 car is 22 laps behind the leading Hypercar. And it's not done anything wrong, it's just pace.
Here we go. This was the change of positions between the two Ferraris.
And Schwartzman not fighting that too much. The message had come to let Fuoco by and then defend from Buemi and let number 50 uphold the Prancing horse's honour.
The way that Ferrari talk about this programme for number 83, make it very clear they see the two young men in this car, Robert Schwartzman and EFA, as being the future of their factory programme, but not next year. Next year they expect this car, the 83, to be back with the same driver crew. They're delighted with the job that Robert Kubica is doing, both in terms of his pace in the car and his role in progressing these two young talents. Five hours, 10 minutes. How close it is in the slow zone. Earl Bamber leads the motor race ahead of Fred Makovicky. Antonio Fuoco, Robert Schwartzman, Seb Buemi and Kevin Estre. Kamiko Biashia's drop back is under pressure from James Collado for 7th place with a potential turbo problem for the second Toyota. The other GT3's back up to speed.
But that Toyota, as you say, they've now changed that engine map and the power has come back. They've not brought it in.
No, it was the Porsche that had the engine map change.
Sorry, I thought it was the Toyota.
I think it was Kevin Estre's car.
Right, because Toyota 7 was complaining about the turbo and the noise, wasn't it? So Kobayashi's last lap slightly slower, but of course now you've got the slow zone to factor in. For Earl Bamber, the gap will come down a little and he's got traffic up the road for exiting that slow zone.
They're all really close again now.
Absolutely.
Of course, they'll concertina up and then they'll spread as they get out of that slow zone. But at the moment, they look so close.
Race leader will be boxing, fuel only.
This time, yeah. So Earl Bamber sees the Inception McLaren ahead.
Look at this.
Fuoco saying to Fred Makovicky, I want second place.
This is the difference between 79.7 and 79.8 kilometres an hour.
But it's also Fred Makovicky just controlling that pace and saying to Antonio Fuoco, I'm in no hurry, I've got second, you've got to get past me. And we know that Makovicky can be blindingly quick, just as Fuoco can. They go racing then, they pull the pin, and the Porsche sprints away. And also, look, Schwartzman gets a little bit nearer to the back of Fuoco, but the Porsche scarpers as it was able to control that restart. Fuoco now through the Porsche curves, going after Makovicky, and this will be for the lead, won't it, if Bamber pits this time?
Indeed it will. Keep an eye on the blue Cadillac peeling off to the right-hand side.
17 laps on the car, so he's done very well out of that tank of fuel. Obviously safety car, but yeah, he's really stretched that well.
Right, so into the pits has come Bamber, and so here is the lead fight. Makovicky inherits the lead from Fuoco, Schwartzman, and then Buemi fourth, and Estre will be up to fifth.
It's a great restart from that slow zone from Fred Makovicky. Slow zone is going to be gone by the time they get there this time. In about another 5 seconds, that slow zone down to protect the recovery of debris from Arnage and Indianapolis will be done.
It's gone now as you ride on board with Buemi, and that is Robert Schwartzman ahead. And remember what Schwartzman's instruction was: defend for all your worth to keep at bay that Toyota while Fuoco tries to get away up the road. But this morning you would say that the Toyotas are looking very, very strong indeed. They were good last night with the strategy call when the rain first came, but Buemi has got good pace.
He does. He's on newer tyres than Schwartzman as well, so he's got that advantage. The thing is, though, Ferrari, as we've kind of picked out, for me, they're just a slightly stronger package in the dry, but as we know, there's more rain coming, which would probably go back towards Toyota again.
It is almost 19 hours done in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. 4 manufacturers still with a realistic shot at taking the win. That's astonishing.
Shows that hypercar works, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, there's no getting away from it. Astonishing stuff.
Right, Buemi is getting closer, is he not, to Robert Schwartzman in the first sector. He was fractionally quicker. They're coming to the end of the second sector, and they're going to be virtually as one. So Buemi has a chance maybe here with the track green of having a go at Mulsanne corner. Out of the second chicane they come now through that right kink. Speed building once more.
2 GT cars in front. The second one could be an issue.
Near the Porsche first up. And Buemi feints to the inside just to say to Schwartzman, I'm here. and look up the road as well, because Makovic, the race leader, a bit stuck behind the traffic, and he has now got Fuoco bearing down on him once again. So we're focusing on this battle for third, Schwarzman and Buemi, but there's also a battle on for the race lead. And peer through that dirty windscreen of the Toyota, you can just see the yellow Ferrari. But look at the two leaders, absolutely nose to tail. And Fuoco fancying his chances of making a bid for the lead. Up the inside, diving to Indianapolis, he's going to go through. Brave stuff by Antonio Fuoco. Now Ferrari leads Le Mans once more.
Twitchy stuff as he made the pass. Applauded, and correctly so, in the garage. Wowzer.
Well, having seen several cars having off there on the slightly damp conditions, he really... Yeah, he put his something on the line there.
Did he ever? And not only that, but straight away, he's able to extend that gap. So Buemi will have got the message, I'm sure, that Ferrari not only is ahead, but ahead in the race outright, and he needs to get up past Schwarzman as soon as he possibly can before Fuoco builds a lead. Toyota then coming through the Porsche curves, getting a little bit nearer to the back of Schwarzman, but up front, Fuoco then, our new race leader. He's already done the fastest lap many hours ago. It was a 3:29.2 at the moment. They were with a slow zone last time doing 5 minutes, but it'll be a proper lap time this time because the track is clear all the way around. They haven't had to slow in any particular part of the lap. And down to the Ford chicane at the end of lap 231 they come. It's Antonio Fuoco in the lead, and look at that, he's managed to get a slower LMP2 car between himself and the traffic heading up towards the line. Fuoco leads the way, 231 laps now done.
Let's make a gap, good job mate.
Makovic second, and then Schwarzman third, Buemi still fourth.
Fastest man on the circuit last time around. Kevin Estre looking to get back into this fight. 1.7 seconds back from Seb Buemi, but quicker last time around.
Fairly fresh set of tyres on that car, only 8 laps into the stint, whereas Antonio Fuoco has 11 laps, and Fred Mako, I think, has got quite a few, so he's surely going to have to pit this time around.
Let's just listen to Robert Schwarzman quickly. Third place, number 83.
I struggled a bit with the tires, the fronts are not working.
So Schwarzman saying the front tyres aren't working and he's struggling. That said, Buemi is not really caught up to him. He's not in a position to attack at the moment.
He did look as if he was shaping up for something into the Porsche curves, but couldn't make it stick. Side by side, two GP2 cars. That is the Panis Racing car going past the Cool Racing car. That is a lapped car, though.
Brave stuff, though, wasn't it, by Matthias Besch, number 65, for Olivier Panis' team in the leading grey and yellow car. Down to the Ford chicane they come.
Unlapped himself from the second and third place battle.
This is Robert Schwarzman's view, coming down towards the second chicane. Complaining that those front tyres weren't biting. Fuoco then getting away from Makovic, who are coming to the end of stints then. This is in LMP2. We've got a yellow flag at Marshall's post 32, which is Porsche curves. But I think it might just be about to go, yes. Double yellow at Marshall's post 34. So there has been a drama through the Porsche curves, and I suspect there is a car limping back, if at all possible. And now it has been removed. So it's got going again. You're looking at this LMP2 fight, the class still being led by Patrick Pilet for Vector Sport. There might be old cars, Graham, but LMP2 still delivers really good racing, doesn't it?
Fantastic, absolutely fantastic stuff. Side by side again.
That was the replay, wasn't it, of the Matthias Besch move around the outside of LMP2 and LMGT3 machinery. That's brave.
Like this sort of racing, keep an eye on the rest of the season with the FI World Endurance Championship, but also the European Le Mans Series, which features these cars as the top class, and the racing is epic. 22 of these cars feature in the top class there, and an array of talent. Great fun.
It's a perfect place for young guns, young silver-graded drivers to prove their worth and to become noticed, and then maybe step up to, if you like, the main game of the FIA World Endurance Championship. Down the Mulsanne Straight they go as there, first, second, third, fourth, flash through, and they're getting away, aren't they now, from Kevin Estre. He's rather been dropped from that leading battle pack.
He has. It's odd because he's you know, we know him as one of Porsche's most challenging drivers. He's normally on the edge all the time, but I guess he's just not responding well to the car right now. So Mako's into the pits.
Fuoco stays out, that puts Schwartzman second, it puts Buemi third, it'll give Kevin Estre fourth place. But that's number 6 there in the background, Porsche, the car that took pole position. It's just not clicked in this stint, sir.
Let's have a look. So he's on fresh tyres, he's on lap 8 of his stint, so he should be right up there.
So is he just measuring this?
Right, Fred Makovic to the pits, he will stay in, and by the look of it, it's only going to be fuel. Andrea Caldarelli, number 19 Lamborghini, under investigation for a slow zone offence, possibly.
Yeah, would have been the last slow zone down Indianapolis into Arnage and Indianapolis and Mulsanne. Yes, for the debris. Fuoco, Schwartzman, Buemi, Estre. Is Estre just biding his time in this stint?
I don't think he can afford to, can he? I mean, everybody ahead of him is absolutely what sits to the wall. That is flat-out racing.
Yeah.
He can't be a tortoise and try and hope that they break, because the reliability is such that you know, that era has gone. I think Estre genuinely does not have the pace, and the Porsches have been a bit up and down throughout the race, haven't they? They've had good stints and bad stints.
Yeah, you're right. It's an odd one. I can't quite work that out.
Also under investigation, sorry, Peter, is car 5, Fred Makovic.
I'm not sure we can make another stint plus with these tires. Maybe it makes sense to continue.
Makovic is under investigation as well for a slow zone possible offence, and so is Philip Hansen, number 38 the Hertz Team Jota driver.
Schwartzman is under pressure again from Sebastian Buemi. Buemi's going to be in a hurry to get through here.
Schwartzman running soft tyres on his second stint, and he's feeling the tyres going away from him already, so if he has to do another one, then it's really going to punish him.
Because we heard a lap or two ago that he said the fronts aren't working, and he wants medium tyres, we understand. He's also under attack, as we've been saying, from Sebastian Buemi. Through the traffic they come. Buemi looking for a gap on the run towards Indianapolis, can't do it there. Closing up under braking now, throws the car left. McLaren staying with them rather impudently behind. That's the United Autosports car. Marino Sato, Gregoire Saucy, the two drivers at the moment in the UA2 cars in LMGT3. Right, Fuoco then, race leader, trying to build a gap. Let's listen.
Should be only very, very light rain in this sector 1. The rest is dry.
Okay, so it's coming earlier than I thought.
Light rain. Okay, just tease the teams. And it's being picked on the lens of the camera from the helicopter. So light rain starting to fall as we have just under 5 hours of the race to go. Great.
If you remember, many hours ago now, the first rainfall of this race, Fuoco out there on slick tyres. That Ferrari team made the right call. Yeah. Toyota put wets on. Ferrari extended their lead, and it could be the same situation, one of those 50-50 calls coming up again.
And who's going to get it right? We'll find out. Over here, looks fine, doesn't it? Sun shines, road is dry.
This is the battle now for the lead in LMP2. Just saw the Vector Sport car from the lead in LMP2 on pit lane. There was a little bit of a tension in the cockpit, something on the steering wheel. There was a 1 minute 30 pit stop. That's about 10 seconds longer than it really should have been.
In LMP2, the AF Corsa entry of Nico Baroni goes back ahead. So AF Corsa leading both Hypercar and LMP2 at the moment. So 183 back into the lead of the second class. So race leaders work lap 234. This is Sebastian Buemi's view. Rain lights are being instructed to be on low mode from race control. Buemi was half a second back from Schwartzman at the last timing point, and there he is, hunting down the yellow Toyota out of the draft. Nips Fuoco, and he goes by and puts that slower car between himself and the opposition. But Fuoco is getting away slightly, isn't he now?
He is indeed. It's yet another of these storied duels in the 21st century. Audi versus Pescarolo, Audi versus Toyota, Audi versus Porsche, Porsche versus Toyota. And now Ferrari versus Tosa, and there's Needle.
And Porsche trying to get in on the act as well in fourth, Kevin Estre, who may not totally be out of the hunt. Let's next check in with number 8 Toyota, Sebastian Buemi.
Copy, Seb. The rain won't amount to much. We think the rain won't amount to much. Don't use the wiper. Don't use the wiper.
And therefore stay out on the tyres you've got and just keep them temperature up and keep them working. So Buemi, despite the complaints coming out of 83 Ferrari about the tyres, Peter, Robert Schwarzman has not fallen prey, has he? He's not fallen victim to Buemi.
He's holding the gap. I think stop-wise, Fuoco and Schwarzman are on the same strategy, and Kobayashi, or is it, no, Sebastian Buemi is going to be able to stay out an extra 3 laps on top of them. So if he can get his head down in between that time and pull a bit of a gap, he may emerge after these stops in the lead.
The other quick point is Schwarzman is beginning to catch Fuoco again. So he's pulled back, look, he's now almost back on the rear wing of the leading car. And that's come down from 2 seconds just a lap and a half ago to 1.1 at the last timing line.
And to nobody's great surprise, just to confirm it, number 3, the Cadillac of Scott Dixon, has been officially retired from the race after the mechanical dramas that it suffered and all the oil gushing out of the bottom of the car. Here, Fuoco builds the gap again, and Schwarzman doing what he was told, defend from Buemi.
Three drive-through penalties coming. One is a significant one. It's the number 5 car, Fred Makovicky. It was and still is. Slow zone procedures. Also the 19 car, one of the 2 Lamborghinis. That's the car in 12th place. And the 38, that's another well-placed car. The 7th place car, Phil Hansen. So slow zone procedures for all 3. All 3 will be coming down pit lane.
Buemi over the line.
I think potentially those 2 Ferraris have to pit this lap.
Okay, and that would put the Toyota into the lead, assuming it stays out. Fuoco's advantage 1.4 seconds, which in the grand scheme of things is not a lot at all on that 235, Graham.
If Peter's right, they're catching at the moment a gaggle of LMP2 cars, which they should clear on this lap. But after that, it could be a clear lap for Buemi just when he needs it.
2 laps to go, 2 laps.
Okay, so that was delayed, so... Okay, so it's 2, it's not this lap, it's the lap after.
So the 91 car, this was our, it still is by the way, our leader in LMGT3.
Richard Lietz, the man with the most starts to his name in the race this year, is behind the wheel and will stay behind the wheel, the Porsche Maestro. Replay here of a rather energetically driven Lexus cannoning up the inside. Which one was that, Graham?
That is the 87 car.
You're quite right.
Yeah, these are the 3 front-engine GT cars plus the rear-engine GT car, mid-engine as well in amongst this lot. 6-cylinder, 8-cylinder, turbo and non-turbo cars.
That got Augusto Farfus out of the way, who won't take kindly to that.
Oh, the 7-cylinder, I should have mentioned, the Lamborghini. That is a filthy Huracan. Buemi dropped back a bit here from Schwarzman in the latest lot of traffic. This is that Gagler P2 cars I was talking about.
Some breathing space finally for Schwarzman there. And probably some more.
Yeah.
So unlucky there twice, Buemi. He'll be on the radio complaining about that.
Are we going to get calm, said calm, at some point here? It's a regular. Keep their Swiss Maestro on the straight and narrow.
Just watching them through that approach to Indianapolis is mighty impressive, especially perhaps now we've seen 3 cars be bitten at that part of the racetrack, but it shows you just how fast they are and the commitment that's required.
And it is that latter part of it, the commitment. They surely should be, a lot of them.
There is Augusto Farfus then in number 31, the pseudo Luigi Gene's liveried car.
I was thinking that when the Lexus came down the inside, if he took the place and didn't give it back, he probably would have got a penalty for that, because he forced him off the track.
That's a switch, by the way, for third position. That is Farfus going up into third.
Yeah, at the expense of Esteban Masson.
He did indeed.
Through goes 63 Lamborghini, but 13th. The Lamborghinis just haven't had the pace. They flattered to deceive early on when the engineers made the right call on times for the conditions, but they're just not quite at the party yet, are they?
Their first appearance here at Le Mans. There will surely be more to come.
Yeah. It's great to have Lamborghini at this level again. I mean, Super Trofeo has been a massive success. The GT3 program has been a massive success.
And it's astounding that a company of that quality, with that level of brand awareness, this is the first time we've ever seen them in the top class of Le Mans 24 Hours.
I mean, go back, what, 20 years-ish? The Lamborghini present here was that joke of J-Lock, wasn't it? A car that staggered its way barely to the grid.
Well, here's the thing. We've had two non-classified finishes from Lamborghinis in this race's history. Lamborghini have never officially finished this race.
Right. That's going to change today, isn't it?
Sure. Looks that way. There's 4 bullets in the gun now. The Unlinked number 60 car, way back. The Iron Dames, never say never.
Yeah, they're still fighting.
But 2 hypercars as well. Either way, any of those come home, and it's history for the brand.
James Collado, by the way, pitted last time, having been pressing on throughout that stint, trying to get back onto terms with that leading group. Kevin Estre lapping fractionally faster than Sebastian Buemi last time around. Buemi picking up a track limit warning, out wide runs the Lexus. Peugeot through on the inside, blue flag waved. There's Farfus, another veteran of the event.
Yeah, Augusto, one of this crew in the 31 car that took the first ever win in any class in the World Championship this year.
That's the James Collado pit stop I was mentioning. And last away on new tyres.
So I think we've heard one of the Toyotas is going to box this lap as well.
8, I think.
8 car.
Yeah, for fuel and possibly the tear-off windscreen.
That's interesting. So, yeah, the Ferraris do three more laps than the Toyota on this.
But the windscreen, when we've been on board with Buemi, it's so smeared. He was told not to use the wiper if the rain started. I think it's because he can't see. Right. They're going to have to bring him in and peel off that tear-off windscreen. And while he's in, they're going to have to make that pit stop work to their advantage and put some fuel in. So it's not that he can't go the distance on the fuel, it's that he can't see, and that's compromising the pace, so I think.
It's just going to bring him back on the same strategy as the Ferraris, it looks like then.
I think you're right, yeah. So they're going to have to sort of think on their feet, Graham, aren't they? And, OK, this isn't the scheduled pit stop. How can we limit the damage?
It's simple. Can I attack? No. Why can't I attack? I can't see. If that's the problem and that's stopping the attack, let's sort that problem.
Makes perfect sense. Getting a replay in hypercar here of the Toyota having to swoop through the traffic.
That is Kamui Kobayashi. That's the second Toyota, trying to get back on the terms with Kevin Estre, doing a pretty good job of it.
And his windscreen's not perfect to see through, but he's faring better than Buemi. Still, Fuoco leads the way by now 2.2 seconds from Robert Schwarzman. And Buemi's pace has been tempered partly by the Ferrari here, but partly by visibility.
Are we going to see these Ferraris in this time?
They are heading through the Porsche curve, so pit in is not far up the road. Buemi is the one we expected from the Toyota ranks, but up front, Ferraris, will see if any of them bleed to the right. Under the Porsche gantry, the Porsche footbridge, and in comes the Toyota. There is a car ahead.
It's a Ferrari.
There's 2 cars ahead.
Yeah,
so yeah, 4 Ferraris.
Yeah.
So your top 3 are all in. 50, 83, and then 8. 2 Ferraris and the Toyota. So that's going to put Kevin Estre into the lead, but by default, not pace.
Estre on lap 14 of his run, so he's probably got another 3 laps left.
Estre he's in as well, and so is Kobayashi. So your top 5 all in on the same lap now.
Wow.
Well, this should cycle Earl Bamber back through to the lead.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because I'd rather forgotten about him. Having led, he got shuffled down the pack.
He's basically almost exactly halfway through his stint.
Yeah. But he's out of sync with the others.
Well, this is going to be interesting to see how this plays out, isn't it?
Yeah, and who's going to be ahead when the flag falls.
You know, whether or not it's a countback situation, even if you've got a situation where you've got a caution, is he going to be the guy with enough fuel in the tank not to have to take the splash? All sorts of cards in the game here.
4 3/4 hours, we will know the answer.
There it goes.
So the incident between the Lexus and Farfus and the BMW is under investigation now.
Right, Buemi's on his way up the pit lane. 50
Fuoco
Fuoco's been released, so the Ferrari should keep the lead. I think the loser out of this might be Schwarzman. They're going to be side by side in the pit lane. They've just gone out a camera shot. 83 was moving and just is ahead. Now, we didn't see what the merge into the lane was like, but the outcome is that it's still Ferrari, Toyota.
I think it was just about okay.
But the speed they're going, Schwarzman didn't get the new tyres that he wanted. So he's got another stint on those soft tyres.
He was complaining about them not working before, and they won't be any fresher now, that's for certain.
So Earl Bamber does indeed cycle round to the lead, something like 7-8 seconds ahead of the first of this pack. That is Antonio Fuoco. Schwarzman is back. Positive action or necessity, it's another matter.
So this now gives Fuoco a chance to try to get away from Schwarzman and therefore in turn from Buemi. Riding with Buemi, and visibility an awful lot better now.
Isn't it just? The other car to sort of keep an eye on, James Collado, who was on the attack beginning of this stint, fallen right back now, has got nothing in this phase of the race.
Well, he's only just pitted, hasn't he? He's fresh into a stint.
But he was previously just a couple of seconds behind Estre and Kobayashi. He's lost something like 10 seconds plus to that battle.
Let's see if he took some new tyres. So 51 car.
Well, I thought we'd seen him put tyres on, which would account for the longer pit stop, which would account for the time
125,
loss.
yeah.
I'm sure he put new tyres on. Schwarzman and Buemi under investigation for their driving behaviour at Marshall's post 27. That's coming Arnage Porsche Curves direction. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced, Graham, that the Collado time loss was for new rubber. Because he was doing purple sectors in that last stint.
Well, we should then start to see some blue sectors emerging from James Collado, because he'll want to be back with this group sooner rather than later.
Totally
agree.
It
is still 4 hours and 43 minutes to go. This probably does feel like a sprint race, and it's still an awfully long time and distance before we can call who is going to win this great race.
Right, Buemi looking ever more committed to the task of getting ahead of that yellow Ferrari now that the visibility is there. And the Toyota just looking so strong. Toyota knows how to win this race, and in a positive way knows how to lose it, as in it knows what pitfalls to avoid now.
Absolutely.
In the background is Kevin Estre, then you've got Kobayashi, then Collado, and then 8th, Fred Makovici. He's another one that's really lost out because he was second on that restart.
Well, because he's had to take that drive-through penalty, so he's dropped back further in the 8th place, and is dropped, by the way, into the clutches of the Hertz Team Toyota car that didn't have to take a drive-through penalty, because the 38 did, 12 did not, and is right with Fred Makovici for 8th position.
And Schwarzman getting away through the Porsche curves from the Toyota, just gapping Buemi. Up front, though, it is Bamber ahead of Fuoco, and we can listen to Fuoco right now.
Okay, mate, so at the moment, we have Cadillac number 2 just ahead of us. It seems they put less fuel, so they will have to stop before.
Message gets through to Antonio Fuoco. El Bamber's last lap was a 3 minutes 30, and Antonio Fuoco goes through. But of course, that is an out lap, effectively, so it's a slower lap, including some of the pit stop.
At least I heard that, because when we saw the energy graphic, it'd be good to see that again shortly. Earl Bamber's energy down to 53%, and it didn't seem that long that he'd been out. If they're saying he's short fuel for track position, that would make sense of that, which presumably means they're counting back.
Yeah, you're right. There
8 laps into his stint.
Okay, Makovici versus Will Stevens.
8. That's right, then.
Eighth and 9th, the 2 Porsches, the Penske Motorsport entry Makovici, the Joseph Rapp car of Will Stevens behind, and look at the way Schwarzman on this lap has responded, because he's pulled away from Buemi. At Indianapolis last time, Buemi was all over the back of Schwarzman like a cheap suit, and now not only is the yellow Ferrari getting away, but Estre looks just a fraction nearer. Trouble is, he's dragging Kobayashi along. They might have to think about going defensive against Toyota number 7. Talking of number 7 Toyota, Kobayashi at the wheel, radio traffic thus.
Okay, Kamui, we need to triple stint this tire. We need to triple stint this tire. Second stint for this tire.
Sorry, what is it?
I think Kobayashi's overly pleased about that suggestion. However, he is getting up with Kevin Estre, isn't he? So that Porsche can't stay with those ahead, and Estre is going to have to work hard to keep Kobayashi at bay.
Yeah, that wasn't the news Kobayashi wanted, was it? He needs to attack now, and he needs to attack by those aggressive attacking drivers on this circuit. Looks to just feints the inside, goes the inside. He's going to take that position. Kobayashi, despite being told he's going to look after those tyres, moves the number 7 car up and into 5th place.
And to do that against Kevin Estre suggests the Porsche's not 100%. But look, Estre then gets a toe and makes the move on the inside. Kevin ain't taking it lying down. Traffic up the road. He's got the inside line on the approach to Indianapolis. And Kevin Estre flashing his lights at the slower car, saying, "Do not get in my way." Hems in the Toyota, that then gets blocked by the Inception McLaren. Kobayashi had to back out of that, so Kevin Estre retakes the place, and with judicious use of the traffic, manages to stuff Kobayashi and get away by about 3 lengths.
Chargeoff just did not see the second hypercar, did he? He's on an outlap, by the way, in the number 70 car that led the race early on in GT3.
Well, Kevin Estre, the car may not have the outright pace, but he's not forgotten his racecraft this morning, has he?
Great stuff. Ceded the position to the Toyota, fought back with a bit of run through Mulsanne corner, got the run down on the run down to Indianapolis, side by side, took the side draft, used the traffic to perfection, job done.
Right, this is Kobayashi in the meantime, who then now is trying to fight back as the cars work their way toward the end of lap 238. Earl Bamber still the leader on the road with 11 seconds in hand at the moment over Antonio Fuoco's Ferrari. There is 8, that's Buemi. So he's still chasing after Robert Schwarzman. And there is Kevin Estre. Now, what's the gap between Buemi and Estre? It's only 2.8 seconds. Kevin Estre's lap will be an interesting one here. Buemi goes through on a 3:33. Kevin Estre breaks the beam eventually. And the lap time has not yet been offered up, perversely. Now it comes, and it is a 3:32.2. So he's over a second a lap quicker than Sebastian Buemi all of a sudden.
But he's got traffic now. Buemi is hammering along as well. It's an LMP2 car ahead. So listen what's going on with the number 8 Toyota ahead.
Cannot believe how unlucky I am in the traffic.
Yeah, you got the pace. You'll get him back. Don't worry.
Every little getting a bit rattled, isn't he now?
It's hashtag standard.
Well, yeah,
but it's what motivates him.
Yes.
He is one of these characters who just seems to feed on stress. He's looking for the stress. He wants the stress.
Just to point out the last lap from Earl Bamber, 3:30.8 versus the 3:32.
How much of that is because he's a fair chunk lighter on fuel now?
Quite a chunk of it, but it's 3 laps he's done that to them. He's drawn that gap out from 7.9 seconds to 11.8 seconds. 11.8 seconds at this point. This is the in-car from Kamui Kobayashi as that move came through into the Indianapolis section.
That was really committed stuff,
wasn't it? Just
brilliant. Used to, a way of reading the road, knowing exactly where he needed to be and where he needed to leave the Toyota.
Yeah, Fred Chandorf had to take the corner. Didn't want to go to the outside there. We've seen what happens when a GT car does, and it isn't pretty.
Eventually, 7 goes through. Fredrik Chandorf, of course, he's trying to drive his own race. Yes, he's got to be mindful of the traffic, but he also needs to be going as rapidly as he possibly can in class. That car badly delayed early on with radiator damage. Meantime, the gap is right down again between the Porsche and the Toyota. Estre under attack. This is where it kicked off a lap ago, and they're going to be nose to tail this time. Kobayashi on the prowl. There is traffic up the road, but I'm not really sure Estre can use it to his advantage on this lap like he did a lap ago. Let's see.
Cadillac looking to use their speed in this phase of the race to get away, and doing so at the moment. Fuoco trying to keep that in check. Side by side though, David.
Kobayashi had another long look, but Estre is able to fend him off up towards Indianapolis. Corner they come. Kevin Estre under huge attack from Kobayashi. Let's listen in.
Quite some movement from the rear with his tires. The balance is not too bad, but some movement.
So movement at the back of the car for Kevin Estre, saying that the balance is okay, but there's a lot of movement.
Yeah, it sounded like it. So he is on... What stint is this on that tyre?
For decades, this was a race of survival, gentlemen. Now it is a sprint race, and it is a race of survival, but the survival at the moment is staying with this group, because anybody can win this race that stays with this group.
Yeah, you've got to stay on the lead lap all the way, haven't you? And be in that sort of leading peloton. The gaps are there or thereabouts, but there's still a good chunk of cars on that lead lap.
Again, Earl Bamber in the Cadillac, fastest first sector. He's really putting in the lap times. 2 seconds up.
Yeah, personal best lap for that car.
I think Cadillac senses that this is their chance.
They've got this one, they've got one bullet left in the gun. It's Earl Bamber, he wants redemption of what happened last time out. Cadillac want this race as much as anybody else does. General Motors, one of the biggest companies in the world, would like to win the biggest race in the world. Why wouldn't they? I
mean, it would be a great story. You use that word redemption, but after what happened at Spa, to come back and win Le Mans for Earl Bamber would be quite something, and to do it for a different manufacturer from his previous 2 wins. Here, though, through the traffic, comes Kevin Estre as they sweep downhill. And once again, it's a Toyota that ends up being boxed in behind the Mustang, so that just stretches the gap a little bit.
It's very important in these situations that you don't take any late dives, because that could end your race instantly.
So you're on board with Kimi Kobayashi. I mentioned a while ago Sebastian Bourdais out of the race.
Seb, I spoke to Renger earlier, and you three guys must be very disappointed with the result. It was super strong in quali, and now that's always hard in the morning to give up.
Yeah, I mean, the race wasn't going exactly as we would have wanted it to. I think right away, we started on soft, so we knew it was going to be a bit difficult. We were hanging in there, and then you saw the Toyotas, you know, like flying and getting back to us, and then the third Ferrari, and it looked pretty clear that, you know, we were lacking a bit of pace, mostly in the straights. But anyways, but we fought through, and we got a little lucky with all the safety cars that kept bringing us back in the game. And then, you know, again, it looked like it was going to bring us right back in the game there. And unfortunately, there's a bolt that started to back out and drilled the hole in the old tank. So that was that. Didn't take much, but yeah, we're unfortunately 2-0 at Daytona and Le Mans this year, so it's frustrating. But the whole Cadillac guys did a really good job. You know, we fought through, and the sister car is still running strong, so we're hoping for a good result for Cadillac.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Earl Bamber weaving his way through traffic, and is ceding a little bit of this advantage to his opposition, but of course they've got to do the same when they catch this bunch of LMP2s. Earl Bamber from Antonio Fuoco, Robert Schwartzman, Seb Buemi, Kevin Estre and Kamui Kobayashi. Let's get aboard the number 7 Toyota, find out what's going on there.
Kamui, let's be patient, we get him. We will get him.
Yeah, just to keep pressure, man. I know what I need to do. I've been here so long. No worry.
That's not quite like Kimi Raikkonen's "Leave me alone, I know what I'm doing," but it's on the same vein, isn't it?
It's what I touched on earlier. You know, there's no sense to with 4 hours 30 to go to take any stupid last-minute dives that could end your race instantly. You've got to be there at the checkered flag, and I think Toyota will be.
Yeah, we've got Kobayashi in this hunt with Kevin Estre ahead. Seb Buemi closing again on Robert Schwartzman. Quicker on the last lap by better part of a second, and that's down to half a second again. The battle for third. Wants to get by the yellow Ferrari, wants to get into the battle with Antonio Fuoco. Senses that will be the battle that determines who's going to win this race.
Absolutely right. So we are approaching 11:30. Earl Bamber still leads, but running out of sync with the cars chasing after him. He's getting lower on fuel. His last lap was a slower one, but it might have been affected by traffic, having done personal best laps for the car. A little bit of time lost last lap through. Second place, Antonio Fuoco, Robert Schwarzman third, and then Sebastian Buemi fourth, Kevin Estre fifth, and sixth you just saw Kobayashi. There is the Schwarzman-Buemi battle for third place.
It is indeed. Lead battle, by the way, it's hovering around the 10-second mark with that traffic involved, but the battle that seems to have the most dynamism at the moment is the one we're looking at. It is Robert Schwarzman trying to get away from Sebastian Buemi, Le Mans rookie in the number 83 car against multiple winner of this race, multiple world champion in a multiple world championship and Le Mans winning team, Toyota Gazoo Racing and Seb Buemi. Traffic again as they come through the first chicane.
Buemi looking for a place to strike if he can find one. Gets up past the Renault GT3 pack. Still Robert Schwarzman ahead.
If you're looking to put money on any of this pack who would not make a mistake, you're with him right now.
Yeah, 4 times a winner here. Buemi, Formula E champion, ex-Grand Prix racer. And Robert Schwarzman, one of the young guns of sports car racing, who has proved his worth both in these and in the GT car, keeping him for the moment at bay.
4.5 hours to go, 19.5 hours done. It's 11:30 in the morning here, the Circuit de la Sarthe, and Sebastian Buemi attacking again, just trying to distract the younger man as they come into Mulsanne corner. Picks his line beautifully. See Fuoco ahead there. He's now dealing with those LMP2s. What's Buemi hearing or saying now?
Okay, so just for your info, we plan to triple stint these tires. We plan to triple stint them. I know you've already pushed on them, but we need to push and triple stint.
Go for the inside briefly, just feints to the inside. Can't do it there. Through Indianapolis and down now to Arnage. Traffic still ahead of this pair. And more still in the distance, with Fuoco still bottled up in these P2 cars, and that is allowing Earl Bamber to pull the gap over 12 seconds now. Important minutes, Peter, in this race. It's defining the kind of rhythm between these 3 or 4 cars in what remains of this lead group. It was 7. They've now pulled away from Kevin Estre to the tune of about 6 seconds. Birthday boy AFA talking on the radio.
We're saying interview by Louise just shortly after his last stint. I was not ever expecting to be racing at Le Mans on my birthday, but what a birthday it's been so far. And this car, the car he shares, the yellow Ferrari, but right now, Robert Schwarzman under intense pressure from Sebastian Buemi. And probably right about Buemi, of all the guys out front at the moment, he's probably least likely to make a mistake. But he's not going to be in the car right towards the end of the race, necessarily. Let's hear from the number 2 caddy that leads the race.
Box this lap, driver change to Paulo.
So a stunning job from Earl Bamber in this stint. He started the race after the safety car in the lead. He's ended his stint in the lead. He's obviously going to lose position during these pit stops, but he's pulled a gap on the cars behind. He's just eked out an 11-second gap.
Yeah, he's pulled, since he took the lead, pulled out something like 3.5 further seconds, inherited a lead of about 8 seconds when the cars in the different strategy pitted, but he's gradually pulled that out. Redemption day for Earl Bamber.
And we knew that the car was fast after qualifying, after Hyperpole, so we always figured the caddy had a chance. And all it takes is another full course yellow in the right place, or a little bit of luck with traffic in the safety car, and suddenly their off-kilter strategy could be the same as everybody else's. The closer we get to the end of the race, Peter, there is a definitive end. 12 hours ago, there was nothing really definitive, and everything could be fluid. At some stage, they're going to have to go, right, at this moment, we're going to need not to have run out of fuel. So all the teams are desperately now back timing. Where is the next possible opportunity that they can make use of a full course yellow or something to take fuel and try and win this race?
Okay, mate, we expect some showers. In half an hour, there will be some showers. So next stop, we plan to keep you in the car. Same tires, only fuel.
So that is the problem they're facing. They can't really do the timing and right. If it was going to be dry for the rest of the race, they could say, right, you're in then 3 stints, you're in then 3 stints, we'll end with you. Easy. At the moment, we're going to be getting mixes of rain. You're going to possibly going to have more cars off. You're possibly going to get safety car. All kinds of things can happen, and the race could restart with 1 hour to go, with the top 6 cars all in a row again.
Well, now that David Addison is having a pause and isn't going to incur any safety cars on his own, which I think is against the regulations anyway, we might be in for a little bit of a clear run, but you're right. I mean, again, with this race, nothing is ever decided. And of all teams, Toyota, of course, know that. Here's the car that remains in 7th place, or 6th place, rather, and still very much within striking distance. Look at those gaps. You know, there's a minute covering the top 8 cars.
This is, they're now stumbling through the group that's contesting 4th place in LMP2s. 3 cars pretty much line astern. United Autosports 22, the Cool Racing 37, the 183 from AF Corse. So that's cost each of these chasing groups in hypercar time, as well it would with traffic. There's GT cars under the mix as well, but it's giving Kamui Kobayashi, having to look after his tyres, the opportunity to gain close up on the Porsche, but that didn't help. Cool Racing's 37 car trying to make his own move there, did so, but it did rather ruin the opportunity for Kobayashi to get a run on the Porsche. In comes Earl Bamber.
Yeah, it's going to be a driver change, so Earl is out, and Alex Palou, as we heard, will be getting in, the double Indy 500 champion. What a baptism he's having here at Le Mans. I mean, going to Indy for the first time is an awesome enough event, but coming here for the first time as well must have just left him a little bit breathless. He's done a really strong job with that number 2 caddy. First race of the season, Sebastian Bourdais was aboard that car with Earl Bamber and Alex Lynn. Since then, they have driven it as a duo, but that's not really survivable in the modern era here at Le Mans. 61 years ago, when Roger Penske was on pole with Pedro Rodriguez, 2 drivers was the norm, but that was much more of a race of survival. This is a brutal sprint race.
I'm going to correct you, because you made exactly the same mistake I made in the previous broadcast when talking about Alex. Has not won the Indy 500, has been on pole, but he's double IndyCar champion.
Yes.
Sorry, IndyCar fans, I've made the same mess of that.
Yes, you don't need to throw any more bricks at the TV. You're probably going to miss, because you're tired as well, having been up all night. Robert Schwarzman in 2nd. There's Kevin Estre in 4th. Let's get down to the pit lane and catch up with the Caddy team. But here is the team radio.
Earl, fantastic drive. You pulled a 12-second lead, a 12-second gap after the restart up behind the safety car. Well done. How does it feel for the end of the race?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the car's coming to us. Didn't have a great car yesterday, but overnight we managed to tune it up, and I think we've got the pace now. Now let's see how the strategy rolls, and we're just going to give it our all. You know, this is what Cadillac came here to do at Le Mans, is to lead these laps and try and win this race, and we're in a position to do it, so we're going to give it everything in these last couple hours.
Redemption from after Spa, so well done to you.
Thanks.
Yeah, for those of you who aren't aware, there was a huge accident in Spa that brought out safety car for an hour and 45 minutes. Earl Bamber just misjudging traffic on the run-up from Eau Rouge and Lédion up the Kemmel Straight as he was chasing the 99 Proton Porsche, clipped the 31 BMW hard into the barriers, long barrier repairs. We thought, okay, race is over. Ferrari thought they'd won it, and then turns out, no, if there's time, you can do the time that you've lost behind the safety car. So we had a 6-hour race that lasted 7 hours 45 minutes, and in the end, of course, the number 2 Cadillac wasn't part of it, and they've served a penalty early in the race for that incident, and still they are on the opening page of the chapter. 50 Ferrari now leads from the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari. Toyota in 3rd and 5th with the 6 Porsche between them. That's a car that's led as well. 51 Ferrari in 6th position, and right now on the lead lap are the top 10 cars. So the Cadillac drops down to 10th place. That's how tight it is.
Front left, Porsche. That's it. Porsche, front left.
Porsche front left, Kamui Kobayashi now. Is he feeling it, or is it just an alarm coming up on the dash? Peter, he's going to get the alarm anyway, whether he feels it or not. But that was a perfect time on the way back from Arnage towards the pit lane, as opposed to coming up here with 13 kilometres to do.
You can see that front right as we look at it, front left in the car is bouncing more and more. So TPMS, the tyre pressure monitoring system in the car, picks up the loss of pressure, so the driver knows first, the box knows as well, because they get the information back to them. And yeah, I think he's in the right place. It could have been something like that, yeah, running over a curb, just one little cut on the tyre and it just loses the pressure.
The inside of that curb, drew it along the inside of that curb.
There's so much debris on the track as well after various different incidents, and you know, it's always possible that that's been an issue as well. So is that the moment of fortune that denies them the race? It's going to put them in a very different position to some of their rivals, although they will now be on the same fuel strategy as the number 2 Cadillac, which has just stopped well within half a lap of them, because they will undoubtedly have topped this car off with fuel as well.
It'll be interesting to see where he comes out in comparison to the Cadillac.
Also, do they just put the one tyre on?
I would think they probably did, because otherwise they're going to be...
There goes the Caddy.
They're going to be digging into tyres that they're going to need in the remaining 4¼ hours of the race. Of course, the left front will be stone cold, the others will have grip, so that's why the car's going to wash out as he tries to turn right, because that laden left front wheel will be very cold. No, look, all 4 new softs, so a full set of softs.
I think it's probably the wise move, because it's brought, as you say, it's brought him back onto strategy with the Cadillac. So maybe not all is lost. It's certainly set them back, but 4 hours and 18 minutes to go.
It's a 3-minute 30 lap. They're 1 minute 25 behind the leader. They're not a lap back. They're not half a lap back. They're a sector back. That's the top 10 in one sector of the lap. I mean, if this is going again like in 4 hours with 18 minutes left, it's hard to imagine that the top 10 won't still be there.
Hard to imagine if your voice will still be there.
Well, there's that too. There is that too.
Tyres ready for the 50 car as well, brand new. Michelin rubber ready for that car. For me at this stage, it does seem as if the Toyota doesn't quite have the punch to get onto terms on pace with the Ferrari. I say that, it's going to get past him now, isn't he?
Well, what do you mean get on terms? He's literally breathing in his exhaust fumes. He is on terms.
But he can't, he's not been able to get alongside and put the move on and make it stick.
So you mean he doesn't have an advantage?
Yes.
Yes. All right, so that's what racing in traffic is all about, what racing every 24 hours is all about. These cars are all operating at exactly how they were designed, exactly how they were homologated. No plus or minus power, no plus or minus weight, no brakes here, no brakes there. Everything as it came off the designer's drawing board, metaphorically. So they should be, if the teams are operating them properly, going at exactly the same pace all the way through this race. And these teams, as well as these drivers, are now up against the hard limit of this is 100% efficiency of running this car. And so you have to force an error in traffic, or you have to make a gap in traffic for yourself that the other guy hasn't, and that's what makes the difference.
Boy, have they been trying. Here comes the Vector Sport car. What a run they've had. They come in again. Patrick Pilet from the lead in LMP2. Head of interior pole competition, last year's winners, and EDEX Sports. Joop van Uytert bringing in the 28 car. Those top 3 cars all on pit road right now.
And again, Graham, in LMP2, the top 5 cars cover by 27 seconds. That's less than the time it takes to cover the shortest sector here from the starter lap to Tertre Rouge. So the entire LMP2 field, when the leader gets to Tertre Rouge, is coming through the S's. That's how close that field is.
It's half what a drive-through costs them.
Yeah.
That's the key here. That's why you can't make an error. Through into the lead, Nolan Siegel in United Autosports number 22 car, ahead of Ritomo Miata and the 37 Cool Racing car, and Nico Ferroni, a winner last year in GTE AM. There
Number
goes
10
34.
car didn't get started properly. Is that going to be considered unsafe? No. Possibly not. I think you just about got away with that. And Peter Dumbreck, another second slower away if he hadn't managed to get it in gear or get the traction, and they might have incurred a drive-through, and that might well be the difference between being on the podium or not.
Yeah, essentially. Trouble for the 59 McLaren. Stopped down at, I think, at Indianapolis.
Looks like it. That's between... Oh, that's out of Arnage, isn't it?
It is out of Arnage. Has pulled over, driver's left.
That's on public road, so there is a hard shoulder and a bit of a grassy verge.
And that car was very much in contention for a podium position. Gregoire Saucy it is.
So he was in 6th position. Oh, was in fifth position.
He's been as high as 2nd or 3rd in that car. Fred Macko, by the way, on pit road. They are getting ready. That car looked like it might have been on an in-lap. Nico Pignot was ready to take over the car. What a turnaround in terms of pace they've had with the McLaren's United Autosport.
And again, that's all about operating the car. Brand new car to the team in this format, and a whole new set of challenges, different races. We saw that as well with the Codis ASP. Extraordinarily experienced GT3 race team, but on tracks that they're not familiar with, in rule sets they're not familiar with, it's taken them a while to get the car up to pace. It was absolutely nowhere and beyond nowhere when we were in Qatar, the season opener, and here at Le Mans it has been competitive. So too has been the McLaren.
And the Mustang. The Mustang,
yeah, the Mustang absolutely.
Running second at the moment, the undelayed 88 car, with 4 hours and 14 minutes to go. Who would have written that script?
Yeah.
First time since 1997 we've seen a Mustang of any sort here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Back then, it was the Saleen Mustang. Full course yellow.
We will go under full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
This will be, I'm sure, it's obviously for the recovery of the 59, but they will be taking the trouble, I'm sure, for a general clear-up around.
Now, the other deal with full course yellows is, although the relative distance between the cars on the circuit remains the same because they're all doing 80 kilometers an hour, in this section of track, you would normally be going less quickly up through the Dunlop chicane and down through the S's than if you were hooning on back down from Arnage through the Porsche curves, or if you're on the Mulsanne straight. So cars that are caught by the full course yellow there are initially losing less time. Now, it's not likely to be a short full course yellow. It's probably going to take, you know, several minutes, which will probably mean that most cars will do a lap and that will even itself out. But if it is a short yellow or a slow zone, then your rival can lose more time potentially than you do. So for everybody in the lead battles, the longer the full course yellow goes on, actually the more even the effect will be.
The big factor here is that any car that is due a pit stop gets to do it during the full course yellow. Any car that 1 lap ago, 2 lap ago, 3 lap ago did their stops, they will then lose time. So the 83 car is due a stop. That was 50, the next driver waiting.
And 8, and 6, and 51. So they can't do it now. They're going to have to wait 5 minutes before 50, 83, and 8 have the opportunity. That's your top 3 with the GT3 car in the middle. But will they take it, or will they stick with track position?
We saw it was going to go back to green at the top of this minute. It's now going to continue, so there's a further issue they want to work with. Peter?
So I'm thinking the number 2 car, who has already stopped, will potentially lose out from this.
I agree. One of the cars that will gain, mind you, just having a quick chat offline to Anthony Davidson, if you're running slowly, as this full course yellow comes out and into that zone, you'll gain. And the battle that includes the number 7 Toyota, and 7 Toyota in particular, will gain from that net. But we are going to continue a little longer.
Well, it depends how much longer, and it depends how close these top 3 cars are. 50, 83, 7. They were all down around 10 or 12%. So another lap out, nominally from a pit stop. Under full course yellow, maybe 2 laps out from a pit stop. But as you can see, they're on the Mulsanne straight. They're coming out of the first chicane.
To remove full course yellow.
So they're not going to pit under yellow.
No.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds.
Number 5
10,
has left
9,
the pit lane.
8,
but
7.
No one is
6,
in. Oh, yes, they are.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
LMGT3 leader Manthey EMA got into the pit lane under full course yellow, so they at least started their service under full course yellow. They're in lap when everybody else was going much more slowly.
Sebastian Buemi, he's looking racy all of a sudden. Itchy trigger foot, and looking to see whether or not again he can put the frighteners on Robert Schwartzman. It's not worked so far.
20 hours into the race, that's the top 3. The red Ferrari, the yellow Ferrari and the black Toyota. 4 hours of racing to go. If they were this close 2 hours into a standard WEC race, we'd think, oh, this is a great lead battle.
On the outside.
Buemi, has he got enough
heat?
He's
got it, he's got it.
Oh, does he stay there? Can he avoid running wide? He can. So he moves up in a second ahead of Robert Schwartzman. Now, I'm assuming they are all on soft tyres, but Buemi now, ahead of Schwartzman, his next target is the overall race leader in that red number 50 Ferrari, Antonio Fuoco. And here comes Schwartzman trying to pile the pressure on the Toyota.
Get in there, Seb. Go, go, baby.
And offset. Well, the rear gunner for the lead car, the 83 car, did a great job of holding off the Toyota for lap after lap after lap, but all of a sudden now it's to be the chaser.
I think that's absolutely unfair. They're not the rear gunner for anybody. That 83 car is out to win this for themselves. They're not part of the same team. And the tyres apparently are what let Robert Schwartzman down. I'm not sure how long they've been on the car, but we are within a lap or 2 of all of these top 3 heading into the pit lane. In fact, most of the top 10. So the 2 cars that are slightly off sync who recently stopped, number 2 and number 8, or number 2 and number 7 rather, the Cadillac with the blue nose and the number 7 Toyota. There's a great onboard view of that pass. And yeah, team liking that.
Unless my body clock is completely letting me down, I think Buemi's got to go another stint on these tyres. I'm not sure about the Ferraris, but I'm pretty certain that he was told he was going to do a triple, and he was in his first run with them. This is it the second or the third stint?
You are correct, yes. So that's the second stint. He's 10 laps into his second stint.
He was told he had to triple those tyres.
Schwartzman is on the 3rd. See, that's the difference. Schwartzman's on his 3rd stint already on his tyres. So they're already starting to drop down on him, and that's why he's struggling to keep the pace with the Toyota.
But it's again another one of these parts of the strategy that will pan out as you count back. Who's going to be on the tyres they can attack with in the final hour?
Yeah.
Well, Toyota and the 83 Ferrari are only a lap apart on tyre, aren't they? And so they will probably pit at the same time. And if there is fresh rubber in store, then again, this is where you need to have saved something behind the safety cars in the rain, using those wets. You need tyres in the locker. We talked about this all week long. 20 hours to stay on the lead lap, 4 hours to win this race. We're 7 minutes away from that, and the battle to win this race is already alive. Here's the entire LMP2 field coming in as well.
It's 1, 2, 3 on pit lane. 37 for Cool Racing, 183 for AF Corsa, and the 22 United Autosports car. Now it's a race on pit lane.
How many times has Francois Perraudot won this race as a driver? That might be something that we need to know in 4 hours. Sam Smith, get that stat ready for us. Cool Racing as well. Well, they're having a really strong run with the 37 car. 47 has been their problem child, but Matt Bell still at the wheel of it. It is still going. They've refused to concede. And here now is the car that cycles round to the lead of the race. Patrick Pilet, the local driver in the number 10 Vector Sport car, ahead of Clement Novalak by inches.
The answer, by the way, is once.
Only once.
And 3 other podium finishes, and he's not won in LMP2.
No, he's spent much more time in the GTE AM category in AF Corsa Ferraris. But hence AF Corsa running this car for him. They do in the European Le Mans Series, or the 183. There's last year's winners. How many years have we had back-to-back winners in LMP2?
I can't think we ever have.
I know.
I'm not sure we ever have. The only ones that may have done it is Alpine, but I think we may have had back-to-back from Alpine. Certainly 2 wins back in the old Formula for RML back in the day. Hello back at home, all the RML boys and girls.
Yeah. The fabulous Barker boys, but Patrick Pilet leading Clement Novalak. 2 French drivers, one in a British flagged team, Vector Sport, and one in a Polish flagged team. And not much to choose between them either, Peach, in terms of tyres, both on the only choice they have, which is the Goodyear medium, and only 4 laps older for the Vector Sport car. But that's not going to make much difference because they've already lost that initial bite. Now it's about driver belligerence here, isn't it? Either holding on or making your way through. This is exactly what we just saw in Hypercar with the Toyota and the yellow Ferrari.
The thing is, I think Pilet's got a lot of experience around here, obviously, and Clement Novalak is relatively new. He's still quite young, isn't he? So he's got a good sight ahead of him, Pilet, to look at the lines, to look at the braking points, and then to maybe pull out a pass into one of the chicanes.
Buemi in the pits now. He's the first of that top 3 to stop. He was a couple of percent lower on energy, but that's not enough to get you round this lap. It's not enough to get you round Spa. Might be enough to get you round Mallory Park, but I don't think that's entirely relevant. So I suspect 83 did not come in, but 51 has. Number 8 car has been reporting vibrations now with the panic for the number 7 car with that tyre letting go to puncture. Maybe they were just worried about that, but they believe they can turn the car around in the pit lane with full service faster than Ferrari.
Collado in the pits from 5th place, also in Will Stevens from 6th in the lead of the Hertz Team Jota cars. They're still in this if we get a caution at the end.
Here comes the number 38, so too number 8 on its way. So Sebastian Buemi comes in, goes back out. Now we'll wait for a moment or two for our Michelin screen to update itself to discover what they did do with tyres. And there's a change. Clement Novalak has gone by Patrick Pilet. We didn't see it happen, but there is a change for the lead. Last year's winners into Europol with 4 hours remaining in the race. And a mistake by Patrick Pilet into the Antonio Felix da Costa exit trench on the second part of the Indianapolis sequence. And Clement Novalak kept it clean and went through.
This is up for grabs in LMP2. Looking back, it is 1, 2, 3, 5 cars within 30 seconds. These 2 within a single second.
Yeah, top 6 covered by 28. So that is the battle in LMP2, unless, again, pit stop sequencing removes some and pushes others into that frame.
My apologies, it's 6 cars within the 30-second bracket. It's 5 cars within 20.
Riding on board with Sebastian Buemi, fresh out of the pits. And what does the graphic tell us? Where is he in terms of tyres? Did they put 4 new on? Did they do left sides only? Or has he still got the tyres that he had on before? Let's hear from the team.
Position 6, but it needs to cycle through. We need to push. We need to push.
Right, where am I? Who am I behind? He recognises that it's the Cadillac. may not recognise that it's the number 2 caddy. So, okay, where am I now? Where did we come back out? And who's that in front of me? I know who's behind me, because that's the sister car, number 7.
That's the car that's made the progress here, because that's far, far closer than it was before this pit stop cycle to the 8.
Phil Hansen leads for Hertz Team Jota in mighty 38, ahead of the number 2 caddy, Alex Palou, and then Toyota threatening 3rd and 4th, but ahead of all the other Ferraris.
38, I think, has just been in and out of the pit, so it is now Fuoco leading von Schwartzman from Esper. 6 seconds separates the 3. It's a warning flag for driver behaviour with car 8 to the 83. Fuoco on pit road. Every pit stop counts now. Every single one have to be inch perfect.
Yeah, Fuoco is in, Schwartzman is in, and Estre is in. The top 3 on the road, 50 Ferrari, 83 AF Corsa Ferrari, and 6 Porsche. And they were 6 seconds apart, 1st to 3rd. So driver change. It is Antonio Fuoco handing over to Miguel Molina. Look how much smoke is pouring off the abused front of the number 83 car. Now that's the car that's been having oil bomb top-ups, but that is more hot brakes than anything else.
That's very, very hot brakes.
You are allowed to have the, or you must have the fire extinguisher fireman in the pit lane when you're fueling. That is hot brakes. There may well be rubber debris there burning on the brakes. Teams ignore that, because as soon as you get rolling, it will go out. If your road car's brakes smoke like that, by the way, park immediately and summon help. For the racing car, much less of an issue. The Porsche heading out first. No, the Ferrari rather heading out first. The Porsche behind it.
Got out ahead of the 83.
Yep.
Cadillac cycle back round to the lead. Alex Palou is 1.8 seconds ahead of Kimi Kobayashi. Sebastian Buemi rather, with Kobayashi pretty equidistant behind.
This is a long stop for 83. This is not helping at all. 30 seconds covering all the lead group. They have called for a fire extinguisher. Well, it must be there anyway, so they've either discharged one or there was something wrong with it. Set the car going. That will put the fire out. Alex Palou leading for the number 2 Cadillac. So the number 2 caddy, the last pit stop 6 laps ago, 1 minute 29 seconds. Sebastian Buemi in and out in 1 minute 13. Kamui Kobayashi in and out in 1 minute 10. 1 minute 16 pit stop for James Calado's Ferrari, 1 minute 28 to take on Miguel Molina. So it's that difference between 1:13, 1:16 and 1:28, 1:29 that is the driver change element as well.
This is disastrous for the 83 car. Driver getting back out the car.
But why? What's going on?
I don't know. It's the fire's gone out. It's a further problem. Is this
a red car?
It's a red car.
Well, that'll be the end of the race for that car.
Green light is on.
Well, they're taking no chances there. And if the green light is on in the windscreen, we need to see. But that's a very, very disappointed driver walking away. Robert Schwartzman.
The gloves are going on. The intervention crew, they are concerned about electrical safety on that car.
Yeah, they're not washing up gloves. Those are to insulate the crew. And yeah, Toyota think it is all over for 83. If there's any suggestion this high voltage system is playing up, the car will go red. We're still not seeing inside the cockpit.
Trouble for, I think, Harry Tincknell at turn 1 as well, the 99 Proton car. Well, it throws another. It is indeed, 99 has stopped at pit exit. We've got the yellow flags, Marshall's post 1 and 2 to protect that car. This is the top 3 now. And all of a sudden, Ferrari, from having 3 cars in their armoury, down to 2. They're running at the moment 3rd and 4th, with James Calado ahead of Miguel Molina. And that came courtesy of that tyre change that meant they spent 12 seconds less on pit road.
Where's the green light? There's no green light.
There was a green light.
Okay.
They switched the car off. the green light was definitely there. There was no red light that I could see, but there was something happening in that incident that gave them enough concern to push the big red button.
Maybe the MGU, the front power motor unit, is what was smoking rather than the brakes, and that might well be just a total failure of that front hybrid drive, and that would be the end of the car, because it will not operate without the hybrid system.
It will. That one will. The LMH cars will.
Yes, you're right. The
LMDH don't.
Correct.
It's my understanding of it. Please correct me if I'm wrong, manufacturers out there. But that's, I'm afraid, is the end of a brilliant run from the 83 car, in the mix all the way through this motor race, and under 4 hours to go.
Four hours to go in the 2024 Le Mans 24 Hours. Is the race playing into the hands of Toyota? They currently run in second and third position, just 6 seconds behind the number 2 Cadillac. And that car, being driven by Alex Palou, is on a slightly different fuel strategy. And here's a position change. Number 7 coming by, that is Kamui Kobayashi, passing Sebastian Buemi, and there's the race leader. They are closing on the Cadillac, and Kobayashi is taking up the running ahead of Buemi.
I think if we get a replay of the start of this lap, you're going to see why that started to happen. Anthony Davidson told me he spotted. This is the smoky finish, I'm afraid, for the 83. Driver change was still going on, but smoking very heavily from the front end. We presume that, I think that is brakes, but whether or not they're actually, there was certainly there was a fire in the brake disc on the left-hand side. But what Anthony Davidson spotted with the Toyotas is coming onto the straight. Seb Buemi believed he was coming into a slow zone. He wasn't. It was a yellow flag zone, and hit the anchors. Kobayashi had to avoid him.
Wow. And that was nearly the second time the number 7 car has run into the back of somebody unexpectedly slowing.
Kamui now, big push, you need to get the Cadillac. Big push to the Cadillac now.
In morning warm-up yesterday, Nick de Vries was looking down and adjusting his dash in the Porsche curves, and a Lexus, a GT3 Lexus in front of him, checked up suddenly. He ran straight into the back of it. Imagine if that had happened in the race to these 2 Toyotas. 8 damaged in the back, 7 damaged in the front. And here, with the potential to be going 1-2 at the end of this race, boy oh boy, sometimes luck has to be on your side. They may have dodged a massive bullet there.
Toyota, both cars in this fight. Ferrari, both factory cars still in this fight. Caddy with the number 2 car trying to head for the hills with the Le Mans rookie at the wheel.
Look at your timing pylon on the left-hand side, all the way down to the number 38 Hertz Team Jota Porsche in 9th place. Those cars are covered by 1 minute and 26 seconds. That sounds like a lifetime. It's a third of a lap. And they're not all on the same strategy, they're not all on the same tyre life, they're not all on the same amount of fuel in the car. So this race is a 4-hour, 8-car arm wrestle for supremacy. And it's not all going to be down to who does the best job behind the wheel. Sometimes it's going to be down to who guesses the situation right. If rain arrives, if we get a slow zone, if we get a full course yellow, if David Addison triggers yet another safety car, any of those things could just tip the balance for or against. Last year's finish was a titanic battle between the 51 Ferrari and this car, the number 8 Toyota, and in the end, it was youthful Ria Hirakawa just pushing too much, maybe down at Arnage, dropping the car briefly off the road. That's what gave enough respite to the 51 Ferrari to be able to get clear and survive, not restarting properly in the pit lane. But again, it's that fortune for the 51 and the fact that the car did restart, despite it having an issue that they'd never encountered before at any stage running the car. It's those little gems of luck. that make the difference, because there is nothing in terms of performance or ability of any of those 8 cars that says, no, there's no chance they're going to win this. They could all win it.
Yeah, 250 laps now completed in the 2024 24 hours of Le Mans. It is Cadillac Racing lead Le Mans with Alex Palou. He's 5.6 seconds ahead of the 2-car train of Toyota Gazoo racing cars. The 7 from the 8, Kamui Kobayashi from Seb Buemi. They're separated by 3 seconds. A further 7 seconds to the first of the factory Ferraris. James Collado in the race win defending number 51 car. He's got 2.4 seconds ahead of the team car at the moment in the hands of Miguel Molina. Then it's the first of the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars that have been so dominant in terms of pace, but they've not been able to deliver it here this afternoon. 11 seconds back, 35 seconds further back, the first of the privately entered Hertz Team Jota cars. That's your top 7, and that's about a minute.
2, 7 and 5 are on a different fuel strategy to the rest of that top 8 group. The rest of them all came in effectively as one on the same lap because they are running as one. But 2 and 7, number 2 Caddy stopped a lap before the number 7 Toyota. That was forced in with a puncture, so it was immediately off the fuel window of car number 8. And the number 5 cars maybe another lap, maybe another 2 laps back. So there's going to be 2 little groups. The 4 in the middle and 2 at the top and 1 further back. As you rightly said, Graham, the Porsches are ranked up. You've got the Caddy out front. How many American overall winners have we had? How many Cadillac wins have we had at Le Mans? Well, I don't think there's ever been a Caddy outright winner. No. American car outright winner, American manufacturer,
last
Ford, in the 60s. And yeah, that will be the most recent. Then we got the 2 Toyotas, 2 factory Ferraris, and 3 of the 6 Porsches that started this race, all in the hunt. It's going to be a mighty, 4 of the 6 Porsches, I beg your pardon, 2 from Penske, 2 from Hertz Team Jota. It's going to be a mighty, mighty battle.
Unless you think that's the only drama here, it isn't, because the lead battle in LMP2 is 1.1 seconds. The lead battle in LMGT3 is 1 second between Maurice Schüring in the Monza-EMA Porsche and the Team WRT BMW. This is a magnificent motor race by anybody's standards. It's not just that I love endurance racing, it's great racing.
A little earlier yesterday we were saying, what's happening with LMP2? It's normally fireworks, and when there were very few cars in the top class, we always looked to them for an epic battle. They hadn't really produced it. Well, they'd been going about it a little under the radar because it had been so epic in the hypercar class, but the racing is just as close as ever. And you're right, 1.1 seconds into Europol ahead of Vector. EDEC in 3rd, United there in 4th place, 0.6 ahead of the Cool Racing car. As the Lamborghini hypercar comes through. By the way, hat tip to Lamborghini, that 19 car still running strongly. And so, incidentally, is the 11 Isotta. The Isotta in 15th place will soon pick up 14th as it goes by the stranded 83 Ferrari. And if that car gets to the end of the race, what a fantastic result for Gilles Duquesne's little team that runs the engineering program.
This is the car that led so long in LMGT3, the 92 Multi-Pure Racing team, down in 13th place, does not look like making it home. Both Lamborghinis are still running, both Peugeots are still running, the Isotta Fraschini is still running. They may not have had the ultimate pace, but they're learning with these packages, and they will be back, and they will be faster.
Yes, talking to the WRT team yesterday, one of the journalists was asking, why do you keep persisting with the number 20 car? Because we need data. It's a brand new car to WRT. Yes, the BMWs were running IMSA last year, but for them, it's all about the learning, and whether it's classified as a finisher or not. Again, we talked about this in the night, Rob Bell, the number 77 Proton Mustang. The team are now in that we refuse to be beaten by this race and this team.
Okay, Kamui, 4 laps to go. Next stop, driver change to Jose.
I try, but very easy to catch up Cadillac.
I tried, but didn't get much of that, I'm afraid.
I think he was just saying that the Cadillac was quick. He's trying his best. He's actually put a purple sector in sector 1 on this lap. So he's telling his guys, look, I'm trying, pedalling really hard. but actually Caddy's quick.
There is the leader in LMGT3, the orange and black Porsche, and there is the second place car, Augusto Farfus in Hunter Killer mode in the 31 BMW.
It's been anybody's race. Porsches have been very strong, but we've had the BMW coming back to it here, Rob. We've had the Lexus coming back. They're running third. We've had the McLarens running back. This is beginning to come of age, this LMGT3 class.
It is, but every time I've sort of looked at the screens, these two cars for the last little while have been ahead. And in fact, that Porsche has been so consistent throughout this race. And I would imagine Richard Leeds yet to get in that to finish off. And what a guy you'd want. So I still think it's advantage Porsche, but it's been an absolutely brilliant battle. And, you know, that's going to be the case till the very, very end, I'm sure.
You look back at the history of this race, even in the modern era, you'll see many races and classes with several laps gap between the leading cars and the cars composed of the podium. We were talking to Anthony Davidson about the 2014-2015 era, and even there, 2, 3, 4 laps in the context of the performance of the Isotta Fraschini, which has just gone a 6th lap down, and that is less than the gap that was between 2nd and 3rd back in 2014.
Yeah. These cars are so brutally reliable and efficient.
Copy, Seb. We don't expect much, but thanks for the info. Copy, Drizzle.
I guess newer tire in the drizzle is better. And if it rains after, would not approach much.
329s for the two leading cars. Alex Palou, 329.949. Kamui Kobayashi, a 329.366. Both of them fastest laps for that individual car. The gap, 5.8 seconds, 3 hours, 45 minutes to go.
It's brutal, cudgeling lappery, isn't it? Absolutely bludgeoning the other guy, trying to make him make a mistake. And again, hats off to Alex Palou with all the experience that Kamui Kobayashi and Sebastian Wemby can bring of this track and of their cars in this type of racing. For him just to be able to keep his head clean above water and still maintain that 6-second margin, it's a fantastic testament to his ability. And here again you see another battle in LMP2. United's 22 car inches ahead of the Cool Racing 37. Ryo Miyata all over the back of Nigel Segal, and still can't find any advantage, big or little.
Absolutely right. Cadillac with grand plans for their motorsport future, but if they manage to bring this one home, it will be by far the biggest motorsport result for that brand's history ever.
Well, Briggs Cunningham really started the ball rolling, but that was before Roger Penske ever had his first pole position here 61 years ago. Briggs Cunningham brought Cadillac with essentially slightly modified sedans and a thing called the Monster. Go and have a look at it. One of the most brutal devices ever to take to the track here at Le Mans. An extremely odd-looking 1950s thing. But you know, that was a whole different generation, 2 different, 3 different, 4 different generations of Cadillacs ago. They missed out on pole position. What a fairy tale it would be if the number 2 car came back after that shocking crash in Spa with redemption and finished on the top step of the podium. Those are the sorts of stories that sport produces. They're the sorts of stories that this sport produces and this race produces. There's no guarantee it's going to happen, but there are so many potential fairy tales waiting to be written here.
Well, the reality is, whoever wins this race is going to have earned it, because it's been one hell of a battle, medieval level battle. You're really wielding the big, big hammers, whether it's Cadillac, whether or not it's Toyota, whether or not it's Ferrari, whether or not Porsche can pull something out of the fire, or even Hertz Team Jota.
Ritomo Miyata getting alongside Nolan Segal. I'm sorry, I said Nigel, no, tired man. Alongside Nolan Segal, just getting a bit of an overlap, and then it couldn't happen. And Rob Bell, when you do that, when you commit to something that doesn't work, often you're worse off than if you hadn't tried. But every time you try, every time you show yourself in the mirror alongside or coming alongside, you just sow another little seed of doubt in the driver in front.
Fastest lap of the race goes to Alex Palou. extraordinary lap. 253, a 3:28.93. Apologies, Rob, I cut across you there. It's not quite matched, but it's the fastest lap of its race, Kamui Kobayashi, as these two are just trading blow for blow.
They are, and actually they're on a very, very similar strategy, so they're just coming towards the end of their stint, or not, just after half of their stint on soft tyres, and the soft tyres were new at the beginning. So actually both of those cars at this time of day are absolutely flying, and you can see why. But going back to your point about overtaking, and if you come across a car, you're right, if you stick the nose in and it's sort of a half-hearted move where you don't quite pull it off, actually it's quite bad for you, you lose momentum, but you are actually giving this signal to the car in front that, you know, I'm here and I'm sniffing and I'm going to stick my nose in, so I'm coming through.
Yeah, Vitter, sustainable leader from Michelin Motors.
Fantastic battle here. Nolan Siegel in 4th place. The number 22 United Autosports car. Ryo Miyata behind him in the 37 Cool Racing entry in 5th place. Both these cars have been at the top of the pile. They're not quite on the same fuel strategy as 34 and 10. And then Job van Uyt at 16 seconds behind the leaders, and he's again on a very slightly different strategy. But look, Siegel, Miyata, and then 10 seconds behind them, Nico Varoni in 183. That car was up in the top 2 before it stopped as well, and it leads Pro-Am from the car that started on pole, the number 14 car, Louis Delatraz, and Rennie Binder in 33. That's the 3rd car in Pro-Am. Back to the leaders. Cadillac leads Toyota at Le Mans. I'm saying again, Cadillac leads Toyota at Le Mans.
But Kamui Kobayashi is coming back at Alex Palou with what looks like could be an extraordinary lap. He's gone purple in Sector 1. He's taken half a tenth out of Palou in a very quick Sector 2, the quickest for him in the final sector now on lap 254. We're closing in on 3.5 hours to go. Here are the two still battling. Ferrari's trying to get back towards the two Toyotas that are now both ahead of them, and the Cadillac ahead of that.
And James Collado being flashed by Miguel Molina. There'll be lots and lots of radio traffic between the two drivers and their respective engineers. Let me by, I'm quicker. Of course, Collado doesn't want to in case the positions never change at the line, but he will save fuel getting a tow from the 50.
Both Ferraris, by the way, track limits on the middle sector, so matching the lines lap for lap, sector for sector. Let's have a quick listen in to what's going on with Ferrari.
Let me go. Look, it's entirely sensible. I know you don't want to give it away, but there's 3.5 hours out with, and how quick is that clock moving now, suddenly after being stopped all night long nearly. 3.5 hours to go. You don't want to let him go by, but if he is genuinely faster, first of all, you're possibly denying Ferrari a win. Secondly, you're not helping yourself. Alex Palou will stay in, fuel only this stop for the race leader.
And a new fastest lap of the race goes to Kamui Kobayashi as he sweeps through into the lead. 3:28.756.
Wow. And that is on Palou's in-lap. Palou was not quite the fastest car on the track on his in-lap, but Kamui Kobayashi is now the fastest car. For the 50 and 51 Ferrari, let the 50 go by, sit behind him, save energy, use his tow, use his speed to improve your speed. Work together. You're going to be better working together. Look how Toyota are working together. You know, they're sitting in the tow, pulling each other along. Two cars together, Rob, will go quicker than one on its own.
Yeah, absolutely. And the point here is both of these drivers are paid by a manufacturer. You know, it's not about you, it's not about the driver in this instance. We all want to win Le Mans, but it's not about you. So actually, you've got to do the right thing for the team.
So have they swapped? I think they have. Look, there's the 51 car pulling over to one side down the straight. It did swap. 50 goes through. So it didn't take them long. It took them under a lap to make that call. Now, the radio message was possibly second, third or fourth or fifth or sixth of that traffic, but certainly Ferrari want to win this race, Toyota want to win this race, Porsche want to win this race, Cadillac want to win this race. Caddy's got one dog in the fight. If you've got more than one, then you can well use them.
I think what's persuading them to do this is the pace at the moment of Kamui Kobayashi. He's gone purple again in the first sector. He's pouring on the pressure right now. So we'll listen to what's going on with James Collado.
Time is gone. Time is gone. I'm trying.
Well, the number 50 car, Miguel Molina. Molina only took the car over half a dozen laps ago, and he's on fresh softs, whereas James Collado has been on these since a week last Wednesday, in his opinion. How many laps has he done on that soft set?
Well, he's only a stint and a half in, so actually I'd expected him to do another stint after this.
Well, I wonder now if what limited track temperature we've got is now pushing up out of the window where the soft is really the call, and we're going back to where we were at the start of the race, potentially onto mediums. And then the question is, the medium has been the tyre that, at minimum, that you've wanted to run apart from night time. Who's got what mediums left, and how soon can you beg and borrow and steal a set of mediums from your team to get onto the car without being in danger of running out at the end? So it's all about tyre management, energy management, traffic management, managing the expectations of the teams and drivers, controlling their sometimes rampant emotions. Just slow down, let's take another look at this is what we're going to do, we're back on planet. Track temperature 18 degrees. I mean, we're just easing from soft into middle of, lower part of the medium temperature range.
But maybe if just James can hang on for a bit here, and then the next stop they go on to mediums, actually they could almost finish the race on the medium on that set.
How many laps does he have to do? How many has he done so far in 51?
He's on lap 7 of 8 of this stint.
4 more to do after this.
Correct.
4 more to do after this. So the number 2 car, there was no tyre change for the number 2 car of Alex Palou, the earlier leader. 38, the last car in this battle, mighty 38, Phil Hansen being warned about track limits as well. That's a final public warning, and 2 Toyota products came in together, the Lexus and the number 7 car. So as we assumed, within a lap, number 2, number 7 pitting together. So Kamui Kobayashi handing over to Jose Maria Lopez. And again for Lopez, what a strange season this would be. Moved out of this car, which he drove last year, Nick de Vries put in. He's been the standard bearer, the talisman in the Akodis ASP Lexus team. Because of an injury to Mike Conway, he's back in the number 7 car. Imagine if your only race of the year for your old team,
absolutely
or
right,
with your old teammates, was a win at Le Mans. I mean, another fairy story just waiting to be written.
There absolutely are storylines galore that could come from this, and they're all good, all of them. It's an epic race from Toyota. It's a fantastic race from Cadillac. What a stint from Alex Palou.
Well, in contrast to, for instance, the 1970 race, which was horrendous weather in appalling conditions, never stopped, never safety cars, but every car was probably several laps away from the next car ahead and astern. In all of our classes, these cars are relentlessly close. They're as close probably now as they were at the end of 3 hours, and we've barely got 3 hours left to go, and it's not a 6-hour race. There's been 18 hours in between, and again, as we say so often, unless you throw it at the barriers or hit something, these cars just keep going. More rain just hovering over the circuit, very little bits. Let's look over to the left-hand side. That's the danger. That big blue blob, 12:30 local time, and we need to keep dry until 4 p.m. But do we? I mean, I don't know what happens if it rains. Nobody knows. That's the great unknown, unfortunately. So if it comes, it comes. If it misses us, it misses us. Either way, I think this race is going to be an epic finish.
Thoroughly enjoyable, engaging and engrossing Le Mans in 2024.
Well, wherever you are, however much or probably little sleep you've had, and I'm sure there'll be an awful lot of people who at 3 a.m. have gone, I just need to get some rest for a couple of hours, like the rest of us. This is definitely worth watching to the end. If you've never seen a Le Mans 24-hour race before and you've got no idea what's happening, because it's not as simple to follow as Formula One, where you see the Dutch guy and you just watch him win. This is a whole different way of going racing, where cars are much more even and many more people actually have a chance of winning. It takes a long time to get there, but oh boy, when you start to get this drug, it's very hard for it to leave your body.
Let's make it clear, a Dutch guy could still win, but he'll have 2 other guys with him. So we'll listen in to Coach Team Jota.
Nice one, keep pushing, mate, keep pushing. 4 laps to go.
Yeah, they've got Will Stevens trying to get onto terms with Alex Palou and trying to get on the back of this group. Drive-through penalty, meanwhile, for car 92. That's the delayed Martin Pure Racing team out of the top 10, and that's not going to help their push. Seb Buemi leads the race by 6.3 seconds from Miguel Molina. James Calado is dropping back from this battle.
And away from the leaders, fastest race lap of all for the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport Porsche 963, Michael Christensen. So again, he is in that lead battle. 1 minute and 20 seconds, cover those top 9 cars. And look at this, 4 seconds covering the top 3 in LMP2. Cool Racing, United and AF Corsa, the Pro-Am leaders. Now again, you've got these guys who were 4th and 5th earlier on, and they are now the leaders. Ritumo Miata leads Nolan Siegel, but as they then need their fuel stops, the guys who have just stopped, literally just stopped, who were in front of them, will pop back up. It won't necessarily be this lap, but it will happen.
It's Vector Sport into Europol E-Deck Sport in the opposite order. One strategy level against Cool Racing, United Autosports and AF Corsa, and who knows what's going to happen. We've been green for a long time now.
Up, yellow.
Medium.
Yellow side, actually, no, that's the Michelin logo. Is that a white? Is that white band? That's a white band. That's soft, those are mediums. Okay. Yeah. So, flip a coin. So, both sets in the 51 garage, so they do have softs. But again, the teams and the drivers will know what is going to work best at these track temperatures. And it's not likely, I mean, look at the sky. Where's the clear blue? Where's the sunshine? When I came out of my caravan a little earlier on, there was actually sunshine. I could feel some warmth in the air, or from the sun, but that's long gone. We've had spots of rain, and there is potential for more to come. So I don't think it's going to get to be a hot racetrack. So there is potential maybe that a soft will last. Will James Calado like having a soft on? I'm not sure that he'll be entirely keenly disposed to do another double stint on softs that have already gone away halfway through this double.
Well, after your sentence, I'm glad they haven't got any hard compound tyres to use. But yeah, look, I think in this instance, this is down to the drivers. This is a driver's call because you've got the feeling in the car. And often on the softs, yes, you can do a lap time, but you feel it moving underneath you and it spooks you a little bit. It's not a nice feeling. So they'll go with the driver's feel on this.
Alessandro Pierguidi suiting up, and you just saw their teammate watching. So Antonio Giovinazzi, it's out of his hands at the moment.
Keep in mind you need to protect the front right. We need to protect the front right.
So we are therefore learning from that message, Rob, that the soft tyre is starting to get to the extreme edge of its operating window.
So what the engineers will be looking at there is screens telling them what tyre temps are. Tyres temps and tyre pressures. So if they see that the tyre temp of that front right is just rising a bit too much, that could lead to excess tyre wear, and that tyre will then die very, very quickly. So they're just reminding the driver, look, don't overload it, look after it, and towards the end of the race or end of the stint, it'll look after you.
Yeah, hello to Gary Critcher watching in Nairobi in Kenya. I think you've probably got a little bit more sunshine than we have here. Could you hustle some over? It could be an entertaining end to the race with Toyota being chased by 2 Ferraris. Last year's race winner in 3rd place, the car that finished 2nd, currently is our race leader. But again, the fuel strategies are slightly different. The 31 BMW that now has just stopped. Augusto Farfus down to 3rd in the LMGT3 field. That's the red and white striped BMW there. Manthey EMA, Maurice Schuring back to the top of the pile, and Dennis Olsen stopping the 88 Proton competition Mustang on this lap for its most recent service. Glad to see that the turquoise 77 car is still going, despite losing nearly 3 hours having a steering rack changed and then getting nerfed off the track by an LMP2 car that caused more damage. It may not be classified as a finisher, but the team are in that belligerent frame of mind where they're damn well going to get it to the flag no matter what else happens. They don't care. It's just not going to let them down.
7 seconds ahead is the leader.
Wow, 3 laps and 7 seconds ahead is the leader. So there's the message to Miguel Molina. David Addison, so far, a little bit of green flag running. The track is dry but chilly. The air outside isn't exactly encouraging a lot of warmth, is it? I know it's sort of slightly foggy in our commentary booth, but outside it's a very different proposition. It's not been the most benevolent of weather forecasts for the last 2 days.
But there is in the air a kind of air of electricity now, because everybody knows that this is going to, you made the point, it's going to come down to the wire. You have Toyota versus the 2 Ferraris. You've got Lawrence Vanthoor, best of the rest in number 6 Porsche, doing his level best to stay in that battle. And if the weather conditions change, then who knows? And there is yet more rain forecast. But we've said this over the course of the last 20 hours. All the forecasts that we've had since we got here have been wrong or not been strictly as predicted. It's changed on a daily basis.
Yeah, but also during the race, the time span when the rain arrives and how long it's going to last has changed as well. What we're seeing from the radar is not light showers coming. What we're seeing from the radar is the sort of rain that brought out the stupendously long safety car that you left me with and trotted off to bed.
Yes, did you enjoy it?
I loved every moment of it.
I was thinking of you.
Unfortunately, you weren't.
Briefly.
You were thinking of Z, 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 and Z. Unfortunately for the poor audience, it did get a little bit off the rails, but it was the middle of the night here in Europe, and that's. I know it's prime time in a lot of zones, which is why we're so delighted that in the modern era we're able to cover the entire race instead of all the cameras going off at night and everybody trucking off and then coming back and see if there's anything left running. Those were the old days. That happened in Group C. Now though, everything is still running. And genuinely, Rob Bell, unless the driver's thrown it very, very hard at another car or with equal determination into the scenery, the car will still be running after 24 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just an evolution with the cars the way they are. They get tested so often. All components have been evolved over the years to just be that bit more reliable, and yeah, we're seeing it now. You just got to look at the racing, and we still got top 10 cars on the lead lap in hypercar, and similar in GT3.
Up 0.6 this lap, gap 7.7. Great job.
Very big vibration.
Well, I think he is probably due to. Is he due to bin those tyres, or is that? I don't think it's the first stint on those tyres, is it? So Sebastian Buemi will pit this lap, and there is the Manthey EMA GT3 leader in the pits as well. So Cool Racing in the pit lane, United Autosports in the pit lane, AF Corsa in the pit lane. That's the top 3 in LMP3. So this battle is soon going to be pushed back up the order. See 37, 22 and 183 in the pit lane. 51 is in as well as the 8 car. I wondered on that energy graphic that we saw whether or not they'd make it through. He's got, all right, the fuel's already, or the energy's already recovering. I wondered if he was going to go another lap, but clearly James Collado, as he gets out the car to hand over to Alessandro Pierguidi, had enough of those tyres. And if you're losing time on them, Rob, then there's no point persevering. This is not the time to stick to plan A if it's costing you time. Softs on the Porsche, there were softs on the Ferrari. We saw in the garage a soft set and a medium set ready to go. So it's going to be interesting to see who does what.
Yeah, I think I saw the mediums being lined up to be put on that Ferrari.
Oil bomb as well as fuel going into the Porsche. And those are the tired softs coming off, and a yellow sidewall is the medium. Rain reported at Mulsanne. Have they gone the right way for the lap coming in? And will it become the wrong way as they come out of the pit lane?
As we've seen in this race so far, that could be a decisive factor.
Porsche came out ahead, went in behind, so the number 6 Porsche has come out ahead of the 51 Ferrari. It was not in that position when they stopped. And that's the difference between a driver change and a tyre change and fuel only.
And Kevin Asher was saying earlier on that there was movement from the back of the car. Not that the tyres were an issue per se, but the car had movement in it and he wasn't comfortable with it. If they can dial that out, then you can unleash the Kevin Estre we know and love.
The problem is they can't. We saw the amount of movement it had at the back in qualifying. That's what he loved then, but it's not great in a race car. Number 6, Kevin Escher. 1 minute 16 on the pit lane, fuel only stop. Behind him in the background, the 51 Ferrari, 1 minute 29, fuel, new tyres, full service driver change. So that's the 13-second gap that dropped the car that James Calado there, furiously rehydrating, had over the number 6 Porsche. And of course he's going to lose much more time now because the Porsche came out on hot tyres. The 51 Ferraris are stone cold. There are no tyre warmers here, unlike Formula 1, which is not supposed to have tyre warmers this year either in the great scheme of things, but they decided otherwise. So Calado is going to lose much more time on the outlap because there is no grip for the car. So, and in these cold conditions, that heat up is going to be tough. Puncture for the number 7 Toyota.
Front right slow puncture, front right slow puncture. Pressure is still okay.
Race leader is in, Sebastian Buemi. Number 7 is following him as well. Pressure is still okay, which means don't carry on, but press on, and you don't have to slow down to get back to the pit lane. But that is the second puncture for the number 7 Toyota in, well, it feels like half an hour, probably is half an hour. Driver change for 8, taking on Brendan Hartley. Oh boy, another twist in the tail.
Now, why is it happening to 7 and not 8? What are they doing differently that makes 7 more prevalent to punctures than 8?
I don't know, but Buemi did twice report vibration in the number 8 car. It might have been pickup, it might have been something else. They didn't come back and say, yeah, low pressure warning lights on or something. He would have seen that anyway. But that cycles Miguel Molina's Ferrari back to the top of the pile. That car still on soft rubber. What's going on the Toyota? White sidewalls there. It was on softs. White sidewalls, it remains on softs. Now, temperature-wise, the track seems, for Ferrari at least, to be going away from the soft, but if there is misty drizzle coming, the softer tyre, which will retain its heat longer, might be a great call. It might also be, actually, that the Toyota's just a fraction more gentle on its tyre than the Ferrari, and as a result, can live with it just a little bit longer.
The new set of softs going on that car, number 7, so they've had to pit, didn't want to, but had to, and just replacing like-for-like soft set going on.
Will Stevens out, Callum Ilott back in to the number 12 car, and what a story that car has had. Crashed after qualifying on Wednesday, and then rebuilt from a brand new bare shell in a day and a half.
Okay, possible drops in Porsche curves as well, more on karting. Possible drops of rain in karting.
Callum Ilott looks to be Mark Webber, not ideal height, doesn't he? When you see Will Stevens get out, Will Stevens is Formula 1 driver size, isn't he? A jockey-sized driver. Callum Ilott is he's not exactly what you would call a big unit, but he's long and thin. But he is long and thin, and so adapting a car where you can't move the seat, the steering wheel, or the pedals to 2 different drivers with maybe getting on for a foot in height between them is never easy. Spots of rain on the screen of the 50 Ferrari, and he squirreled it across the curbs. Don't do that.
That was down at the Ford chicane, but he survived the moment. Not too much time lost as a legacy of that, but it just shows how hard everybody now is pushing. We might have done 20 hours and 42 minutes, but they're still pushing as hard as ever, if not harder now, because they can see the big prize getting closer.
Well, yes, it's not some mythical thing that will happen tomorrow, is it? Which they've been focused on for the last 12 months since the sister car won this race. It is something that is you can almost taste now. You can almost taste it. It is tantalizingly close, and yet, as we've seen so many times over recent years, can be so despairingly far away too.
And it's one of those bittersweet moments when you see your sister car win. You're like, oh, that's oh, well done, lads. Great.
So happy for you.
So happy for you.
Would it almost be better to see another car from another manufacturer win rather than it could have been me?
You can't say that. You can't say it out loud.
It's like attending somebody else's wedding or watching your ex getting married. You know, it's somewhere in there. Should have been me. Thelma Houston. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. The leader is on pit lane. Coming in as well will be the 38 Hertz team, Jota Porsche. That is still in the frame. And again, as the pit stop has cycled through, that's come from 8th up to 3rd, now goes back into the pit lane. Halfway through the stint, popping up to the top will be the number 2 Cadillac, and having just stopped 8, 6, 51, 7, 12, 5, 94, 63, of whom how many are still on the lead lap? Yeah, Christensen in the 5 Porsche is the last of the cars on the lead lap, and again, just over 2 minutes behind the leader, and that's half a lap around here.
This will be a quick stop for Molina. They're not changing tyres, and that was the first stint, previously the first stint on tyres. So this could be going into his second stint on soft. So actually, from what we've seen, he's going to have to look after them.
Yes, because Collado was complaining midway through the second stint on his last set of softs that they were going, or they had gone, I've got nothing left. So Miguel Molina, has he been able to nurse these tyres? It's a strange kind of duopoly here. You've got to look after the tyres for 2 long stints of this track, so an hour and a half of hard-ball racing, and try and beat all the other guys in terms of outright pace. We've seen fastest race laps, not just from individual cars, but fastest laps of the race in the last 30 minutes in this battle, this titanic hypercar battle for supremacy. So here's Alex Palou, and halfway through his fuel stint. Let's hear from Toyota Gazoo Racing about that punctured tyre.
What's going on with all these punctures, mate?
There was a hole in the thread, there was a puncture.
Yeah, and the question there is, and this is particularly relevant to the number 7 car, which was taken out of a race where it could potentially have won the championship with a tyre warning light that came on, and a low pressure warning light was reported in the garage. And so Jose Maria Lopez is going, what's the deal with this? Have we got a faulty sensor, is the question, basically. And the answer is, no, there was a hole in the tyre, so the sensor is A-OK. But stay off the curbs, don't lock up, try and not... The problem with the curbs is that, A, they're sharp-edged, and B, that's where debris hides. Same with the gravel traps. Debris hides in the gravel. That's where it gets brushed off to. Well, let's catch up with the Ferrari team and our reporter, Louise Beckett.
James Collado is watching on as the 51 is out on the track. It's been a tough Le Mans.
Yeah, like the hardest one I've done, for sure. With the conditions, it's really caught our car out big time, because we never lucked in with the slow zones or the safety cars, so you know, sometimes you win them, sometimes you don't, but we're waiting for our first one where we can benefit a bit of time back. So car's quick, I mean, the pace is good enough to win. We just haven't been in the right place at the right time, and it's just unfortunate, but I mean, 3 hours to go, anything can happen. We're risking everything, trying different things to try and get back up there, but it's not proven easy.
Tell us about tyres, because we've just seen some wets being ruled out. You look into them, we just don't know at the moment. Tyre wear is clearly an issue.
Yeah, I mean, there's wet, soft, medium, and the soft works when it's cold and wet, and a bit damp. The wet, obviously, when it's surface water. Medium is the quicker tyre by a long way. You just need to be able to get the temperature in, so the outlaps and just trying to generate enough temperature is a tough thing. So it's a gamble, really. We're on medium now, and it's just started to rain, so another bit of bad luck, but what can you do?
Finally, we were just talking about safety car and the toll it has on a driver. Everyone thinks, okay, you're behind the safety car, but what does that mean?
You get so bored. I mean, 40 minutes doing 60 kph, I mean, I don't feel like I'm racing Le Mans. I feel like I'm on my drive home back to the UK. I need to change it or do something, because it's too much.
Thank you.
So James Collado then saying he's still pushing, they're still trying to be creative on the strategy, but there aren't many options left now.
40 minutes? Pa! Let's try 4 hours. Actually, Jean-Eric Vergne, we heard during the middle of the safety car on the radio to his driver, saying he was so bored that he was asking, like, play me 3 seconds of music and let me guess what it is. He wanted to play Beat the Intro on team radio. He said, I am falling asleep here. I mean, it's 3 or 4 in the morning. No wonder he was falling asleep. But yeah, he was just desperate for something to happen.
And we had other drivers that we heard from the onboard during the course of that marathon safety car period this morning, saying, right, just tell me what's going on in the race. So where am I? Where is the opposition? Because, yeah, partly they want to know for the restart, but also they almost want some company, don't they? They're in the car, they're on their own, and it was such a long slog. So, 3 hours and 11 minutes remain, and the race-leading car is the Cadillac number 2 of Alex Palou from Miguel Molina, and then Brendan Hartley in 3rd place. Lamborghini's still going. They might not be the quickest of cars, but history is set to be made with a Lamborghini as a classified finisher.
Or possibly 2 Lamborghinis, because 19 and 63 are both going. So
or possibly
60,
4 because of the Arn Dames and the Arn Links entries.
Well, that's a very valid point, yes. But in the top class, Lamborghini have never had a car before. They entered 2, maybe more in hope than anticipation. But 63 and 19 are both still going. Again, during the middle of the safety car period when it was raining buckets, the cool air ducting that comes from the top of the car and a little tube, corrugated tube, comes down into drivers. You can see quite clearly water running down it and dripping onto Romain Grosjean's leg, which is not comfortable, getting wet while you're having cold rain dripping on you while you're in the car. But also, of course, Rob, so many electrical systems in the car, you actually really must avoid having water hosing itself into the middle of the car. So that's something that we'll have to look at. In the end, I think Grosjean found something to stick in the tube to stop it dripping. I don't know what he had in there, like a sock or so, who knows, but something stuffed in the tube to stop it dripping on the dash, the electrics, the systems and everything else.
Yeah, we all carry socks, just a spare pair of socks while we're in there, just for that very reason.
I know, I mean, I can't
but
imagine what on earth he found in the car.
Yeah, water in car is not good.
No.
Yeah, definitely, unless it's your drink spot.
Now, speaking of electrics, number 83 Ferrari report now, it was a total electrical blackout. So everything went off with all that smoke from possibly the MGU, something in the hybrid regen system, something, but a total electrical blackout. The green light was still on in the cockpit, which suggests that the system was safe, but suggesting that the system is safe when you've got umpteen thousand volts potentially running through people is not enough. So that's why the decision was taken immediately. We don't know what's going on. Okay, isolate it and leave it. It's got to be. Yeah. It can't be used again. So, really bitter disappointment for the 83 car, but that is the reason. Total electrical blackout.
And it had looked so strong yesterday evening. It was really impressive, that 83 Ferrari. So it's another one for the marker of doom. And of course, there might be a concern, Rob, also from AF Corse to think, well, if that can happen to one Ferrari, it could happen to another or 2 more. And the hopes are pinned on the factory badged cars, but the same issue could occur.
That is often the thought process. You know, you have a problem in one of your cars on track, whatever it might be, engine, anything, and your thought process, oh, hang on a minute, we need to do our best to check the other. So I would imagine the engineers from the other 2 cars were on high alert and watching that parameter on their screen.
Of course, last year we had the situation towards the end of the race where the 51 car that was leading failed to restart, and an hour later failed to restart again within the final hour of the race. Never happened before, never happened to the 50 car in the race, never happened again. It was an error that they'd never experienced in the 48-volt system rather than the electrical charging system. So it was, you know, another one of those CAN bus things, but it had never happened in testing, and they've never seen it again. But they have adjusted the electrics and the electronics in the car, which they're free to do because those aren't homologated, unlike sort of engine, transmission, suspension, bodywork, and so on. So they've isolated the issue and tried to make sure that won't happen again. And they will undoubtedly take the 83 car back to Maranello and forensically examine it and try and figure out what went wrong, how and why.
Having said all of that, they check it, but actually at this point in the race, even if they know it could go wrong, you can't box to fix it.
No.
Previous lap, you 32.6, Ferrari 32.1. Keep pushing, keep pushing.
It's Alex Palou being given the hurry up because everyone can see on their timing screens in the pit bunkers that that gap is coming down a little, and now is not the time to have it coming down by anything.
Yeah, Brendan Hartley just half a second quick. Miguel Molina rather, just half a second quicker on that last lap. Brendan Hartley 19 seconds behind the leader, and just lost his last lap for track limits of 3:32.9, 3:32.1 for Miguel Molina in the 50 Ferrari in second, and 3:32.6 for Alex Palou in the number 2 Caddy that leads. So a half-second spread over those 3 cars, and again just shows how relentlessly efficient the cars are being operated, because half a second difference around 13.6 kilometers, it's exactly what the cars were designed to produce, is the same pace around this track. This is what the whole of LMH, LMDH and that whole hybrid package, the way that they govern it, the way that they manage it, the FIA and the ACO, is to have all these cars with the same potential. And boy, every one here of the tried and tested cars has produced that. The newer machines, the revised Peugeot, the new Lamborghini, they're not there yet. But give them a year, and I think they very probably will. I don't see Iron Lynx not getting the Lamborghini up in amongst it, and what a great story that will be. And hopefully the Peugeot will come good as well. It's got what they believe it needs now, but again, they've got to learn how to operate it, and this goes a long way towards that. 24 hours relentlessly trying stuff. It's not the ideal test bed, but that's what the race was designed as, a test bed, and it remains so.
And you've got some of the manufacturers, even though it wasn't necessarily with this car, but like Toyota, that has got so much recent experience, they know what they're doing in terms of running a car here or developing a car for sports car racing, whereas other manufacturers are still playing catch-up in those 2 respects.
That is 100% Toyota's advantage here. The car's not quicker, it's not better, but they know it best, and that is the ace in the hole. And of course, you can go back any number of years and watch Toyota operate these cars. If you want to see a little bit more behind the scenes of what goes on, I can't recommend the WEC's Full Access series enough. That's on the WEC YouTube site. Full Access, take a look back at the programs this year and last year. Gives you a lot of information. See how the teams and drivers react to scenarios that are happening, and behind the scenes stuff as well, little interviews and cameos. You learn a lot more about the teams and the drivers, a lot more about how the racing happens and how these races are won and lost.
And there's so much that goes on. I mean, every team, I think we said this near the start of the race, but every team really could have a book written about its Le Mans weekend, because there are highs and there are lows, even for the successful teams. Barely is it totally plain sailing. Game on here, look. Porsche versus Ferrari heading down towards us, so trying to wriggle through the traffic. You've got this battle between Kevin Estre and Alessandro Pierguidi. On board with Pierguidi, Estre just staying ahead, and this, remember, is for 4th and 5th places.
No love lost here, because Kevin Estre and Alessandro Pierguidi in GT Pro over the years, Estre for Porsche, Pierguidi for Ferrari, have battled for championships. They've both won. But in the final year of GTE Pro, the Porsche duo, Kevin Estre and Michael Christensen, were denied after a clash at the final race in the dying stages, and Alessandro Pierguidi and James Calado went on to win the title. So there's a lot of history, and again, these hypercar programs, both Porsche and Ferrari, promoted their GT driving talent into it. So if you're a young driver in a GT3 car, if you're good enough and make yourself known enough, you could be in this battle as well. Now look at the difference here. Estre on softs, Pierguidi on hards. They're a stint newer, but it's a different tyre, and is that now making the difference as Pierguidi got more under him with the medium than Estre has with a tired soft?
Yeah, well, listening to what James Calado had said there in the interview just before, his medium tyres, he felt they were the quickest tyre if you could switch them on. So I think what we're seeing here is the temperatures coming up, track temps coming up to the point where they're just about working the medium, and that could be the best tyre to be on in the drive for the rest of the race.
2 to 3 seconds faster than anyone the last lap.
Estre made a small mistake going through Indianapolis. That allowed Pierguidi to make the run on him down towards Arnage. That Porsche is not as quick as the Ferrari, but it's very wide.
I guarantee there was a radio message going, he hit me, he hit me. Yeah, we saw it, Kevin. Yeah, here comes the Ferrari. He's got a run on Est. And a little bit of afters, and here we go again.
Back on the inside goes Est. He had the line for the corner. As I say, that might not be the quicker of the two cars, but Kevin Est has mega racecraft, and he is not going to give this up without a fight. He's also got that McLaren to sweep round the outside of. Job done. Ferrari goes through as well. Pierre Guidi determined not to lose any time at all, and they're absolutely on the limit here.
Fabulous racing, Rob Bell. Two super professional drivers right at the top of their game. And again, the reactions of their teammates in these situations are just so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, even Saturday, I know both of them very well, and it's just drawing breath every time you see them. The way they pass the McLaren, they're just millimetres in it, and they look like they touched the lap before as well. They are going for it.
Yeah, because in the end, this might end up being the battle for gold, for victory.
Yeah.
You know, it's just as easily as the guys in the top three, because they're on a slightly different fuel strategy, however the fortune falls. Again, look, Pierre Guidi all over the back of Est. Est just lacking traction, it seems to me. He's not getting off the corners, and Arnage was the classic example. You know, you lose more in a slow corner than you'll ever gain in a quick one. So out of the chicanes, out of Mulsanne corner, maybe out of Arnage, is it that the Ferrari's got that little bit more advantage? Don't forget that over 190 kph, which is out of most of these corners, the Ferrari's hybrid is driving the front wheel as well, so it's giving him a different sort of accelerative performance to the hybrid in the Porsche that's driving the rear only. But here he comes. He's going to be on the racing line, on the clean bit of the track, cuts across the nose of Kevin Est, and Sergio Pierre Guidi moves up to fourth.
Yeah, I think that's just a stint and a half old tyres, soft tyres on Kevin Estre compared to relatively 5-lap-old new medium tyres on Pierre Guidi. I think that's the difference between the two.
Yeah.
But the Ferrari has looked quicker than that Porsche for the bulk of the race, and Pierre Guidi having gone ahead, you can anticipate will start to stretch that margin, because the Porsche has been, to use that dreadful phrase, there or thereabouts, but it's never been a standout car through the race.
Well, Pierre Guidi has to stretch it out, because before you came on, David, Rob will remember when 51 was in front of 50, and 50 was waved by because it was lapping quicker. Where's 50? Well, it's not right in front of 51 right now. Now, I know there's the fuel strategy and yada, 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 but it's two cars up the road. So if the 51 team want to claim this double Le Mans victory after winning last year, then, boy, they better be ahead of their own teammates as well as everybody else. The truest fact here, as in any other form of racing, is if you don't beat your teammate, you're not going to win. So they are equally their enemy as any other manufacturer's car. Sweeping down towards Indianapolis, flying, not quite flying over the kink. Here comes the battle for fourth place in Hypercar, going by that yellow 44 Proton Competition Mustang. That's now back up to sixth position in the GT3 category. GT3 being led by Manthey EMA, Maurice Schuring 2 whole seconds ahead of the Team WRT BMW of Augusto Farfus, and he's a minute ahead of Dennis Olsen, who lies in third place. Well, look at this. Oh, if there wasn't contact there, that's phenomenally close. And here again, Rob, that looked like there was just the tiniest of touches.
Very small contact, very small, but the two of them are lucky. I mean, we've seen it in this race already. The smallest amount of contact at that high speed can end in a big mess. So they got away with that one, I think.
Yep. Look at the way the two cars handle differently through the chicane. They're Fred Mako and Andre Lotterer. Little share of thoughts there. Yeah, it's going to be a proper dogfight all the way through. We still have Oliver Rasmussen in 9th place upwards. We still have 9 cars who could easily win this race. A minute and a half, less than a minute and a half, covering the top 9 after 21 hours of racing. We're into the final 3 hours. We are getting close to only a Grand Prix distance remaining, and there are 9 potential winners in the overall class in Hypercar. Top 3 are separated by just 18 seconds in LMP2. top 3 all together in LMGT3 as well. There's the 88 Proton Mustang. That car now down to 4th place with Dennis Olsen. But again, that has the potential to win a race. This is the car, the black and gold car, that was shedding panels at high speed in Qatar earlier this season at the beginning of its LMP3 history. It's been redesigned, they've beefed up the supports, and now the car looks very much more competitive as well as a bit more resilient. But for Miguel Molina in 2nd place, trying to close on Alex Palou. Again, he's getting a little closer. Palou just a 1.5 seconds slower on that lap, so the gap is down now under 3 seconds. The blue-nosed Caddy and the red Ferrari, that's your top 2. And in most camera shots on this track, they're in the same picture.
Just having a look at the average lap times per stint. So Alex Palou averaged 3 minute 31.9 when he had a brand new set of soft tyres that went on when he jumped in the car. And then his 2nd stint on the same set averaged a 3:33.1. James Collado, just for a reference, on his 2nd stint averaged a 3:31.8. Miguel Molina on his brand new set of soft tyres averaged a 3:30.9, and so far after 6 laps has averaged a 3:31.4. Sebastian Buemi on his 3rd stint of the same tyre averaged a 31.9. So the Toyota very kind on its tyres, and now obviously Brendan Hartley at the wheel that we ride on board with has averaged on a brand new set of softs 3:31.6 after 6 laps.
How far off a pit stop then is Alex Palou in that leading Cadillac? How many laps has he done in this stint?
Alex Palou in this stint has done 12, so he must be...
So he's imminent.
Coming in.
Let's have a listen in. Number 2's team radio. Here it comes, Alex Palou at the wheel.
Box, 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 box. Driver change to Alex Lynn.
Perfect timing. Right, so Alex Palou in, Alex Lynn will take over. That answers that then.
I could be his engineer.
So now we need to try to work out, fast forward for the next 3 hours, whether after the last stop the Cadillac will be ahead or behind the rest of the pack, don't we? Because it's out of sequence with the rest in that leading group.
That's what I can't work out, which car is out or in sync, which sequence is actually working. I can't work it out at this point, but I think that will become more clear in the next hour and a half.
We need to start logging pit stop times and laps as in the time of day, and then try and work it out from there. I think as up towards the line comes 51, so that is Alessandro Pierguidi. In is Palou, so he'll drop down. So that car comes in at what, 5 minutes past 1.
We're just hearing there, David, I don't know if you caught that, but Toyota saying they expect it to remain dry till the end of the race.
Okay, that's not what the Dunbrec weather app told us. It was hellfire and brimstone, I think. But it's a free app, so you know it's understandable.
Of course,
it's accurate. Yeah,
I think Dunbrec and myself, we're cut from the same cloth. So yeah, we both had the same free app, which I've since been.
It's a glorious summer's day, not quite, but yes, the torrential rain that everyone was telling us was going to come for the end of the race. I see no rain, I see no ships. So away goes Alex Lynn, and he can probably go to the end, can't he? If he's got enough drive time available to him, it would make sense, I guess. Nice fresh driver, and stick him in the car, and he can bring that home.
Yeah, you can drive for 4 hours within a 6-hour period, so yeah, he could, in theory, take this all the way. Let's see what the weather does. Let's see how he feels in the car. At the moment, he feels no grip because he's on cold, soft tyres. Even the, you can see the LMP2 cars behind him harassing him. Into turn 5 they go. I thought they was going to have a look down the inside there. That was too close for comfort. It'll be a bit easier for him once he gets out of Tetra Rouge and onto the straight, but there is rain in the air. It's still falling there on the exit of Mulsanne corner, around the back end of the circuit as they work their way up towards Indianapolis now. Car 50, I think it's car 50. I think when it all settles down, fuel corrected, stints corrected, I feel like it's between 50 and car 8 at the moment.
Yeah, and the Cadillac is the spoiler in the pack, isn't it? Because it is out of sequence, and we need to try and work out where that might end up come the very end.
It's not fast enough, though. It's just not fast. It's not doing the lap times. The average lap times of Palou on only his second stint, they're not fast enough. A 3:33 average, you're out of the game with that lap time average.
But what I'm saying is, as we've been looking at for all of these stints, when the others pit, that gets the lead. When it pits, it drops back. We need to see who is going to be the last wave, if you like, Cadillac or the others, to pit, and who's going to be in that leading gaggle.
But if you're not fast enough, you're not going to win.
No, you're not.
It doesn't really matter how it looks every time they pop up to the top, because others have pitted and done a driver change. You have to
claw back the time, though.
With 3 hours still remaining in the race, if you're not fast enough, it's not going to happen. So they only double stinted that last set of tyres. Toyota and pretty much everyone else are triple stinting their tyres. So I just don't feel like what happened during that double stint for Palou? Why only a double stint? Why not fast enough in the second stint? It might be eating up the tyres too much. Maybe the car would be happier on a set of mediums, but let's see what Lynn can do on a set of brand new softs now.
So that's Brendan Hartley over the line, who is second, and he's 8.7 seconds down in his last lap. Was a personal best, a 3:29.3 then for number 8 Toyota. There's a little bit more optimism maybe on those faces now.
Yeah, Toyota garage looks very calm at the moment, doesn't it? Very in check, so I think they know what's coming and they're confident in their ability, clearly.
Yeah, Palou's best lap time in his last stint was a 3:31.4. Theoretical best lap time, 3:31.3. Brendan Hartley's just done, his best lap, 3:30.3. Theoretical best lap time, 3:29.5, which matches exactly Alessandro Pierguidi's 3:29 as well. Brendan's done 8 laps so far on this stint. Pierguidi's done 9 laps so far on this stint. So Jose Maria Lopez as well. Those 3 have the newest tyres, the freshest tyres out there that are near the sharp end at the moment. Jose Maria Lopez, Pierguidi and Hartley.
I think lap times are one thing. I'm not writing that caddy off. I'm actually, that's been my dark horse all week, so I'm going to stick to that. To be in the fight, given that sequence comes to them.
And now, just to throw another one into the mix, Jose Maria Lopez does an absolute best first sector of the race in number 7 Toyota. That car currently in 5th place. And Lopez now, if you like, unleashed in pursuit of Kevin Estre up the road ahead of him. 18 seconds the margin between them. So you've got Ferrari leading Toyota, leading Ferrari, leading Porsche, leading Toyota, leading Porsche, because 6th is Callum Ilott for Hertz Team Jota. But Lopez now looking, as you might anticipate, mighty, even though he's not been in the car this season.
Oh, he knows this car so well, though. It takes longer than just a couple of races to forget what a car feels like. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of lucky timing, really, wasn't it, in many ways, with Mike Conway's incident that Jose could just jump in seamlessly.
Okay, Brendan, looking at the data, we would suggest -1 B-Bell global, -1 global B-Bell, if balance allows.
Yeah, I have overset entry, actually. I'm walking Chris.
Copy.
So in the background there, Kevin Estre way up the curve, coming out of Mulsanne corner. He's throwing everything at this, but that Porsche just does not want to play ball.
No, Estre is, well, he's not fighting a fair fight in terms of tyre age with the car 51. Like I said before, Pierguidi's on that fresh set of mediums, actually. And I feel like the Ferrari comes more alive on a set of medium tyres. I don't know if you've mentioned that already, but just seems to be a bit better. The poise of the car, for me, just looks like it's a slightly stiffer platform on those mediums. There's less movement in it. And, yeah, 51 is starting to produce some very good lap times.
We heard James Collado in the pit stop actually talking to Louise, and he was saying that they put the medium on, and he feels that the medium is definitely the fastest tyre if you can switch it on. So I think they're in that window now where they are clearly switching it on.
That's, yeah, good news for them. And running on board now with Pierguidi in that 51 car. Through the right-left flat-out section, end of the Porsche curves before the Ford chicane. And, yeah, Estre tries he might. He doesn't want to let his arch-rival, his nemesis, go. I say that because they have come to blows many a time in the GTs. You got to love his style.
Oh, absolutely. There's nothing left on the table, but it's just not quick enough. Personal best lap for Pierre Guidi, a 3:29.098. Best lap of the race, remember, Kobayashi from, what, 12, 14 laps ago, a 3:28.7. But Pierre Guidi, having been released from behind S, has gapped him. He's pulled away. Next target for Pierre Guidi is Brendan Hartley, 17 seconds up the road. But last time around, Hartley was quicker than was Alessandro Pierre Guidi. So Estre now really needs some bad luck to befall those ahead of him to give him a podium chance.
And yeah, like I said before, when I was doing the lap time comparisons, the averages, they're really similar with Hartley and Pierre Guidi, despite being on different compound tyres. Brendan obviously on the softs. But let's see what happens after 2 or even 3 stints of these drivers at the wheel.
And now 50 and 51 under investigation for a technical infringement. The 2 Ferrari AF Corsa entries under investigation for a technical infringement. Now, we had that with one of the Mustangs early on in the race. Of course, the FIA, with all the data and telemetry, they can see, for example, off the sensors whether there's an issue, but that would need fixing on the next pit stop.
Yeah, it can be, yeah, so they run the sensors for the balance of performance. The FIA, the ACO need to know at all times what the torque sensors are doing on both drive shafts. They have sensors there, so if one of them fails in any way, there needs to be some kind of investigation. I think we can hear from one of the Ferraris now. Car 8, sorry.
Brandon, cars 50 and 51 are under investigation for technical infringement.
So driver gets the message, but there'll be rather more earnest conversations going on in that Ferrari AF Corsa garage. There's no penalty, they're being investigated, so the FIA, the race control team, will make sure that the answer is the correct one before it goes any further, but they're having a good look.
I think Ant's hit the nail on the head there, and what we've seen, you know, as a manufacturer, sometimes those sensors can spike, and actually you as a manufacturer saying, well, I'm not putting any more power in it, we're not doing anything wrong, but the ACO sensor is spiking, and they say, well, look, you know, we see a spike, so that's what we're going off, and if you can't prove otherwise, we'll have to turn you down.
Or even worse, if that data disappears altogether, and then they can't see what you're up to.
Yeah, you got to come in and do something about it.
I'm sure that Nick Tandy's Porsche had something similar in the Daytona 24 Hours, and it kept having to make pit stops to, if you like, reset and come back within the technical compliance.
I can't believe they've done something to that at this stage in the race anyway, in regular pit stops. I can't believe they've made
pre-race, Ferrari was saying, oh, we're going to struggle here, you know, line third. Pierre Guidi with Kevin Estre now doing a personal best lap. It's not as quick as the Ferrari. Brendan Hartley's lap time's a little bit slower last time, and Miguel Molina, possibly because he had that skip over the curb, but suddenly Pierre Guidi and Kevin Estre turning on the decent lap times in the 3:29s.
Yeah, clearly still got that tyre working for him, and so doing a fantastic job, bearing in mind he's on a soft tyre, which we probably think's not the correct tyre to be on, or not the fastest option to be on at the minute.
3 laps we're hearing before car 50 pits, and there are still reports of rain, as also into the pit lane now has come Maurice Schuring, who was back at the wheel of 91, the LMGT3 leading Manthey EMA Porsche, for a routine stop. As you might expect from Porsche 911s, all going like clockwork there. In LMP2, whole armada of cars coming into the pit lane. McLaren being led by the Cool Racing entry of Malte Jakobsen. And second, Nolan Siegel for United Autosports, and Ben Barnicoat for AF Corsa in 183 in third. At the front of that little queue, though, is Scott Huffaker for Panis Racing number 65. Amin Rao in one of the UA cars as well. All gets a bit crowded around the Manthey EMA garage there, doesn't it? Car controller having to skip out of the way.
It's a busy old pit lane here at Le Mans. You've got to have your wits about you. And had some serious talent as well in these front-running LMP2 cars, but not quite squared up there in the pits as Jakobsen, I believe that was, just in the Cool Racing box there. I don't know what happened on the way in, but they definitely had to square that car up, which would have cost him a lot of time.
Had to go around the front of the Porsche, so he didn't have a nice clean arc in. It was more of a chicane, really.
Yeah, never an ideal situation. So that should give the AF Corsa car, is already in the pits with Ben Barnicoat, a bit of an advantage there if he had a clear run in.
So race control still looking at this situation for the factory Ferraris. Away goes 22, which is Nolan Siegel.
And overtakes. So yeah, that nose-in pit stop that Jakobsen had to deal with has cost him a position, maybe even two. No, what's going? So that was Ben Barnicoat there. So that was a driver change for car 23. Waiting with the tyres there in the background. That's Philippe Albuquerque in the 23 now, as Barnicoat gets going.
So it puts, for the moment, Rached de Geras for IDEX Sport into the lead of LMP2, with Nolan Siegel second, as he just left the pits, and Vladislav Lomko for Inter-Europol competition third. But I think that's going to keep shuffling on this next round of pit stops when the rest of the class cycle their way through. So LMP2 certainly isn't over yet.
No, it's not, and I'm just looking at GT3 as well, and Richard Leeds just got in the car, so he's on an outlap, so he could well finish the race, and I think he's their ace in the pack, to be honest. That if that car can finish with just Richard into the end, I think that's an advantage to Manthey Porsche.
In LMP2, as I said, that Inter-Europol competition car, winning team from last year in third spot, and on cold tyres, struggling to make the Dunlop S's there, Philippe Albuquerque.
Yeah, he's got to be one of the most experienced LMP2 drivers and so familiar with the team at United Autosports. He's driven with them for multiple years in a row now. And yeah, this LMP2 machinery hasn't changed for quite some time, as Estra's out of the number 6 Porsche, and in gets Laurent Vanthoor.
Jose Maria Lopez, fastest lap of the race, a 3:28.562, as he now gets up to third on this most recent stop for Porsche and Ferrari. But Lopez flying absolutely. Oh, and then the lap disappears and it goes back to Kobayashi. Was that because there was a track limit offence on that? It was. So the lap time does not count. It pinged up and then disappears because of a track limit drama. So scrap that. Same car, different driver, retains fastest lap.
As a driver, though, you'd still say to yourself, you've got fastest lap.
No matter how you
still take that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, the data from the team doesn't show that it was a track.
Yeah, no, he's definitely got fastest lap in the team so far.
Now, number 8, Brendan Hartley, discussing fuel, we understand, with the team. Let's listen in.
Box to start, low fuel. I'm going to have to save fuel.
Where did you get it?
Porsche gang.
Alpha 99, Alpha 99.
Oh, so
the unexpected that, yeah.
So as you know, Rob, in your briefings way before the race, you'll know exactly when the fuel alarm comes on the steering wheel. You'll know at what position it should happen on circuit to ensure that you can drive flat out in the correct engine mode before making it back to the pits. So Hartley's
he's not got there.
He's not got there. It's come up early, and somehow that's surprised the team.
So he's had to change a setting on the steering wheel by the sounds of it, and he'll probably be saving fuel now to get back. But we will expect him in this lap then.
Just see Kevin Estre standing in the garage, which means Laurent Vanthoor has taken over in Porsche number 6.
It's never easy, is it, this race?
Nothing's meant to be,
easy.
is it?
It's so many things that can go wrong here.
The Ferraris get a reprimand for a technical infringement, but no penalty. It's a finger wag, it's a slap on the wrist, but a technical infringement earns a reprimand.
That was exactly the same result as the Mustang
last night,
earlier,
quite right.
Yeah.
Listen to that size of the lift and coast that Hartley had to do into the Porsche curves there. Way early. It was around 200 meters that he lifted for. But it looks like he's going to make it as he comes through the final section of the Porsche curves.
Yeah, as long as he gets back, it can be running on fumes. No one cares as long as he gets back.
Wow, so they make it. He's done his 12 laps. So has Jose Maria Lopez. So, I mean, they're super close, these two. Best lap from Lopez, 3:28.5. Brendan Hartley's 3:28.6. Both on the same set, yeah, both on the soft tyres that went fresh on for this stint. Average lap time for Jose, 3:30.2. Average lap time, Hartley, 3:30.9. So a better stint in favour of car 7. Valuable drink, getting guzzled by Brendan. It's a good time when the car comes to a standstill. Your heart rate is sky high. And even though you try to remind yourself to drink when you're driving, it's you stop in the pit box and you have much more time to just have a good old guzzle, like I say. The fuel's going in, both to the car and to the driver.
So both Toyotas in, 8 and 7, 8 goes. And that, of course, clears the way for 7 when it needs to blast out. Doesn't need to wriggle around another car. We had a pit stop, didn't we, last night, where neither of them could go because there was this stream of traffic coming in. And they just did not have any space at all to join the queue. They had to wait until an awful lot of traffic had gone by. But the Toyota's at pit in, so you come into the pit lane and there your garage awaits. Others prefer to be at pit out, but at either end, you've got a little bit more space on either side.
So better track conditions now, as we've had so much rain. It was effectively starting from scratch, wasn't it, on the green circuit? And they're now on dry conditions, starting to lay the rubber down. That's why we're seeing purple sectors coming up, left, right, centre. And Alex Lynn on the soft tyres, average 3:32.7, not fast enough.
Kevin Estre, you've just got out the number 6 Porsche Penske. It's difficult conditions out there. I can see on your face that it's not sitting too well with you.
Yeah, I mean, conditions are okay. It's a little bit of rain here and there, especially Mulsanne, Indianapolis, Arnage. So it's you're never fully confident when you see rain coming at 320 and you have to brake. But the stint went okay, a bit better than the previous one, but still we won soft. I think Pierre Guidi was on medium. We were hoping for a little more rain. That's why we put softs to make sure that we're okay on a damp condition. But in the end, it was just not enough, I think. Let's see, we're giving it everything, but it looks like we just don't have the outright pace to fight with the top 3-4 there.
What did you go on to when you done the driver change?
Not sure. Lawrence took a new set of tire, but I didn't see. I was taking out my helmet, so I don't know.
And what else can you do? Is there anything else you can do as a team?
What we can do is
hope for rain.
Yeah, hope for rain probably is the only thing which can save us and put us back in this pack of 3-4 guys. Yeah, we'll do everything, but on the dry, I think we are at the limit. We cannot do much better. And it seems that the other has a bit the upper hand, which they didn't show so much in practice. So we'll see.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think Kevin Estre's he has spotted what we've identified as well through the average lap times. They're there within striking distance if anything were to go wrong for the car we're riding on board with, or the 2 Toyotas and car 51, of course, as well. That's where this race is. It's between Ferrari and Toyota.
A record-extending 20th victory looks on, said the press about Porsche before the race. 12 months on, it's a different story from last year. The manufacturer is on a roll. The tide has truly turned for the German manufacturer's latest sports car programme. It's not been the race that Porsche expected. It's not been the race the media centre expected, perhaps.
This race chooses its victor.
It does indeed. So, Kevin Estre, we used the phrase already, there or thereabouts, but lacking that ultimate pace. And so Ferrari versus Toyota to the end. On pit stops for now, at least, 38 Hertz Team Jota. Porsche is up into the mix as we wait for number 50 Ferrari to blast back into the race.
I think even if we do see a safety car towards the end and it bunches it all back up, I think we'll just see the Ferrari and the Toyota, even if it's tenths, they've just got that ability just to pull away and overtake. So I think we're right, but I wouldn't rule them out quite yet. And still, and saying it's a 2-horse race, and I think he's right. But I don't know. I'm still hanging in there with my canny prediction. I'm just going for it. I'm just going for it.
Is this a two-prancing horse race?
It could well be. Yeah, it could be. Very good.
Car 50 once again going straight across the middle of the chicane. It's only a matter of time before you'll see a warning flag for that. It was the final chicane just a couple of laps ago. Now it was the Dunlop chicane. Yeah, look. Well, that's... did we actually see any overtaking there in that process? Was it an overtake off track? Or did we filter him back behind? No, he filtered just behind them.
But that's where you're going to be unlucky. You keep doing that, you're going to pick up a puncture. There's a bit of carbon debris sat there, and we've seen punctures for other cars. It could well be that could be something you've got to avoid as well.
That was straight out of the pits, wasn't it, for Miguel Molina? So again, that closing speed of a hypercar on a quick LMGT3 entry. LMGT3 at the moment being headed by number 31, Sean Gelael. There'd be some karma in this, wouldn't there, after his involvement in that big accident at Spa, the innocent party of it. But at the moment, the Team WRT BMW leads the class from Richard Lietz's Porsche and Mikael Pedersen's Proton Mustang. I'm not suggesting Sean Gelael will stay in the lead of the class, but a podium would be a pretty decent outcome. And WRT and BMW as a whole has had a pretty grotty race.
Sean Gelael actually quick, but not quite as quick as Richard Lietz on the last lap, although Lietz, well, he's up on this lap as well, so Richard Lietz on the charge.
On board with Brendan Hartley, he's got the Mustang in front of him into the second chicane. It's always a painful part of the track to catch slower cars. You'll go around the outside here and you run right over that the white dotted line. The car can comfortably run that part. It's not bumpy part of the track, so you're going slower as well. So I think the GTs almost expect that you're going to go around the outside there of them. He now carries that speed in towards Mulsanne corner. We can hear from car 51, Pierre Guidi.
P3, 15 seconds behind Toyota. 15. Let's go for it, mate.
Oh, fighting talk. I like it.
Blue touch paper lit.
Go get him, Pierre Guidi.
But at this stage, 2.5 hours to go. What else can you do? Because the Toyotas have looked strong. They're not going to break, seemingly, although stranger things can happen. But yeah, he's going to have to do it on pace now. This is Brendan Hartley's view. And we're still getting improved sectors. We're getting a personal best lap out of LMP2 Malte Jakobsen last time on new boots. So Molina leads, Hartley second. The gap Brendan Hartley to Pierre Guidi, 13.2 seconds. So that's what we need to start monitoring now.
Exactly. The car number 8 crew, I would say as a whole, have driven an impeccable race. So I've been really impressed with their approach. I think they've known when to push hard in the race, when to conserve slightly. Brendan Hartley here around the outside. He'll go with the Corvette. Pitch it back in, and you're looking in the mirror through that corner, by the way, to check the rear of the car. We've seen a few clashes there, haven't we, earlier on? So how the Iron Dames car actually got taken out. And you've got to check the rear of the car all the time. It's calculated risk every step of the way.
Because you're in that invidious position, aren't you, of needing to push, but needing to be careful. And you don't win races by being careful, sometimes. Let's just listen in again on number 8.
It's gone down all the time, straight and dry. It's straight, I have very low energy cuts.
Yeah, so still complaining about the need for fuel lifts. And yeah, where is that coming? Is it the fact that he can't recharge enough? Because that's all part of your energy quota, of course. When we get that energy graphic up, it's combined electrical and the fuel that actually goes into the car. It's not just the fuel that's going in. And when we see it go up to 100%. So we saw last year, I think it was one of the Ferraris, not car 51, lost its the ability to regen. So the energy graphic was going down super quick because it was relying there more so on the fuel for the energy than the battery. We looked down at the tyre graphics there with the 2 GT cars fighting it out. Iron Dames on the left, 15-lap-old medium. So yeah, equal fight there with the 17-lap-old tyres on the Lexus. And look at the bonnet of the Lexus.
Yeah, I was going to say damage for Jack Hawksworth. So has he hit something? You can hardly see on that side, at least. The camera can't see. It's a left hooker, isn't it, that car? Jack Hawksworth, he's bringing it back. But just as it gets itself in a challenging position, either it's gone into the back or a bonnet pin has broken. And so that car is going to have to come into the pit lane, and it's going to be a relatively slow in-lap as well. I was about to suggest that there was a slight gain from Pierre Guidi over Brendan Hartley, but over by tenths of a second, nothing massive. But now it's all eyes on the Lexus, because in LMGT3, he's going to be lucky if that doesn't part company completely, and if it does rip off, it's going to do a lot of damage to the car, and he's got a lot of lap to do yet.
I just don't know how he can see where he's going. Well, it was a fair fight until he was blinded by his bonnet.
It's a left hooker, isn't it? So hopefully it's not quite as bad on that side, but he comes now down towards the chicane. So the Iron Dames Lamborghini gets away. I wonder if that's got any rear damage. Did the Lexus get into the back of that Lamborghini? We'll try and have a look as it goes through. It's not showing any ill effects, is it?
No, not at the moment.
Nick Manassian, we're into the final few hours, 2.5 hours of this race, and in LMP2, you're looking strong. I don't want to tempt fate, but what do you think?
I think that is very close, so you can win and you can finish 5th or 6th. It's ever so close, you know. The level of the driver is very similar one another. Strategy is a tiny bit different, and the weather can still play his part. So I think we just keep doing what we do and maximize every single little bit you can maximize.
Tell me a little bit about tyres from LMP2, because obviously you're on the Goodyear, which is slightly different because you only have the slicks or the wets. So how does that differ for you in this category with all these different changing conditions we've had?
Yeah, it's pretty tough for the drivers, because the choice you make is a choice that will impact the whole duration of the stint. If you make a choice of going full wet and it's not wet enough, then you damage your wet a lot, and if you want to keep your slicks, you struggle a lot. So it's very tricky for the drivers, especially if a driver doesn't have a lot of experience. So yeah, it was a very tricky choices to make at the beginning of the race when we had this rain coming and it was not in every single part of the track. And it was tough, and at one point we made a wrong call. But you know, that's the game, and we lost some time, so we keep playing catch up since then. We're back in the game, but he's so competitive that being back in the game, it was a loss of math.
Did it hurt your head?
Yeah, and with you know, I've got a great team, you know, IDEX Sport, great people around me. It's not me only, it's the whole team, the drivers, everybody is playing his part, and that's what Le Mans is all about.
Thank you.
Right, there's the Iron Dames Lamborghini, which I think has escaped any drama from the Lexus. The bodywork at the front flapping slightly, but don't forget that got hip and shouldered off by number 4 Porsche late last night, and it is still a quick-looking car, that. The Iron Dames Lamborghini has Michel Gatting behind the wheel. Now, Brendan Hartley's last lap was a 3:31, and Pierre Guidi's last lap was a 3:30.2. That gap is coming down.
Yeah, Pierre Guidi is flying. I think the medium is probably the tyre to be on at this stage, but nevertheless, he's starting to close in on the drivers in front of him, Brendan being one of those drivers. Oh, look, this is where the bonnet just detaches itself, so there wasn't any contact. It just popped up. And there it was, yeah, nowhere near the Iron Dames car when it happened. So yeah, I can't believe that the driver could actually see where he was going enough to navigate it round and actually brake in the right places and stay out of trouble. Impressive stuff.
But like I keep saying, you know, just when you think, you know, you might be on an even keel, out of nowhere something like that pops up. Quite literally the case of the bonnet.
Exactly.
But, yeah. Oh, hello, I can't see. What's happened now?
It's just what this race does to you.
Exactly. And Jack Hawksworth, who's had great success with Lexus in America. Good to have him back and making his Le Mans debut. Good to have him back in Europe. Right, 50 leads the way. Miguel Molina, let us just eavesdrop for a moment.
Gap behind, 6.2.
Okay, don't tell me anymore. The gap behind, I'm pushing flat out. So I'm doing my best.
No problem, no problem.
It's a bit like, please leave a message next time.
Yeah, if it was the gaps extending, then yeah, oh yeah, please tell me more. But it's, at the moment, it's gone down from 6 to 5 seconds, that last lap. You win and lose in traffic, of course, but I'd say on average, the 50's looking pretty strong as well, at least on par with that of Brendan Hartley. So basically super tight between the Ferraris and the Toyotas.
It's now about not making a mistake.
Exactly.
Or the car being reliable. There is the Lexus into the pit lane for Jérôme Policon's Acodis ASP team, ASP Autosport Promotion. And the team having moved away from Mercedes to Lexus. There, right up towards the wall, number 7 Toyota, absolutely pushing on the limit now. Jose Maria Lopez, behind is Lawrence Vanthoor, trying to make that Porsche do for him what it wouldn't do for Kevin Estre. And towards the end of the lap they come. The leader has gone by, Miguel Molina, 5 seconds to the good. His last lap was a 3:31, Hartley a 3:29. So Brendan Hartley is still pushing, despite these alarms that he's been seeing and hearing from the team, but he is getting a little bit closer because it's gone down from 6 seconds to 4.5.
It must be a bit more comforting for Brendan and the team as well, because up until that point he hadn't shown anywhere near the kind of lap times that he had previously to his last stop. So yeah, he's back on into the 29s, like you say, and matching now cars around him for pace yet again, and hence why I guess that gap's come down from the 6.2 seconds before with car 50 is now 4.7. And that's why Molina was getting a little bit edgy, wasn't he, with his engineer, because he said, I'm doing everything I can. Stop telling me the gap's coming down.
Now in the distance there in the background, you can see the fight for third in LMP2. Vladislav Lomko for Inter-Europol competition, the winning squad from last year ahead of Cool Racing's Malte Jakobsen. And there's nothing to choose really between those two. It was 0.299 of a second at the last timing point. There could be a change coming up here for third in class as we go back on board to listen to Brendan Hartley and his engineer.
6 track limit, Brendan. Rain expected in 7 minutes, hitting turn 17, 18 first.
Well, that was chipper news, not track limits offence, and there's rain. Kick a man when he's down.
Yeah, what about now you've got the gap down to 4.1 seconds. You're doing great. And when it rains, that's our opportunity to strike.
Think positive, yeah. This battle for third in LMP2 continues, and intermittent rain at 13:46 between Arnage and the Porsche curves, the part of the circuit you've just looked at, those LMP2 Orecas around here. This is where it's expected to hit first. Nice high-speed part of the circuit.
Yeah, add to level 2 intensity as well. I don't know what the increments are or what the scale is, but 2 sounds like enough to me.
Yes.
That will do the job.
I've not seen it go to 3, so I'm assuming 2 is the highest, and therefore that'll do. That's enough.
Exactly.
Stop there. Yeah.
We have seen cars running around on wet tyres at level 2,
yeah.
So that's all we can deduce from that.
Yes, it's Mermaid's flannel, that's all you need to know. Out of the Ford chicane, Vladislav Lomko just being able to hang on to the place. Malte Jakobsen, the very highly regarded Malte Jakobsen, he's right there behind him as he goes on the attack. They go over the timing line now towards turn 1. Jakobsen, who's won the LMP3 class in the European Le Mans Series, Peugeot development driver, closing up onto the tail of Lomko. Now the single-seater convert from Formula 4 and the Euro Formula Open, Formula 3 style cars. He's good through the traffic.
Oh, and that was lucky, really, that the Porsche, the Manthey Porsche, had seen them coming. He let one through, tried to turn in, then at the last minute saw another one, so very well avoided there.
Now, another report we have about the rain translates Class 2 to heavy. That is what the forecast says, and here comes the change, possibly, for third in LMP2. Remember, it's the same car and engine, so it's going to be down to the real bravery of Malte Jakobsen. He's in the wheel tracks, gets a run, gets the toe down towards that first chicane. Lomko goes defensive, covers off the inside line. Jakobsen darts to the outside at the last moment. Can he drive all the way around the outside? No, he gets level, and then has to think better of it, unless he can get the undercut coming out of the chicane.
Yeah, he's done exactly that. He's got that undercut there, which is going to propel him onto this straight and once again into the slipstream. So you will get closer by the time you come into the second chicane. You've got to look to the inside, though. That's why he didn't want to give up hunting down the inside, but he gave the game away too early. So maybe next time he's got to think about setting in a bit more of a dummy than that. So yeah, not going to have a pop down the inside, is he? Gets closer on the braking, but doesn't think about it.
Maybe the move's at Mulsanne, and he wants to make sure that he doesn't lose any time here. So he exits as close as he possibly can, gets back in the wheel tracks, gets into the slipstream, and let's see if he's going to be near enough by the time they get down towards Mulsanne corner. Still Longco just ahead. This is the third and fourth into Europol competition versus Cool Racing within LMP2, which we haven't had, of course, in other rounds of the FIA WEC this year, but grandfathered back into Le Mans, boosted the entry and gives us another great battle to look for. And still, Jakobsen unable to unsettle Longco and make a move.
Yeah, really impressed with this young Dane. This could be a proper star of the future here, Jakobsen. And obviously, you know, this whole generation inspired by Tom Christensen and his 9 Le Mans victories, no doubt. So great to see young drivers attracted to this category, to this championship, and yeah, particularly this race at Le Mans.
Denmark's a bit like New Zealand, small country, and yet has produced a lot of really good drivers over the years.
Exactly. You got Nicholas Nielsen in the Ferrari as well. You got Fred Vesti also in the LMP2 category. And I know there are more, but my brain's a bit tired. I'm sorry, but I know there are more of you.
There ain't nothing like a Dane. Right, the rain is coming. It's getting heavier, we understand, at turn 15. So the drivers shortly are going to have to start being just that little bit more cautious. That said, there are people having a last hurrah in the drive, if you like, and doing a personal best lap. Matt Campbell has been one of them. Sean Gelael, another, who's lost his LMGT3 class lead now to Richard Lietz.
You'll see that Jakobsen's rain lights are now turned on. They're flashing away. That's what that represents. And yeah, so they've all been told by race director to now basically the track is declared wet, so turn your rain lights on. Not that you'd want to put the wet tyres on just yet, but I'm sure it is definitely coming that way.
2 hours and 15 minutes to go. That is all. Still a Grand Prix in a bit, but it doesn't sound a lot in the context of the 24 hours that we faced almost this time yesterday. Over the timing line goes that LMP2 battle. The class being led by Nolan Siegel for United Autosports ahead of Rached Teixeiras for IDEC Sport. And then this is your fight for third place in class. The lead gap, by the way, overall, Molina to Hartley down again, 3.9 seconds last time through. And then you've got Alessandro Pierguidi behind, lapping quicker last time than the two ahead. First to third, 15 seconds, 15.7.
This is where Jakobsen was pretty quick through Tête Rouge last time around. But I think he's a little bit further back, possibly. But again, a good exit, though. So he's doing something right in Tête Rouge. And he is starting to get closer and closer to the Inter Europol car. Stays to the outside this time. And is he at the last moment going to duck to the inside? Very different scenario to last time around. He's flashing him and go duck to the inside. Oh, he's got it covered anyway, but going to have to rethink this one, is Melter.
It's great racing between the two, isn't it? And they're not that far behind that slower class traffic. In less than a minute, it is predicted, the rain will arrive at the Porsche curves. They might hit it on this lap. And Louise Beckett from the pit lane is telling us that wet tyres are being prepared at Cadillac, at Jota, the Hertz Team Jota Porsche, so wets are on standby. Rain is forecast, and when it strikes, it's meant to be heavy, so the teams are set, they're ready.
They are ready. You've got to be ready. I still don't think, it's anywhere near putting them on just yet, and the lap times would suggest that the slicks are still definitely the right tyre to be on. They've lost a little bit of lap time. They've gone from the 29s and the low 30s. The majority of them are all sort of 31s, 32s now. So the rain is falling, and Louise she's in our ears again. I don't know if you want to come in, Louise. I don't know if you can do that, but
I think she's heading this way to get out of the rain. In the meantime, here you've got the Richard Lietz, Sean Gelael battle for the class lead in LMGT3. Porsche around the outside in replay. And Sean Gelael, another former single-seater racer in the end, has to give way. What Richard Lietz doesn't know about driving Porsches isn't worth knowing. And it puts the Manthey EMA entry into the class lead. Right, Ferrari have got wet standing by for the 50-51 entries. The pit lane, when this rain strikes, is going to be a hive of activity, but it kind of depends also now on where your car is around the racetrack, doesn't it? Because if the rain starts, for example, and you are at turn 1, then you've got to do a whole lap before you can come in and get wet tyres. Whereas if the rain comes and you're coming into the Porsche curves, you can go to the pit lane and get those wets on much sooner.
Yeah, absolutely. It really does depend on where you are. And
sorry side.
Yeah, that is a sorry. No one likes to see the garage doors going down at Le Mans for AF Corsa.
Yeah, they deserve better really than that result, didn't they? After the way that Kubica and Schwarzman and Yaffe had gone last night, they deserve better than a non-finish, that's for sure.
Yeah,
right.
I can't work out. Was it? It looked to me like it was a severe amount of brake smoke coming off. It wasn't the front motor that had suddenly.
I think Martin said it was an electrical blackout, and therefore they just had to leave the car because they didn't know what it was. And let's go on board number 50 Ferrari just quickly.
Okay, we expect rain, significant rain from Indianapolis to the pit lane. Significant rain from Indianapolis to the pit lane.
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
You advise us, it's gonna get worse, it's gonna get worse. If it's already too bad, we box this lap, otherwise we wait the next one.
Yeah, it's so hard to know. That's basically the engineer in a roundabout way asking him to tell him about the conditions on track. I'm giving you the information on the radar, you tell me about the conditions on track. And at the moment, Miguel sounds like he's okay with the track being like this on the slicks. We've seen many times through this race already. Once you've got that temperature in the slicks, they can hang on to a bit of grip for quite some time. But there's a definite cliff of drop-off when the track gets too sodden with water, and yeah, then suddenly you're in trouble.
And the reports we're getting is, last night, it's one section of the circuit, not all of the lap, one section. So what do you do? Do you go onto wets for this bit or stay on slicks for all of that over there?
I'll tell you what would be a really good tyre to have in those kind of conditions, an intermediate tyre, but
we great idea.
Don't have those, do we?
Quite.
Shame. I can say that. No, I'm not driving, by the way.
Well, it's certainly going to throw yet another curveball at the teams for this last 2 hours and 10 minutes. Right, Cadillac in. So that is number 2, which Alex Lynn had taken over.
Now, this is a scheduled stop. He's done his 12 laps, so he's in. What do you do with tyres? Do you keep these on? If the wets are lurking in the background, ready to go on.
But the rain really hasn't amounted to anything at all yet, but
wets are going on the LMP2 car in front, indeed. So I'm sure we're going to see this happen as well, because you might as well, if you feel like this rain is definitely coming, A, you can survive with only 2 hours left to go of the race. You don't want to go crashing your car right now. It would be such a heartbreaking thing to do. And B, you might as well, while the car is stopped at this stage on a scheduled pit stop, slap a set of wets on.
And if you're Cadillac, you might as well roll the dice, because on pure pace, as you've been saying, you're not going to win. So this could be what gives you the victory or a good result. You've nothing to lose.
It might have been what Rob Bell was seeing in his crystal ball.
Right, wets on, Cadillac goes.
It's only spitting and spotting with rain in the paddock at the moment, so...
That's not what Louise said.
Well, she's not outside our commentary box, is she? She doesn't like rain, doesn't like it at all. But the radar does show heavier rain coming. Not as heavy as before, but it does show more heavy rain arriving.
Chief Technical Officer for Lamborghini, and of course this is your first outing this year in hypercar. What was behind it in Le Mans?
Yeah, this is, first of all, I'm super excited. You know, you see all the fans. It's a high level of competition. To be here for the first time with Lamborghini as this iconic brand is for sure a dream is coming true. Because, you know, when I was young, I was also here as a fan. And now to be on this part, it's really incredible. And coming back to your question, for sure, it's a learning year for us. We have to be realistic. But nevertheless, to be still in the race after this time, it's incredible. I'm super happy.
And what is it about, why did you want to be part of this? Not just Le Mans, but hypercar?
Because it's one of the biggest challenge that you can have in motorsport at the moment. And it's also with the hybridization, it's also fitting to our street strategy. So we're hybridizing also our street portfolio. So it's fitting perfectly. It's a high-level competition, and we want to take the challenge.
And it's also going well in the GT3 category for you as well.
Yeah, to be honest, also with the Iron Dames, it's also a super cool program, to be honest. The car looks super nice, to be honest. We really cross our fingers because we have still a time to run. And let's hope for a good result.
We're really pleased to have you with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I could see everything going on.
So the road is still wet, and as the cars then make the run once more down towards the Ford chicane, in comes number 8. So Brendan Hartley from second place for the pit road. And also Ferrari number 50 comes into the pit lane. We understand there's a driver change due as well there to relieve Miguel Molina. There is the Ferrari, of course, ahead of the Toyota as he has been for that stint, so no change there, of course. Down the pit road it comes.
So Molina in car 50, he only achieved 7 laps in this stint, so this isn't scheduled, this stop. This is because of the rain.
Yeah.
Also for Pierre Guidi, he's on 9 laps. So yeah, that's how Caddy have, because they were so out of sync, that's how they're on their scheduled stop. Now they're on the correct tyre for the conditions.
2, 8 and 5 were the 3 cars that were out of sync with the others from various weather-related incidents and so on. So now, again, this resets the field. 2 hours and 6 minutes. Basically, we've got a Grand Prix to run, and everybody is in for wet weather tyres, and they will all take fuel. So that will reset the whole field. Our top dozen cars who were previously in the same sector of the track.
They can't get the gun on, car 8.
Come on!
Oh, finally they're there, but big time lost. So having looked so strong this morning, number 8 Toyota losing valuable time, and you can't afford to do that. Just as we were saying, at this point it's all about not making errors, having reliability, and out of nowhere Toyota in trouble.
Oh no, there's an unsafe release, surely.
That is going to be a penalty.
Well, he's let him go, he's let the LMP2 car go, but it might be too late because it had been released.
It was unsafe.
And the P2 car had to jam the brakes on as well.
Right, so 50 gets a question mark.
They had, well, it's not a question mark, that's a definite. It was absolutely, even the mechanic, even had the lollipop guy, had the board in front of the car, literally trying to stop the car with the board, and the car went anyway.
Oh.
Massive mistake.
They got away with that technical infringement reprimand. Let's see what's in the system for that.
That's Nick Nielsen, who left in the 50 Ferrari.
If the board's down, you don't go.
So this puts Laurens Vanthoor into the lead for the moment, having not come in this time. And let's just have a quick listen to number 8 Toyota. No, we won't. We'll do something else for a moment. 7 comes out of the Dunlop chicane. So 7 still Jose Maria Lopez at the wheel.
Now, 7th and 8th, Oliver Rasmussen in the 38 Toyota and Matt Campbell last to stop of the cars that are on the lead lap. Now, all the rest are going to be relevant, but not immediately relevant to this battle. So it's the cars on the lead lap. Laurens Vanthoor yet to stop for wets. That's why he cycled to the top, but there's the 38 Hertz Team Toyota car back out of the pit lane, or before he came into the pit lane, that must be then at Mulsanne corner, Oliver Rasmussen. So how long can Laurens Vanthoor stick it out?
And how wet is it anywhere other than the Porsche curves on our section of the circuit? If it's so dry elsewhere and the slicks still work, he might be content to brave it out.
Well, Vanthoor anyway is on lap 10 out of 12. So, yeah, he's only got 2 laps to stick it out, and then he's basically on target for a scheduled stop.
The stint's done.
Last lap for Laurens Vanthoor, 3:55. Now, that's a pretty decent dry weather time.
Right, now this rain, look, on the Mulsanne straight, the initial report was that it was going to be from Arnage round to the end of the lap, so it's affecting more of the circuit, so there's more wet, a greater spread of the circuit is wet, and the rain, we're being told when it came, was going to be heavy, so there is a wetter track and greater amounts of a wetter track for the drivers to contend with now.
Yep.
We finally had a level, didn't we? We saw level 2 on our boards, and then we heard from the engineer it's going to be intense. So that basically level 2 means intense.
Well, level 2 means rain. Level 1 is sort of sprinkly drops. Level 2 is light rain. Level 3 is heavy rain. I'm not quite sure what call Noah and get the toolbox out is, but it's definitely more than level 2. Slippy surface flags being shown obviously by the marshals, those are the red and yellow striped flags. You can see that as the cars are coming out of Tertre Rouge. And in fairness, it doesn't matter how dry it is around the rest of the circuit, it only needs to be just a bit too wet at one spot for Laurens Vanthoor and the number 6 Porsches in the barriers, and that's all it's going to take. This is a whoever blinks first is out of the race 2-hour window. You cannot have a mistake.
Yeah,
Look at the spray coming off the
there is
tyres.
so much wet track now, that really, I would have thought, dictates it for Vanthorpe, because he can't live out on this for more than a lap, surely. It is so wet for so much of this 13-kilometre lap now.
But if he can, and if he can survive another lap, then suddenly they've crept 2 laps further on fuel than the rest of the field. It might make no difference. I'm not clever enough to know, but it might.
Number 50 Ferrari being held up in the traffic here, gets away with it.
The Ferrari cannot shut the door. Vanthoor is in, leaders in the pits. And the 50 car will have to come in. You can't drive around with the door flapping. We saw in Spa that the 99 Proton Porsche behind the safety car took Neil Jani 3 or 4 laps to eventually manage to slam the door. And unfortunately, the 50 Ferrari's radio message is a bit, how can I say this?
Fruity.
Blur for this time of day. Yes, it's a little bit colourful. So that is the message. And let's go on to the number 6 Porsche.
So Vanthoor stays behind the wheel, but he goes on to the correct tyres, if you like. 50 Ferrari battles on with the flapping door.
It's the wrong door. It's not the driver's door. It's one of the engineers has either changed the drinks bottle or something else and not closed the door from the outside.
So a stop is going to be due to sort the door problem out. Nicholas Nielsen at the wheel, the car that leads at the moment. He's got traffic ahead, and the door ajar rather than flapping open, but it's certainly not closed properly.
Yeah, traffic ahead is the least of his worries. He won't be able to reach it, even though the cockpit is so tiny. He'll have no chance at closing that. It will require a drive into the pit lane to get a mechanic to shut it.
That part of the circuit looking a bit drier, I thought, than it did a lap ago. So is this going to be as fickle, the rain, as it was last night? Yeah, the road is wet and it's greasy, but it's not the heavy rain that was being predicted. It doesn't look quite so bad now.
Look at where some of the water patches come across, though, from where the roundabouts and side roads and so on are. So water moves.
Wet there, right enough. Loads of spray, but of course with the trees hanging over different bits of the Mulsanne, bits of it will dry quicker than others, bits of it will get wetter faster than other bits.
Yeah, it's definitely in the left-hand corners, isn't it, where that side door, you'd say passenger, non-driver side door, and there's a brilliant example of it. Left-hand corner, door swings open, straight line, the aerodynamics pushes it, closed again.
Really interesting, the slow-mo shot, the way that the Ferrari is so in on the nose, and yet the rear is controlled, whereas when you look at the number 6 Porsche, Kevin Estre, he's still complaining about the tail being too tail happy. You really see that the LMDH cars just slide a little bit more with the rear. And in the end, is that going to be the balance? Sebastian Buemi suiting up again.
And looking at this and thinking, OK, that might give us an even better chance.
I think that might have been Kobayashi passing on the information about car 50 to say, oh no, maybe that's what he might have been talking about.
Brendan Hartley's had a spin at Mulsanne corner, so the second place car goes around. He reverses out of harm's way, but let's see how many places, if any, are lost before he's got going again. Waits for a gap in the traffic, tries to get the car in the right direction. He's not moving yet.
No, he's looking at the marshals. He's looking for a sign from marshal scrutiny. He can't see what's coming down the straight.
Through the gravel, because he's got no lock on the car. So Brendan Hartley rallying, crossing his way back onto the circuit. And that's a very concerned Sebastian Buemi now. Yellow flags then down at Mulsanne corner. They'll go in a moment because the Toyota is moving again. But a big amount of time lost. Let's see how he did it. Was there contact?
There was.
With 51 Ferrari then. So Alessandro Pierguidi up the inside. Another one maybe for the race control building.
Well, there was contact and somebody went round. Anthony, was that Brendan being ambitious?
Let's have a look from this shot.
Oh, it wasn't Brendan being ambitious, was it?
Hold on, hold on. Cause of contact, car 51.
Yep.
That's how the stewards will look at that.
I can't say no. Can't say no.
Let's listen to number 8 Toyota then. A very annoyed Brendan Hartley, no doubt.
Head down, mate. Any damage to the car?
Short and sweet, wasn't it? Brendan Hartley cracks on.
Buemi cannot believe it. Cannot believe it.
2 hours to go at Le Mans and intense drama. The pressure building. Let's put this in perspective. When Roger Penske's teammate Pedro Rodriguez claimed pole position for their Ferrari in 1963, Penske's last pole here, it was one of 23 cars in the entire race. We've got 23 in hypercar alone these days.
Okay, Brandon, still P6, still P6. Head down.
And of the 23 cars that started in 1963, 12 made it to the end.
And we've nearly got that many on the lead lap, never mind making it to the end. Right, so Brendan Hartley is now 6th after that spin, and 51 Ferrari. Alessandro Pierguidi leaving absolutely nothing on the table. Another savage twitch in the wet as he tries to get through the traffic. His heart-in-mouth stuff everywhere at the moment, on track and up and down the pit lane. So Ferrari 1-2, but with a question mark surely over number 51.
So at this stage, you'd have to say 23 seconds behind the two Ferraris is Jose Maria Lopez. I feel we've got some penalties coming Ferrari's way. Might look a bit better for Toyota car number 7 anytime soon.
So 50 is the one we wait to find news of for that unsafe release. 51 we await news for the contact on number 8. So both Ferraris may well find themselves with penalties. May.
Yeah, may do indeed. Everybody now on the right tyre, and I suspect in LMP2 and GT3 that will be the case as well. Not sure anybody is really keen on plugging out this. And the lead group, gentlemen, is as close and as large now as if that was minutes elapsed in the race. 1 hour and 56 minutes in a normal Le Mans 24 hours. In any time in the last 10 or 20 years, if you had a dozen cars battling for supremacy, separated by a second here and a couple of seconds there, and all within the same sector of the track, you'd be going, what an epic start to the race. This is 2 hours from the end.
And launching over the curb there, 51 Ferrari, then a Pierguidi. Yeah, if you want an example of how hypercar works, then the evidence is in that, but also, Martin, the level at which the teams operate now, because those amateurish days of so many unreliable cars, that's gone. Of course, it's progress, it's technology, but the level at which they're operating, flat out all the way, not just getting to the end, flat out all the way through as well.
Because the cars don't brake. You have to brake them.
And by the way, sorry, back to current race, number 50, what's happening with their door flapping around?
They're waiting until they get a penalty for unsafe release and do it at the same time, although I don't think they can.
No, then you can combine the two. Maybe if they can just keep it going until the next pit stop, they can address it then. Until race control want them in, unless they get a black and orange meatball flag to say, you've got a problem, the scrutineer wants you in to solve it. If they're happy with the car's pace, leave it out there.
Well, it's nothing to do with pace, it's safety. The door needs to be closed. And we saw that in just the last race in Spa, in the World Endurance Championship in Spa. Neil Janney, the car 99, the door was on the behind the safety car. The door was flapping around. Driver desperately trying to close it and keep it closed, and he got the black and orange flag.
Well, let's see where the one comes.
Ignored it. He ignored the flag and actually managed to close the door. And was still in trouble. They were talking about how we connect the door when it comes in. You see that down at Ferrari. So they're concerned by it.
But once they've got a plan, they might call him in. Let's see what happens. First of all, number 7 Toyota, Jose Maria Lopez, 3rd.
Okay, Jose, do you need more TC support? More TC support question?
No, for the moment, I think it's okay.
Copy.
I actually feel that Jose Maria Lopez is the wetter, the more kind of difficult the car is to drive. He's one of those drivers. He was a master of touring car. Well, you know better than anyone, David, wouldn't you? Jose Maria Lopez's capabilities in an edgy touring car. The more he does rallying. He does stock car racing back home in Argentina. He loves wrestling the car around. I feel like the wetter it is here for Jose Maria Lopez, the better.
Well, the other thing was the radio message when the car got its second puncture. What's going on with these punctures? They have not forgotten when they were brought in twice because there was a low-pressure tyre alarm, apparently, on the telemetry in the garage, and that allowed Fernando Alonso to win his second Le Mans. That was the paranoia. What's going on with these? Do you want us to fiddle with the settings? No, I'm good. I'm probably over-reading into this, but on the other hand, there is that in the back of in the same way that when we saw Kevin Estre and Alessandro Pierguidi, all their thoughts go back, particularly Estre, to the season finale in GTE Pro when Pierguidi's car punted Estre and Christensen's Porsche out of the way and won the title. So all of that, there's still that antagonism, there's still that history. You don't forget stuff like that. Even if you think it's buried, it'll pop up. So yeah, he may genuinely be happy with the way the car is, but on the other hand, he may not necessarily want an outside force fiddling with it either.
They don't want to see us. They don't want to see what's going on here. They're working on a solution for this door.
And when they've got it, then they'll call him in. They don't want him in until they know what to do.
No, you don't want to stand there for 2 minutes.
No.
It still won't shut.
Right, that's number 8, Brendan
Come on,
Hartley,
Brendan.
rattling over the curb again. Is it all unravelling for number 8 after being tagged into that spin? Still nothing actually has come up on the message line about either the unsafe release or that contact of the 2 Ferraris.
And you've always got to look at the root of the problem. Why was 51 close to him? It's because of that bad pit stop.
Yeah.
That was the root of the problem. Very similar pace as Brendan to car 51 right now. And 51 shouldn't have been anywhere near him. That dodgy pit stop really was the cause of that problem.
Let's hear from the Ferrari team as they conflab in the garage.
Big rain to come, sector 1 in 15 minutes. Big rain to come, sector 1 in 15 minutes.
Where does that fit in the intense big scale level 2, level 1?
More than we've got at the moment, so we're
Level
not
3?
planning, level 3, 4, 5 and or above. We're not planning on bringing you in for slicks anytime soon, and also be aware that in the next 2 or 3 laps when you come past the pits, we might be warning you that it's absolutely soaking ahead of you. I'm sure it's entirely manageable for professional drivers like these in these conditions. Most of the track is probably drier than a wet would ideally like, but some of it is absolutely not slick survivable. So Ferrari 1-2, Toyota in 3rd place, Cadillac in 4th, the best of the Porsches in 5th, the second Toyota in 6th, and 3 more Porsches in the hunt. The first car that is not in the hunt but is still in a points-paying position is the 63 Lamborghini. And it doesn't take much fortune with the safety car for that car. Maybe if there's a safety car to get a wave by and get its lap back.
Ferrari through in the lead. Let's eavesdrop next on the race director's radio traffic.
Team manager car 50, team manager car 50, your car has the right-hand side door open. Your car has the right side your car has the right side door open.
He is as tired as us. Now, the difference between Eduardo and us is that Eduardo does not go to sleep.
So the message relayed to the team about the door, so they need to get on and address it.
Rob, 2 hours to go. It's extremely close. We just saw an incident with the Ferrari. It has to be kept clean.
Correct. Can't say more. It was a close fight. They were very close to each other, but I thought there was a clear contact between the 51 and our 8. Not for me to decide, not for me to judge. So up to those who should keep it a clean race.
But 2 hours to go, and it's completely open.
It is open, the weather conditions are changing, and yeah, let's get fair racing and see where we go. It is tight, and it will stay tight.
Thank you very much, good luck.
Good.
Yeah, that is Rob Loipen from Toyota Gazoo Racing, and it doesn't need to be any wetter to be a problem, does it? That's the moment just during that interview that the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi just squirreled over the gravel exiting the final chicane.
And what that's allowed is Jose Maria Lopez to catch right up. He's now just 8 tenths behind. There he is, flashing away in the background. He's got a P2 car in the way as well. They're in the mix of it.
Yeah, that's the 22 United Autosports car, Ollie Jarvis, leading in LMP2. The car behind him is not for position. DKR's car is 2 laps behind the leader. But in LMP2, we've got a super tight battle. Ollie Jarvis 23 seconds ahead of Ben Barnicoat in the AF Corsa Pro-Am leading car, who's 3 seconds ahead of EDEC Sports' Rached de Girus.
So rain is coming, we need to keep this Toyota behind, The car 50 in front of us have an issue with the door of the car, so we need to keep this Toyota 7 behind us.
I try my best.
I know, but there might be a big reward at the end of that. So do your best, that's the main goal, keep them behind.
And that next rain, when it comes, is, we are told, going to impact turn 1 all the way round to the exit of Arsenal's post 9. So the first part of the lap, heading really from the first corner all the way round Tertre Rouge. So a different element of the racetrack to get wet first.
Yeah, Jose is absolutely flying it, as we said before, loving these conditions. Pierre Guidi has his mirrors fallen out of car 7. And that moment, I think, rattled Pierre Guidi on the exit of the final corner as well, as we saw him kicking up all the gravel.
Let's go to Cadillac next. Listen to number 2, Alex Lynn.
More rain expected in 15 minutes. Understood, Alex. Just focus, you can do this.
Wiper blade just fell off. All right, well, at speed, less of a drama, because the speed drives the water off the windscreen. And yeah, just get on with it, just focus. But there's the heavier rain just gone past. There's a little bit lighter maybe coming in behind, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens.
It's game on, though, isn't it, now, for second place? Pierre Guidi versus Lopez. The gap as they come over the line, then, is just under 0.4 of a second. And the way that Lopez is going suggests that Pierre Guidi is going to have to work very, very hard indeed to fend him off. That Toyota looking very quick indeed up the inside into the Dunlop chicane. They lean on each other. The Ferrari just about makes the corner. Toyota tries to get the undercut, can't do it. That could have ended a lot worse than that. It's still the Ferrari ahead, and now they're hunting for traction as well, as both desperately trying to be in second place.
Clean racing, that's what your boss said, Jose. Clean racing.
Don't forget, this is the Toyota that, inside the last 10 laps, has set the fastest lap of the race of any car. So yes, Jose Maria Lopez is fired up and ready to go for the win.
And Alessandro Pierre Guidi, which we've seen with this fight with Kevin Estre and all the other fights he's had for that matter, in any other class he's been in, he will turn in on you. You have to be ahead of him before you get to the corner, and he pops to the outside. Make sure you get this braking zone correct, Jose, and he is in front and gets the job done into that corner.
And that's
brilliant stuff.
Great stuff. They're on the same age wet weather tyres, aren't they? For the benefit of Karun Chandhok and everybody else who's yelling at the TV, how many laps until 50 needs to pit? It's only halfway through the stint, isn't it? So
where in the rain it changes, obviously. They can do 12 in the dry, so at a guess, I'm going to say 14 in the wet.
And he's done, what, 7? 8 now? So a while still, so they might have to fix the door before they can combine it with a pit stop.
Jose's done 6 laps.
Team manager, car 50. Team manager, car 50. If your driver cannot close the door, bring the car in to repair. It's a safety element. Team manager, car 50. If the driver cannot close the door, bring the car in. It's a safety element.
So Nicholas Nielsen, the race leader, being called to the pit lane. They've got to sort out that door, and they need to then somehow create that pit stop into damage limitations, so they can try and exploit it in some vein.
And can you try to close the door? Can you try to close the door? Otherwise, we have to pit.
I cannot, mate. Give me one more lap. I try, but I honestly cannot.
Okay, let's try again. Next straight.
He's trying. You can tell he's trying there.
He can reach it.
He can reach that, as he had to undo his seatbelts to reach over there.
But they've got that side intrusion panel all the way down the centre of the cockpit, so somehow he's either reaching under it or over it. It hasn't closed yet. It hasn't latched.
Just like the Porsche at Spa.
And again, in the full access program at Spa, there's the film from the garage of them trying to brief the driver of what to do, which bit to pull to get it to close.
And I cannot. I tried to pull, I tried to push, I tried everything. I think, yeah, the flick is open. I cannot reach it.
So does he come in this time to get it closed? Let's see. Yes, he's in this time.
Leader is in.
Just as he got the black and orange flag.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it had been a kind of verbal flag, hadn't it, from the race director, Eduardo Freitas, to say you've got to bring the car in. So, have they had enough time to conjure up a magic fix? Let's find out.
Or are they just going to lean on the door and click it shut? It might be as simple as that, but it does mean that Toyota leads Le Mans with an hour and 42 minutes to go. Now, I was going to make a point, so I can't remember what it was. Carry on.
It was about gaffer tape. Is it going to be gaffer tape?
It was about things that we've been notified by race control, or rather things that we have not. No word yet about an investigation of an unsafe release for car number 50. No word yet about an investigation of contact between 51 and 8 that caused the number 8 car to spin. So, that's what it was.
Simple as that.
It hadn't quite, the latch to catch the door had not quite slid back out, and it didn't close. And normally you'll see the mechanics push the door and then just lean on it to click it in, so they feel that contact, not so it's a slam, but so it's a click.
And it was, remember, the car had to be in that pit stop. Originally, it had to be turned on the jack, on the trolleys, on the dollies underneath it. They had to point the nose out before they pulled away, and then they obviously missed it in that moment. Whatever happened in getting the car angled in the pit, they missed closing the door properly.
Right.
And also, in that confusion, the driver went too early and didn't remember to acknowledge the lollipop. It was a disaster, basically, all because it wasn't a completely standard pit stop.
Upside, downside. Downside, lost the lead down to 5th. Upside, has more fuel than anyone else. And that might make no difference whatsoever, but it's something on which to build a campaign. So now they recalculate back from the end of the race where they are, when their last stop will be.
We are P5 at the moment, P5. The lead is not far, mate. The lead is not far. We can do this. You have mega pace in the wet. You can do this.
Yeah, mate, I know I can do it. I know I can do it. Just let me do it. Just give me necessary information and nothing else.
Will do.
So that pit stop became damage limitation, didn't it?
Leave me alone. I know what I'm doing.
100%. Let me focus on this. I've got an hour and 40 minutes to win this race, and we're coming from behind, but we might just have something. And those extra few laps of fuel might be something. And on the pit lane, in every team...
That's the replay of that drama up at turns 2 and 3 that we saw a moment ago.
Yeah.
That's 51 against 7. The only other thing that might be the fly in the ointment for number 50 is the unsafe release. As you say, that's not yet filtered through the system. But to counter that, of course, there's the incident with number 8 on the sister car.
Number 7 lost a flick up there. Did you see that as well? So if this race were to dry up again, they'll be having a potentially understeery balance.
And more drag if it comes to trying to save an extra lap on fuel. Well, there was the pass that put number 7 in front of 51 at that stage for second place, but the Toyota team already knew that 50's door wasn't closing, and that's why 51, Alessandro Pierguidi, was being told, keep the Toyota behind. He couldn't, but he tried.
And now Lopez is 7 seconds to the good over Pierguidi. So he's caught him, he's passed him, he's pulled away. This car's third. The Cadillac then of Alex Lynn up into 3rd spot.
Every team on the pit wall now knows where 50, with those couple of laps of extra fuel, will end up compared to them. They all know what we don't, whether they will need to stop one time more than 50 or whether it makes no difference, whether it doesn't give them enough to get there.
Yeah, if the Ferrari, for example, needed a splash at the end of the race, if they all needed a splash of fuel by the end of the race to complete it, for example, well, they might have just got that splash out of the way in fixing the door at the same time.
But if they all need 7 laps, based on when they last stopped, then it's not enough. If they need 5 laps, it might be enough. If they need 2 laps more, it is enough.
But it's all hypothetical anyway, because with more rain coming down, you can have any scenario playing out. We could have another safety car, we could have multiple slow zones, you name it. This is not over yet.
Well, the real worry is that we might end up with a safety car, and that could really just be quite a tough end to the race, because it will cram everybody together in all the categories.
It's raining more.
It is raining more.
And that Cadillac is lapping quicker than Pierre Guidi ahead by last time 1.8 seconds. So Alessandro Pierre Guidi being caught by Alex Lynn. He's chipping away. He's getting closer and closer and closer. You were saying this was a non-starter earlier on, but he's still in the mix, that Cadillac. Don't rule him out. I know you said earlier on he hadn't got the pace, but he's creeping back into the mix, partly through others' misfortunes, I'll grant you, but...
No, they're faster. They're faster in the rain than they were in the dry.
Number 12, Callum Isler in 7th, is catching number 8, Brendan Hartley in 6th. Number 5, the Porsche of Matt Campbell, is catching Callum Isler in the number 12 car. So these gaps are coming down. And how much closer is 38's Oliver Rasmussen? Well, Rasmussen was a couple of seconds slower than Matt Campbell, so he dropped behind Campbell on that last lap by a fraction more. But there is still nothing in terms of that. So honestly, you know, a second or two around a 13.6 kilometre lap. It's insane how tight this is, given how much traffic there is still circulating.
This intensity of rain is due to last for another 20 minutes.
And in race control, they're looking at earlier incidents as well, which might well filter through, just to throw another spanner into the works. 96 minutes of the race remain, that is all. Toyota leads, Ferrari leads Cadillac. The best Porsche is 4th, Toyota 5th, Porsche 6th, which is the Jota car of Callum Isler. There is the better Porsche from Penske. It is Lawrence Vanthoor at the wheel of it. And even the change of conditions not really helping, because still he is not lapping on the same pace as those ahead. And not that far behind, look, is a very fired up Nicholas Nielsen, who is on an absolute mission now to see what he can salvage out of this race.
Yeah, he was holding the gap earlier on, wasn't he, when Jose was behind him. He wasn't pulling away, but Lopez definitely wasn't catching him. So, yeah, he's going to have to dig extra deep, I feel, is Nielsen, if he's to actually close in on car 7.
Track temperature remains 17.2 degrees, down from the heady heights of 17.6 before it started to rain.
Oh, these winter meetings, great.
And yes, I know. The plum pudding
Yes,
24
exactly.
hours. And for the poor fans, it's back down to 15 degrees and 100% humidity because it is raining. So that's apparently that's not quite 100% humidity when the air is full of water, but there we go. Car 38, Oliver Rasmussen, under investigation for track limits at turn 12, which is the exit of the first chicane. So we are still getting notifications of drivers being investigated for things, but no notification of a potential unsafe relief for the 50 Ferrari or about the contact between the 51 and the 8. And normally we are informed that there is an investigation before we're then informed of the result of that investigation. So does that mean that there is no investigation into either of those?
If you were Toyota,
moments?
you would bring them to the attention of race control, wouldn't you? You would say, have you looked at this? Can I just suggest, could I ask you to have a look?
I'm sure on the Discord all those conversations are happening.
Exactly. They might not be being relayed to us, but I'm sure they are happening.
Who wants to hear some average lap times?
The race
Go on,
control
then.
team busy enough.
I would love to know who's got good speed.
Car 7, average lap time in this stint of 8 laps so far, 3:52.5. Brendan Hartley, car 8, 3:54.7. Alex Lynn, car 2, 3:54.3. Pierre Guidi, 51, did a 3:55.8. He's really struggling. Nick Nielsen averaged a 3:52.9. Exactly the same, well, a little bit slower actually than Jose Maria Lopez. So, yeah, Nielsen the second fastest one out there. And Laurent Vanthoor, by the way, 3:52.9 as well. So Vanthoor, this stint, has caught up with Alex Lynn.
Right, first there were 9, now there are 8. Hertz Team Jota's number 38 seems to be being removed from the equation. Why, Martin? Because Oliver Rasmussen has just been given a drive-through penalty for excessive abuse of track limits, and that will take him far enough out of the hunt, although he probably won't lose the lead lap, that he is unlikely to be a contender. However, A safety car would change all of that. Even for a couple of laps, it would make a difference. Look at the Cool Racing car skating off the corner. That's 37, Vladislav Malte Jakobsen, being chased by Vladislav Lomko. And there's the hug that says, go get him, boy. Sebastian Buemi suited up, ready for the final 90 minutes of Le Mans 2024. Is he going to add another Le Mans victory to his tally in the number 8 Toyota, or will it be one of their 7 other rivals?
Brendan, turn 22, 9th track limit. I think we have to consider changing. We're talking to Seb now.
Sorry. I mean, I'm happy to say. How many did I get? I get up to 12, right?
I think the answer there is 12. However, so that was the 12th limit infringement for Oliver Rasmussen, not at turn 12. I thought it was just finger trouble on the keyboards when we were notified. So he's on 9 of 12. Yeah, oh, sorry, okay. And that's why they're going to put Buemi in, because Buemi is fresher, less tired, less likely to critically pick up a penalty. Because those 9 infringements don't stay with the car, they are related to the driver. So you don't immediately put Buemi in with only 3 infringements in the next 90 minutes. It will reset to 0. So there's the logic there. And again, look at this. Cool Racing into your pole. This might be for the win. 37 ahead of 34. Currently 22 United leads. AO by TF right behind is... It must be a lap down. It is a lap down on this battle. That's the pole sitting car. So Toyota lead in the hypercar. United Autosport lead in LMP2, and Vladislav Lomko moves up to 4th place in LMP2. It is Richard Leitz for Manthey EMA in a Porsche that leads in LMGT3. 91 minutes to go here at Le Mans. Yeah, whatever you're doing, do not go out.
Malte Jakobsen, yeah, this fight's been raging on for quite some time, Martin, and yeah, it's now inverted after Jakobsen found his way past in the dry earlier on, but in the rain it seems to be into Europol's got the speed. Look at the rain coming down now. Whoa. Out of this final corner.
That's the heavy rain that they were forecasting, and that is absolutely pelting.
The pressure you feel as a driver when you're in changeable conditions, you're leading the race. And yeah, Jose Maria Lopez, he's in the zone, but they've got to be on him all the time as to where the rain's coming down, how the radar looks, and he's got to be feeding information for the next driver if they do get in the car, if he's not going to stay in through to the end.
He might stay in. He's got time on his side. He won't exceed 4 hours, at least not in this stint. Interesting little cameo there. Sebastian Buemi, suited and booted. The man who finished the race for Toyota last year, Ryo Hirakawa, in the number 8 car, is clearly not going to get back in, at least not at this stage.
Lopez will have to get out, by the way. He's been in the car a long time. He can't carry on through to the end of the race.
He can do 4 hours in any 6.
He's done 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I mean, it's split up because of the rain, but he's probably done about a triple stint, I'd say.
Yeah, but it's about time. It's not about how many times he stops.
Right, longer lap times in the wet. Goodbye.
Yeah. Anthony Davidson failing to answer the question. There's a racing driver for you. Maybe a future in politics as well. So we'll be joined by Rob Bell as we head into the final 90 minutes of this race. An hour and 29 minutes here on board the 311 Whelen Cadillac. I sense we're going to see it going round. It didn't take an Einstein to figure that one out, did it? He clumped the curbs in the Dunlop chicane, and around it went. So Ryo Hirakawa there on the right, the man who was targeted to chase the 51 Ferrari in the closing stages last year. But Sebastian Buemi in the 8 car, he's the man who's going to take over.
I can't see anything without the wiper thing.
Yeah, he's lost his wiper blade, the number 2 Cadillac, so no effective windscreen wiper.
That's not what you want to see, and not what you want to hear as a driver.
No,
absolutely not.
clearly see it. The wiper blade has gone for the number 2 Cadillac, so no weight wiper blade on that car.
It just shows you the small details. We've got cars being put down the order because they can't shut a door, and windscreen wipers falling off. It's the smallest details are making a big difference in this race.
And sometimes it's the silly things, isn't it? You know, it's a wiper blade. What road car did it come from? What motor factors did it come from? You know, these things are not purpose-built, super design.
Trouble for the
Vector Sport
car over and out of the gravel track.
Stefan Riquelme holds on to his position. Marty Jakobsen, the next guy behind, is actually in the pits, so due to go about a lap down. There's the number 6 Porsche in 4th place. There's the caddy with the blue nose. So 3rd and 4th, there they are. Rear left puncture for the number 5 Porsche. So 38 potentially out with a drive-through penalty. Number 5 Porsche potentially out of the hunt with a puncture. So that's going to cost him time. Are we down now from 9 to 7 possible winners with 87 minutes to go? That's been a busy 5 minutes for our slight outliers, hasn't it?
Big wiggle there for the number 6 Porsche coming through. Big wiggle. These are getting increasingly difficult conditions, Rob Bell. Heavy rain behind us in the outer paddock.
Yeah, that didn't look like the car just looked lazy there when it transitioned from one side to the next. And we've seen that, you know, when these rain tyres do get a bit heat into them.
Whoa.
A lot of cars squirming around there. We've seen this the whole race. Not necessarily in the Toyotas, though. It's other Ferraris and the Porsches that seem to be affected the worst.
Same kind of issues, by the way, going on in GT. Ryan Dames coming under increasing pressure from the second of the Proton Mustangs, Christopher Mies. Remember, hugely experienced, but a Le Mans rookie, closing on Michelle Gatting. And he's in the 44, the yellow Proton Mustang. She's in the I'm Dames, the pink and white Lamborghini for 4th place. And another Mustang ahead. What a debut for the Mustang GT3 here.
Really impressive, you know, at the moment, the 88 car in a podium position. Going to be a little bit of headphone swapping in a moment or two. We're going to hoik out one man in a McLaren jacket, Rob Bell, or you can stick there and we'll invite some guests on air. Graham.
We will indeed. We're looking out for 2 rapid-fire guests from effectively the same concern. We've got Michael Leiters, the fairly recently appointed CEO of McLaren Automotive.
2 years ago.
Is that 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Michael, what a return for McLaren this has been. We've got the hyperpole for Inception. Bear with us a second while we listen to the Cadillac.
7 seconds clear ahead, 7 seconds clear to the Ferrari. Box, racing line 8.
Give us a few impressions of your return to this amazing event with McLaren.
So, first of all, we are super excited because for us it's a very, very important moment. For us, LMP3 and especially Le Mans is full of emotions, full of successes for us. And we are happy to be back. This is a category we believe strongly in because it's our road car. We are racing here and we can show that these road cars are quick and reliable. So definitely very excited. Obviously not the outcome we wanted to have, but we take also a lot of positive things from us from it. So we made the hyperpole in our category. We have been, I would say, reasonably quick. With a little bit of good luck, maybe we could target for a podium. But then, unfortunately, we had 2 failures, and we have to investigate what happened then.
Early days for this program, this partnership with United Autosports and GT3. You liking what you're seeing in terms of that partnership, in terms of the class, in terms of where the championship is heading?
No, absolutely. I think it's a strong partnership. Obviously, it's the first year for us, so we both have to learn a lot. Also for United, it's a new category. I think the category is quite competitive, as you see today and during the season. But again, I think there's everything there maybe today it was more about managing our cars in certain conditions, like driving behind this safety car for so long, having, let me say, cold conditions. We saw that actually the first time so heavily, so definitely, again, to learn, but nothing concerning and nothing which we can't fix. It's only learning.
Final major question for you, Michael, is about the reason why manufacturers come racing, and that is to make sure that you've got a loyal customer base that still want to come back and buy more of your product. It is very early days. What kind of response are you getting from the customers you've got with you here and for customers wanting to see more?
No, definitely they want to see more. They are excited about the program and having this experience together with us. For us, in our DNA, in our core values of our brand, we have also the belonging. And belonging to the McLaren family and having these experiences is super exciting. And I mean, in general, this event is so fantastic. It's so engaging. It's pure motorsport. So our customers are super happy, and we too.
Just before we introduce our second guest, just to talk through the pit stop for the charging number 2 Cadillac. Alex Palou poured the car after a stellar stint earlier on before the rain. Sitting alongside you now, sorry Martin, you're about to say?
Yeah, driver change, I think Earl Bamber taking over.
That's Alex Palou, I think.
Oh, that's Alex Palou, is it? Okay,
yeah.
So yeah, driver change and fresh set of wets as well. So this is the car that came in from 3rd place, drops down towards the tail of our contenders, and he'll probably come out in 7th. Number 12, Hertz Team Jota, also in the pits at the moment.
And they are putting a new blade on that wiper arm. That should hopefully help things. It's going to delay this for a few seconds.
Well, anybody who's changed their wiper blades at home knows that it takes about 5 minutes, and you don't do it with gloves on either.
No,
so that's a quick job.
Well, Michael, you're the road car side of things. Delighted to also have alongside us the man in charge of the racing side of the McLaren brand. Zak Brown, great to have you back with us. You've got sort of 2 irons in the fire here. You've got a jacket on there with the McLaren brand and another brand you're intimately involved with, co-owner of United Autosports. Tell us a little about the adventure so far, not just this year, but this weekend with United.
It's been awesome. First, it's been amazing to come back to Le Mans with McLaren. It's been quite some time. To do it with Michael and the whole automotive team is been awesome. Very proud of the effort. You know, 20 hours. We're running at the front. The car was super fast. Conditions were tricky, so fell a few hours short. But I think for a debut on a decision that was made, relatively late, I think we got to be very proud of what the McLaren GT3 car did with both cars. Of course, we've got our LMP2. We had a challenge early on. One car knocked out of contention pretty early, but still going. But sitting here staring at the timing chart, being in the lead of LMP2, I'm not sure with it pouring rain adds a little bit of anxiety to the last 1 hour and 19 minutes and 40 seconds. But who's counting?
There's not one single viewer watching in the moment that wouldn't want me to ask an open question, you gentlemen. There's 2 classes in the FIWC. It's stacked. It's been an astonishing race here at Le Mans. There's surely hunger to be in that top class.
We are open to it. We are really exciting. We think it's a fantastic class, and definitely something which we could imagine. No decision yet taken, but I think for us it's the first step now in GT3, and there's a strategy behind that. So, but we will see in the future.
We're going to hear from the race director. I've got one final question as well.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. Car 51 has 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for a contact with car 8 at MP20. Car 51 has 5 seconds added to the next pit stop.
And he will serve that now. Final question from yourselves at McLaren Automotive, but also imagine you're any other manufacturer who's not involved.
does the way that this year's Le Mans is playing out in the hypercar class, with all these different brands, not just sort of vaguely in contention within a few laps, but literally within seconds of each other, does that offer encouragement? And the way that the new cars, the brand new cars this year, are still performing, does that sort of offer the encouragement that you don't have to have a decade of experience to actually be competitive?
Yeah, I think, you know, Michael and I walked the grid at the start of the race, and you look at this beautiful machinery, these great manufacturers. We want to race against our competitors, so I think it definitely sitting here watching how awesome sports car racing has become in a short period of time. I think they got the rules right, and that's why you're seeing the manufacturers jump in. And of course, we'd love to see that McLaren name racing for P1 22 hours into 24 hours of Le Mans. So it's very exciting, and I think it's a great show for the fans, which is why we all go racing.
Well, absolutely. I'm going to close this with one final question, because there's always one. Thanks for bringing it all back. It's great to have the McLaren brand back at Le Mans. It was the brand that brought me here for the very first time in 1995, and there's an important anniversary coming up next year. It will be 30 years since that famous win for the F1 GTR. I'm not asking you to tell me what you might be thinking about, but have you got any special plans, gentlemen?
We have already plans, and exciting plans. So, and definitely we will come back. So, and we will how do you say that? Have a party and celebrate that. That's the right word. Celebrate that in the right way. So.
Thank you so much for your time. I know it's been a very busy day, very busy weekend, and I know there's thousands of fans around the world delighted to see McLaren back at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and you're two of the guys that are responsible for delivering that. So thank you on behalf of all of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And of course, Zach, with his other hat on, United Autosports leading in LMP2 at the moment, and that number 22 car has winning history here at Le Mans. So, yeah. There's all sorts of... I can't imagine how nervous a team owner must be heading into the final hour with the chance of winning this great race for a second time. That's just... yeah. And then to come back potentially in the future with another brand that has winning success as well. That's great. And Graham Goodwin, you know, McLaren's road car product is already racing here in GT3 against their road car rivals like Ferrari, like Lamborghini and so on. And so to have a hypercar doing the same, it's just even more of a great flag-waving exercise for the brand.
Before the internet explodes, it's not a yes yet.
No, but it's not a hard no.
But I think it's a soft yes. Yes. I think that the thing that has changed the picture was the announcement on Friday of an extension of that rule set. It now means that you can have a multi-year program within the current rule set with a car that could debut maybe as early as 2027, maybe a little earlier than that.
I think if you haven't already got a car on the drawing board, you could easily debut in 2026, because that's the lead time that the original hypercars took.
I think we're talking now 27. What do we know? We know McLaren did a concept. I know that was done with one of the existing chassis suppliers. I know that went quite some way down the planning level. There's lots of other boxes that needed to be ticked. Lots of those boxes have now been ticked. McLaren are now back in contention in Formula One for one thing. What do I expect? I expect it to be a yes. I don't know when that's going to be. It's not going to be next week. It's not going to be next month. But can there be a better place and a time to make that announcement on the 30th anniversary of a win?
Clearly not. You know, so 2025 would be a phenomenal time to do it. And if they're going to announce it in 2025, then you know damn well they'll have spent a year working themselves up to a position where they're hitting the button on a design that exists. Sebastian Buemi in for the final 73 minutes of this race. He's the man that will take the number 8 Toyota to the line if it makes it, and in whatever position. But there's no question he's going to be the last guy at the wheel of this car in this race.
I think just going back to the McLaren thing, as a McLaren factory driver, if they are going to do it, they better hurry up, or else I'll need a Zimmer frame to get in.
Well, you might be a handy bronze by then.
Oh, could be. Yeah. Sign
You're
me
right,
up.
a big SUV, mate.
Yeah,
you can make
absolutely, yeah.
So at the moment, as things stand, 1 hour and 13 minutes to go in what has been an epic 24 hours of Le Mans so far. Car 50, by the way, under investigation. Pit stop 30. It is falling apart here, I'm afraid.
Does that mean they didn't stop for the full 5 extra seconds? That would be a real disaster.
That was the 51.
That was 51.
Unsafe release. So, car 50, it's an unsafe release, which you spotted. I didn't. Wasn't at the mic at that point.
Oh,
There's under investigation.
Yes. Yeah, it was an unsafe release.
Yeah, and they've also got issues around the ability or otherwise to change tyres in this last hour. So let's wait and see how that one goes.
Which presumably means they are now on the very last set of tyres that they have. Let's catch up with Maurice Schuring.
Maurice, you're leading at the moment. Not too much pressure. How does it look for you at the moment with the strategy?
Well, when you look at the timing, we're in P1, so it's looking quite well. But it's still 1 hour 13 minutes to go, in which a lot can happen. As you see, the race conditions are very difficult, so we keep our feet on the ground, and it's still 1 hour.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Maurice Schuring from Manthey EMA with Bruce Rani in the pit lane. Yeah, an hour can be a horribly, horribly long time. You're so close. We were talking about this an hour ago, so close that you can almost taste it, and yet we know that a minute can wreak disaster in this race.
One of the youngest drivers in this field, young Mr. Schuring, and he has been ironclad throughout.
And they've put him in with Richard Leach, one of the most experienced, so what a move that is. But I have to say, looking at Richard Leach there, take a picture, because that was a quick mistake he'd made, track limits. That's one for the books. Don't think I've ever seen him make a mistake, so yeah, great combination there.
Nicholas Nielsen leads the motor race. He is on a different fuel strategy, courtesy of filling the car when the car came in to have that door closed. But if we don't go to a caution, we'll need a splash.
But we'll need fuel later than everybody else in the top half dozen. So because he stopped more recently, so he can go further, and they will all therefore need one more pit stop. The question is, the deal is not that he doesn't have to come into the pits, but for every lap later that he comes in, they're not going to fill it up to the top. It's not going to take the same time. They're only going to fill it to get to the end, so there will be less time spent in the pits. Down at Arnage, the 87 Codis ASP car going straight on in the rain. That's 87.
It's Esteban Masson trying to chase down a top 10 finish. It's been a topsy-turvy race, an encouraging one for Codis ASP. They've been in the mix here for podium positions.
Yeah, they really have. I think what the Codis ASP take away from this is they've learned a phenomenal amount about running the car, and they know, and I think we know, that they're not running it 100% at its optimum all the time, or perhaps not running it and maybe even not driving it 100% at its optimum. But from where they were at the beginning of the season, they've made a quantum leap with that car. Porsche's here. What's that? 12 and 5? Yes, it is. So 12 in front, Hertz Team Jotas, Norman Nato, Matt Campbell giving him the hurry up with the headlights. So this is a battle for position, as almost everything is now. 7th place changes hands, through goes Matt Campbell in the number 5.
We push on. Matt Campbell pulls up the overall order just a little. Quick moment to talk about the FIWC and the Manufacturers' Championship here. It's double points, remember, in the Manufacturers' Championship. Here's an astonishing number for you. We're almost 23 hours into this race. The Isotta Fraschini is 1 position away from scoring manufacturer points here.
Yeah.
That it's I mean, whatever the gap, don't care about the gap. That car has run and run and run. And Jean-Carl Vernet back at the wheel of the car. It's 14th position overall. Remember, though, the private cars, privately entered cars and the additional cars are invisible for manufacturers' points here. So in the manufacturers' standings right now, They're 11th.
And they're just desperate to get into the checkered flag. It's been such a gargantuan effort for the small team. Don't forget that Isotta Fraschini doesn't even have the size of McLaren. It doesn't exist. I mean, it's not a company building road cars even, not yet at least. So it's a small race team building a hypercar to take on the might of Cadillac, of Ferrari, of Toyota, of Porsche. I mean, it's absolutely David versus Goliath.
Their road car is effectively a very slightly softer version of this car, and it's parked in the village right now, a bright yellow thing. And you can, today, knock on the door of their booth, ask to speak to someone important, and leave, I'm sure, an absolute ton of euros, and you will have your very own road-going hypercar.
Claudio Vero will be very
incredibly happy
to talk to you, very happy indeed. Isotta Fraschini, one of the world's earliest supercar manufacturers. They built phenomenally expensive and impressive cars in the 1930s.
Targa Florio winners, Isotta Fraschini.
Yeah, and then in the Great Wall Street crash, like so many others, they vanished and have been retrieved from history to hopefully make it to the end of their first ever race at Le Mans.
They are like Volvo in one particular way, by the way. Volvo cars and Volvo trucks, not the same company. Isotta Fraschini live on, in terms of the name, as a marine engine manufacturer, not the same company. This is a brand new effort in the competition, track and road car marketplace. All Italian-owned, proudly so, with Michelotto as their partners, and pushing forwards, and what a performance they have put in.
Clement Novalak in the yellow and green into Europol car, getting caught out by the Acodis ASP Lexus. He had to go the long way round the outside. He was hoping for a gap on the inside, couldn't get through, but he's still in second place ahead of Joop van Uyten.
Well, that is Joop van Uyten, and you've got to say, did he take advantage there?
No, didn't get close. In fact, Joop van Uyten is going quite a lot more slowly, it would seem, than Clement Novalak. You mean did Clement Novalak take advantage by not going the long way around? Well,
correct.
He tried to stay on track, but there was going to be contact, so he had to open the steering. There's Nick Minassian at EDEX Sports. He's the team boss there. That's his man, Joop van Uyten, in the white car with the blue roof and dorsal fin.
The Matra colours.
And
50 years after the final win at Le Mans for that proud mark.
And in between them is the Manthey EMA car, the orange and black Porsche of Richard Lees that leads in GT3. Here, meanwhile, is the number 2 Cadillac, Alex Palou, lying in 6th position, 1 minute and 37 seconds behind the leader.
2.3 seconds, though, behind Sebastian Buemi for 5th place. And all sorts of possibilities with strategy coming here.
Yeah.
And he's got the other surviving Cadillac, the 311, right behind him. That car, by the way, way down the order, 38th place, 15th in the hypercar order. Felipe Drugovich at the wheel of that car after a couple of woes, including a trip into the barriers, the early stages of this morning at Indianapolis.
You can see in the hypercar class we've had a few retirements. Number 20 BMW in the pit lane, number 99, and that is the Porsche hypercar from Proton Engineering. That's also in the pit lane at the moment.
I think that car may be done. That car, I think, needed to be recovered. I think it's shown as being in the pits, but I believe it may well be in Parc Fermé.
Yeah. It's not shown as a retirement yet, but it probably will be.
More rally expected in 5 to 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes. Quickest lap time on track is 54.2.
Now, those of you who have been watching the race will know that during safety car periods, of which we have had three safety cars used at Le Mans, and eventually, once the incident that triggered the safety cars has been cleared up, the queues merge into one. Cars who are in front of their class leader in the queue are waved round to the back of the queue, and then the queue is released as one. And in 4 minutes' time, that will no longer be the case. Once we get into the final hour, 3 safety cars will be used, and when the track, if they're required, and when the track goes green, the cars will be released from behind their relevant safety cars. So we will no longer have the merge, the wave by and all the other stuff. It will just be the old way of 3 different safety cars. However, let's hope that because the visibility is decent and the rain isn't absolutely torrential yet, the cars will continue. 50 Ferrari leads, will need to stop in a couple of laps. Will that be enough to make it to the end? That's going to be very close.
I didn't do any laps on the rain, so I need a lot of laps of course.
It's okay, mate. It's okay. Yeah, take what you need. I'll just give you as much info as I can. You're doing a good job holding the Cadillac off. 2 seconds holding.
Yeah, so Sebastian Buemi saying, I haven't driven in the rain. Well, that's just one of those fortunes of war, I guess. He's struggling to try and find the outright limit, and he needs to, because the Cadillac of Alex Palou behind is trying to close hard.
So am I reading this right, Martin? So as we sit here now, the top 2 cars are 50. I'm thinking that's got to stop 2 more times, right?
Correct.
And we think, or I'm thinking, the 7 car only has to stop 1 more time.
I believe so.
Yeah, so advantage Toyota at this point.
It does seem to be that case. The key here is Jose Maria Lopez needs to keep this clean. This is the 47 car having a very wobbly moment, and off the track will rejoin. Who's aboard that car? It is Fred Vesti.
And he's down. He's down at Mulsanne corner where he should have gone round the roundabout. He looped it round anyway. Probably easier to do in the rain, actually, than in the dry. So number 7, Toyota number is Jose Maria Lopez. Well, it rather depends how much fuel economy they can manage. Do Toyota, Ferrari and the rest, apart from the 50 car, only need 1 stop?
Ferrari in front is 30 seconds ahead. 30 seconds ahead. They still need to box. They still need to box.
Yeah, but in the race, are they the leader?
The Ferrari in front is in position 1. We are currently P2, but we are offsetted in strategy. Just keep doing what you're doing. You are doing well.
Grand Tour presenter Richard Hammond and his daughter, with whom he has a highly entertaining podcast and an awful lot of fun making videos. She's turning into quite the petrol head, as obviously Richard very much is. So 50 needs to stop earlier than the rest of the field, but can the rest of the field in hypercar make it on just 1 stop? I don't know.
Also, by the way, Clement Novalak car 30, actually we car 34, not 35, under investigation for behaviour MP3. That was shortcutting the Dunlop chicane, and I do think he took advantage there. I think he eked out an advantage in ducking out of taking the apex.
Yeah, but he tried to go around the car in front and then had to avoid a collision. He didn't just go straight off.
Well, we'll
he
see.
made every effort to get around the car. I would say if there's a penalty there, that would be really harsh. However, I'm not a steward. Let's catch up with Kuba Śmiechowski at Inter Europol. Bruciani is with him.
Jacob, you did the morning, you look at 2 at the moment and catching just a tiny bit. How is it going? How is it looking?
I mean, it's looking pretty good. We're not only catching, but we also need to defend from the guys that are behind us, that are really quick as well. We managed to pull a tiny bit of a gap, so I hope we can keep it. But yeah, we focus now on the front, and we will try to catch up as much as we can and hopefully maybe fight for the win if it's possible.
Okay, well, very good luck to you. I'll let you back in front of the screen.
Thank you very much.
So Inter Europol, last year's winners, and they are still in the hunt. United Autosport lead in LMP2, but Inter Europol in 2nd place, Edex Sport in 3rd.
No further action, by the way, on car 50 for that
unsafe relief. He did go before the lollipop, but he did swerve away from the LMP2 car that was in the fast lane, so he avoided really impeding them badly. And he took avoiding action. It was the driver error, though. That was not a team error. They did not release him. He went while the lollipop was still down. However, I think as we're in the final hour, maybe that's having a little bit of a look at that. Still no news. The 51 served a penalty for contact with number 8, didn't he? So that one has gone.
As is the door. So the two issues for, well, issue apiece for the two Ferraris now dealt with. This is a motor race, and the one remaining factor, as Rob Bell said just a few minutes ago, is that our belief is the number 7 Toyota, 33.8 seconds back from the number 50 Ferrari, will need to stop once. The number 50 will need to stop twice.
Yeah, that is entirely possible. It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight for both. It's going to be tight for the majority of our lead lap hypercars to make it on the one stop, but it's going to be intensely tight.
Trouble for the 7.
A spin for Jose Maria Lopez. Now, the rain doesn't look quite as dramatic on the camera lenses, but the Argentine has looped it around at the Dunlop curve anyway. We'll need to take a look at that from a slightly longer run-up to see what effect traffic had. Here we go. There's always traffic offline passing the Inception McLaren. Just carried in too much speed on the wrong line, Rob, and that's what traffic can do to you when there's only a narrow bit of dry-ish tarmac.
We've seen it there all week, wet and dry, people struggling in that corner. It's just, he just lost it on the way in. Just lost it on the way in.
It's asking the car to do far too many things all in one go in the dry. You're honking on at almost maximum speed in top gear, uphill through that right-hander, trying to get the weight off the left-hand side of the car, straighten it up on the nose, turn it to the left so the weight goes to the right. I mean, and in the wet, there's just not the grip.
Yes, very sorry. I don't know what happened.
We are checking. Stay focused. All okay.
Could that be the defining factor? Could that be the moment?
I didn't hear that because there was a problem with my panel. What was he saying?
Didn't hear it. He was asking whether or not there was a problem with the car, and so they're saying we're checking.
Oh,
so right, he was apologising. He was basically he's putting his hand up and saying, "I'm sorry for that." But actually, the team said, "Well, there might be a problem," so they weren't really sure why it had happened. So, look, he just needs to get his head down and don't make that mistake again.
Yeah. Don't let the paranoia come in. Don't let the paranoia come. Just keep your head down and go out and win this race. And right now, Toyota are well placed. Their cars are in 2nd and 5th position, and they are looking as strong as anything else out there. Here's Manthey EMA with the Iron Dames, Michelle Gatting, the Lamborghini behind. This is not for position. The leader in GT3 is a lap ahead, if I'm not reading that right.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the Iron Dames have actually been passed now by the number 44 Proton Mustang. So Mustang sitting 3rd and 4th. It is Porsche who have dominated today in LMGT3. Then the surviving BMW, then 2 of the 3 Mustangs that started this race.
And Bruce Giovanni reporting from the pit lane that it is raining more heavily once more. Which is probably not really what anyone wants to hear, especially not those who are now moving away from their lunchtime beer and baguette towards the grandstands, towards the spectator banks, towards their viewing positions, because everybody wants to be trackside as this great race finishes.
Remember this number, 14 seconds that spin cost Jose Maria Lopez.
Ooh. Now then, here's another question. How much gap does the 50 Ferrari have to build to re-emerge in the lead?
It's kind of my point. That is the kind of incident at this stage of the race that could have massive effects at the end of the race.
Well, you remember the off for the number 8 car with Ryo Hirakawa when he just skated off briefly at Arnage in the final hour. That took the pressure off the 51 Ferrari last year. Will that do the same for the 50 car? 51, last year's winner, by the way, a minute off the lead in 3rd, and only 13 seconds away from making it a Ferrari 1-2 right now.
That's the other point, which is it has pulled the number 51 car back into contention with the Toyota. All of a sudden, twice as much pressure.
Crikey. See, that's why people like this race, not because it beats you senseless, but because it is always full of intrigue. And if you're watching this for the first time, is it always like this? Actually, Rob Bell, kind of it is.
anyone I've ever done. There's no such thing as a plain sailing 24-hour race, but especially here. So yeah, it's one of those things that and even sometimes when you think you've broken it, and you think, oh, I'm just into that morning stretch, the car's going well, there's always a sting in the tail.
Nobody that was here that year will ever forget the finish in 2016, and we're not going to pull his tail again with that. Davidson as a key part of that drama on the final lap. And everybody said it'll never happen again, and then what happens 5 years later in LMP2, the same thing happens
exactly
again.
The same thing. The lead car retires on the very last lap of the race.
So Nicholas Nielsen here, he's into his 13th lap of this stint. So actually, if he finishes this lap and he does another 13 laps in his last stint, he might only have to do one more stop.
Wow.
Wow, sir.
Wow. Well, and the longer it remains wet and the full throttle running is lower and the lift and coast is more acceptable because top speeds aren't quite what they were, the closer he gets to that window. Oh, I would love to know in the 50 Ferrari camp how close they think they are. Is the rain going to save them?
Is it, well,
careful, that's 183, trying to stick his nose in under the Mustang.
The rain plus any real caution very well could.
That's really interesting. That's the first 13 lap stint he's done of the race.
He's going to come in this lap, 2% left. That's not enough to, it's barely enough to make the pit lane, but wow, what a job. Is that the race-defining stint from Nicholas Nielsen? Is it the super-fast Dane who's been promoted into the hypercar squad, who's perversely got the carpet slippers on and saved enough fuel? Now, if they come up a lap short, then that will be very heartbreaking, but you can only do what you can do with the cards you're dealt.
May as well go for it. If you come
have to go for it.
You know, you either win or lose this race. No one cares who's second, so you know you may as well go for it. But the way I'm seeing it is, he could potentially, if he does another 13-minute stint at a 4-minute laps, that's 52 minutes, and we're down to 51:31.
So fresh wets surely will go on as well. You're not economising on the wets. 37 is off sideways, and that is Cool Racing's Malte Jakobsen.
Struggling to get the car going. 5 seconds, by the way, added to the next pit stop for car 34. That could cost them second place in this motor race in LMP2.
Oh no, that's Clement Novalak taking advantage and going off. Fuel but no tyres for Ferrari. They are gambling on track position. Ooh, they really don't need it to rain heavily.
Well, it's done pit lane. Jose Maria Lopez, meanwhile, in the Porsche curves now. This is a critical pit stop for the Ferrari squad. 51 took the win last year. 50 would dearly like to match that.
Now, no tyres. The disadvantage is the wet weather tyres will be worn if it gets wetter and wetter, and they're worn anyway. The advantage is they're hot. There's no extra time lost on warm-up, and that might be the difference between being close enough to the Toyotas to jump them when they pit. So everything is about time and track position.
7 car coming through to take the lead. Wow. So now, what is the gap going to be? And is this going to be close enough, Rob Bell, for Nick Nielsen to get this car home?
I think they think that they've got this one.
I think
they think this is their last stop, and we know the 7 car has to stop. Interesting.
Isn't it just edgy stuff?
There we go, 100% energy, 99 for the 50 car, halfway through the stint for all of its rivals. The one who's going to go furthest rather, is 8. Sebastian Buemi's car, which has got 53% energy. Or the Lamborghini. Imagine if we get a running out of fuel last couple of laps. Could the Lamborghini come and make it into a top 10 position ahead of the 94 Peugeot? Who knows? It's going to be a crazy final 49 minutes.
So the Gazoo Racing lead need to stop again. The 51 Ferrari, 15.8 seconds back, needs to stop again. Nicholas Nielsen, 2.6 seconds back. We don't know. It's going to be very edgy indeed as to whether or not they need to stop again. Lawrence Vanthoor in the 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, 12.5 seconds back and sitting to wait and see what happens ahead. In LMP2, United Autosport's Ollie Jarvis leads by 39 seconds for the 34 into Europol car. A car that will serve another 5 seconds in the next pit stop. Edex Sport in the 3rd position place.
Miguel, pit stop for those 5 seconds, which is costing position. It's super tight, the rain is coming back. How do you feel?
Well, we are doing the maximum. It was quite unexpected pit stop with the door, but we keep pushing. Niklas is doing a fantastic job right now in wet conditions. He's really doing what he has to do, and 48 minutes. Let's see where we are at the end of the race.
Okay, good luck. Thank you.
That was an interesting moment, Rob Bell. And we'll get to that moment in a minute. That was a shortcutting of the Dunlop chicane by the 50.
Yeah, but it's not a it's a shortcut, but actually he's gone in the corner. You know, he's losing the car.
He'll take a track limits.
He'll take a track limits, and if they're bright, he could actually put his hand up and actually just say, look, I'll sacrifice a couple of seconds for that.
6th place in the pit lane is Cool Racing. And that shows how tight everything is. Malte Jakobsen's car, though, receiving attention. 37, dropping out of contention for the podium. 34 in the background, going very slowly. Clement Novalak, has he just had a little off with Nick Nielsen now? The 50 car on its way out from that pit stop. Was trying to do the maths. I might have to try and work. I was trying to work out in 47 minutes how many 127-second laps you get, and I got 14,000, and I think I must have multiplied instead of advising. How many laps are left, Anthony? Anthony, go and put a headset on, and you can, instead of waving things at me that I can't see because my eyes are too poor, you can have a chat and we can carry this through.
We have the combined brains trust at the moment of Karen Chandok and Anthony's son Rowan on this at the moment. So we'll listen what's going on with the 50 of Nick Nielsen.
Okay, when we get close, they should let us by. When we get close, they should let us by.
Are we faster than them?
Yes.
Oh.
But surely all that car has to do is conserve fuel. What are all those cars
doing going off track on the way into the Ford chicane?
Which cars?
Well, the Edex Sport car and the Ferrari.
Was that outside to the right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been doing it, or every car.
Well, no, they were on the far side of the curbs.
I would offer the honourable gentleman the potential. The 51 car again that takes the shortcuts.
I think it's raining more. These two cars, the 50 car and the Edex Sport LMP2 behind, both not the little duck into the pit entrance that they do in qualifying, but way out past the curbs. I think it's suddenly got a bit more greasy. I wonder if somebody's losing something. Either way, there is 51, there is 50. Nick Nielsen is closing.
Well, Nick Nielsen has been told they will let him by. That's what he said. Because the one thing the Ferrari cannot afford to do
is slow Nick Nielsen down.
And waste fuel doing it.
Correct. Correct. Oh, this is going to be really silly exciting in 45 minutes. I mean, really, really silly exciting. While pointing out Bruce Giovanni in the pit lane, beg your pardon, Bruce. 3:57.3 last lap for Laurens Vanthoor. Is the number 6 Porsche out of it? It's in the background of the shot. It is not out of it. That is 10 seconds, or was 10 seconds behind Nick Nielsen. Nielsen now down to 3 seconds behind Alessandro Pierguidi. It won't happen on the Mulsanne. It should happen on the run-up to Indianapolis.
The biggest gap in the top 8, by the way, is 23 seconds. The biggest gap is 23 seconds.
Nielsen there, hunting for wet weather, trying to cool those tired, wet tyres. Okay, so he's using too much energy. So actually what he needs to do is to be sitting behind the 51 car for a couple of laps if it's going quickly enough to tow him along and save a bit of energy. But it's energy versus distance covered.
Yeah, but he can afford to lose 3-4 seconds a lap. So he just needs to be lift and coast. You know, that's all they can do, because on pace, they're not going to win the race now if they have to stop again. So all he can do, his only option, is to save fuel.
But do it at the maximum possible speed. Jiggly legs everywhere. Mine's going, theirs are going.
He doesn't need to do it at the maximum speed at all. He doesn't. That's the point. He's got
at the maximum possible speed. He can't just cruise around, because they'll catch him, or they'll be closer and ahead.
What he's got is something like a 30-second edge to play with, if he can make it on energy. That's the key thing. If he can make it on energy by any means, and remember, he has to have energy in the tank, virtual tank, at the end of this race. It can't be 0.00. It can't. If he can make it on energy, you're absolutely right. He's got something like 30 seconds to play with. Wow. Because that is the time it's going to take the other contending cars on pit lane less than he just got over them. Here comes the number 7 car. We're going to know right now.
Look at the spray. That's why cars were having a problem there. It's so wet. For a moment, I thought that was smoke.
You stay in the car, you stay in the car.
The connection here should be slightly shorter, remember. It's 42 minutes as opposed to 50 minutes for the required energy. They'll have been doing the sums as well, absolutely for sure. Tear-off comes for the number 7 car too, and here comes the 51. So Nick Nielsen will go through now into the lead of this race. Here comes Clement Novalak for his final stop, which will be 5 seconds longer with that penalty.
6 Penske Porsche should come in, 8 Toyota should come in, 2 Cadillac should come in. They're all right there or thereabouts because of the rain that forced everybody in for wets about 45 minutes ago. It brought everybody back onto the same schedule except the number 50 Ferrari, which had just stopped.
There's the number 7 Toyota going by the 51 on pit lane.
Yep, it came in ahead, should go out ahead, and that readout there, how many kilos of fuel is going in, is going to be absolutely critical as to who finishes on the podium.
Remember, it's the connection for energy that matters here. It's be very interesting to see whether or not that's got 100%, and it hasn't. 83% of energy for the number 50 car that leads the race.
All right, well, they've worked out that's all they need. What's going on with the Toyotas? 7 ahead of 8. So it came out of the pits, Jose Maria Lopez. Nobody's taken tyres, have they? They can't spare the time. They're just going to have to get on with it.
The fact that Toyota put in 96% and the Ferrari's got 83% left says to me
somebody's got it wrong.
Ferrari haven't got enough fuel, so they're going to need to do a lot of lifting coasting, because otherwise why would Toyota put in 96%?
Yeah.
You could have just put in 83%.
But why would they put 83% in? It's in the pit lane. Why don't you fill it up to what you need?
No, the question is, can 50 from that last pit stop it did
make
it all the way through to the end of the race?
Do it.
So yeah, if 83%, when that graphic came up, which we should see a lot more of, by the way, because that's what this race is all about right now, who can go to the end. Toyota believe that their car needs 96% of energy to get it through to the end of the race, and Ferrari have only got 83%.
But we have heard on the radio here that they're aiming for a fuel a lap number, energy per lap, to go under that. So I think Ferrari think they can do it
on the back foot by saving fuel.
Yes.
Toyota will do it flat out with 96%.
They'll have calculated that 96% for flat out to the very last lap.
Okay, we'll say we take no risks, we bring it home, hit the car, stay behind.
Right, so Lopez's fuel to go. 8 needs fuel, but not now. 2 and 5 and 6 need fuel, but not now. In the next couple of laps, maybe 3, maybe 4. But they will all need to fuel. And Anthony's point is there's only 79% of the energy remaining for car 50, and yet Lopez has been fuel to go flat check to the end, he's got 91%, so it's almost literally a full stint, short maybe of 1 lap, so maybe a 10-lap stint. Now, if it gets wetter and it goes another lap, is Lopez still good for fuel?
Well, the other thing you should see is that gap there's at the moment between 78% and 91% is 13%. That gap should start to come down, and what that will show is Nick Nielsen is saving energy, whilst Jose Maria Lopez most certainly is not.
Well, even in that sentence, Nielsen stayed at 78, Lopez went from 91 down to 90%, so in a third of a lap, 1% of his energy total has gone. And Sebastian Buemi is right behind the number 7 car. So if the number 7 car is going to win this on outright busting pace, it probably needs to be a bit quicker than Buemi, doesn't it?
The problem is the traffic in the Porsche curves there.
Yeah, but it's been half a lap and Buemi's just stuck to it. And Buemi was whinging that he hadn't driven in the rain and didn't quite know how to make the car work. Here's our LMP2 leader, though. United Autosports co-owner was in with us a little earlier, Zach Brown, and Ollie Jarvis will stay in. Nolan Siegel and BJ Gorge are the other drivers of the car. And there are the two Toyotas again. Look, number 7 is not gapping the number 8 at all.
Lopez is full of fuel, don't forget, whereas Buemi's not.
Yeah, that's a valid point. It would have helped if Buemi hadn't just gone by him, though, wouldn't it? That doesn't look like race-winning pace. What's going on with Lopez? 6 is in as well. Are Porsche and Penske Motorsport going to end up on the podium? And if so, where? Are we going to have an IMSA-style or a US racing-style fuel race where cars are running out in the last lap?
Pace wouldn't suggest that the 50 car's saving much fuel, because he's absolutely flying. He's one of the quickest cars on track, so on pace, it doesn't look like he's saving much fuel at all.
Well, 3:55.2 for him, 3:53.6 for Norman Nato, and 3:55.9 for Jenson Button in the 2 Hertz Team Jota Porsches. So, yeah, he's certainly not feathering it through to the end of the race. Where he might be winning is with a subtle bit of lift and coast.
9 or 10 laps to go for Nicholas Nielsen with 36 minutes to go, and the lap times at the moment in the 3:55s or so.
And still 13% energy deficit to the number 7 car, which if we assume it's getting to the end, well, hang on a minute, number 6 now has 97% on, so that would suggest that the number 7 car hasn't got enough fuel left either, or they've overfueled the number 6, but you can't turn up the turbo boost or any of that old school stuff. So have they just missed the calculations, or are we suddenly going to see a whole host of cars dawdling around trying to make the flag on fumes in the last few moments?
Well, looking at this, we know the last stint Nicholas Nielsen did was 13 laps. We know that, and he's into his 4th lap now. So if you're saying, Graham, that it's 9 more laps to the end of the race, then it stacks up.
If you put it down as 4 minutes per lap, 4 times 9 is 36, with 35.5 minutes to go.
And we know that in the dry, doing 3:32 average lap times, it took them 40 minutes per stint. They had enough fuel for 40 minutes in the dry at those much quicker lap times, and you're flat out more often. So with only 35 minutes remaining, it's in the rain.
Wow.
Of course you can get through to the end if you had 100% in now.
Well, as things stand, Porsche Penske Motorsport will be on the podium for this motor race come what may, because Sebastian Buemi does have to pit that car and is well within the window for the Porsche to catch him.
Yeah, was he 16 seconds, 17 seconds maybe clear, so yeah, Matt Campbell will overhaul Sebastian Buemi. Whoa! Steady on there. In 35 minutes from now, you can opposite lock it out of the final corner to take the checkered flag, but possibly just a tad premature. And again, Manthey EMA, don't throw away the win now, Richard Leeds. Shows how tricky it is. Even though the rain has stopped pelting, track is still very wet indeed and very cold.
I'd like to see the energy graphic as Nicholas Nielsen crosses the line here, if we can, to see where we are on the percentages for him. Crossing the line to start lap 303, sorry. What's happened here with a 50?
Run out of road.
that was mighty, mighty close.
Oh.
But that was a 3:52 from Nicholas Nielsen. He's not saving energy.
No, he's trying to build enough of a gap that when he has to save energy, it's less of a pain, less of a worry. Look how empty the track looks, and yet we've still got 45 cars on track. He hasn't seen another car in ages.
Oh, trouble
no.
for the GR Racing car, not at this stage of the race. Not anybody.
They're in 6th position. This is Daniel Serra. Has he just spun in the S's? Looks like it. Car looks like it's got all its wheels still attached and air in the tyres.
Top, there's a problem. There's a problem with this car. He stopped.
Was that in the Dunlop curve? It was. Yeah, turn 2, Dunlop curve. Oh, he hasn't just come out of the pit lane. He has just come out of the pit lane. Control Alt Delete, on and off, on and off, on and off. He'll be on the radio having a massive panicky talk with the team. How do I make it restart?
Don't care who it is or what they're in. Not now.
No, not now.
Not half an hour to go in the last 24 hours. Too cruel.
Is he a Ferrari factory driver?
He most certainly is.
Yeah. Oh.
Rob Bell there, McLaren factory driver.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, if you're under orders by manufacturer, another class would benefit from it.
No, he's just come out of the pit lane. That's one of those it's not working things. Now he's shown a stop. They may have to do it under a slow zone, and that car is easily retrievable up to a place of safety, but it will require a vehicle. It'll need a slow zone. Right, lots of conflabbing going on.
What I point out to you is the gap. We said 13% would expect that gap to come down if the number 7 was fully on it and it was carpet slippers time of the 50. It's going out. It's 14. He's not saving fuel.
Yeah, but it's only 1% difference in 2 laps or 3 laps. So he's actually doing a pretty solid job. Let's hear from Toyota Gazoo Racing.
Okay, I'll say power is back, power is back. We focus again, and front brake temps are low. Front brake temps are low. So mind front brakes. We are P3, we are P3, 13 seconds gap.
4:04 last time around.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
But when he couldn't get past Buemi and Buemi went past him, that was not outright race-winning pace being displayed. That was just weird. So they were trying to reset the car, and it wasn't just the lack of fuel in Buemi's car and the weight of fuel in his car. Back with our Manthey EMA race leader, Richard Leeds. This is the car that leads in LMGT3, catching, ironically, the car that started on pole in the class. The Inception Racing team were certainly fast, but their McLaren has not had the best of fortunes. Freddie Schandorf at the wheel. Looks like he is going to finish off the session and finish off the race. Car he shares with Brendan Iribe and Ollie Milroy. Well, they're not going to get the result they wanted, but boy, oh boy, they celebrated pole position, and that was pretty impressive. 30 minutes to go. I think Rob Bell wants to head down to McLaren and be there at the finish. So we'll say goodbye to him. We will drag Anthony Davidson in. And thanks very much to Rob for all his words of wisdom throughout the race and throughout the entire week. Delighted to have him on the team.
Quite the debut from Rob Bell. Delighted to have him with us.
Yep, GR Racing still at the side of the Dunlop chicane, so he's progressed a little further, but not very much. Again, we may end up with a slow zone to rescue him. So David Addison and Peter Dumbreck have already hit the highway, trying to get home in this evening. And that leaves myself, Martin Haven, with Graham Goodwin and world champion Anthony Davidson for the final half hour of this race. And again, the knowledge of a driver and how to deal with all these situations is so important here. No real rain on the horizon, or is there? Is it going to get to us in time? We are preparing for a slow zone to try and recover that stranded car.
Matt Campbell on pit lane in the number 5 car.
And the GR Racing car, number 86, Daniel Serra. That's really, really tough there. Ferrari
just crawling out of the pit lane and deciding to go no further. Number 5, final stop for Matt Campbell. Much quick, and again, it's trying to go again.
This is exactly what we saw with Sally Jolic last night. Exactly the same.
Okay.
Precisely the same. It would go and then stop, and then go and then stop.
Doesn't look like a classic car yet, but
you can just get down to where those orange barriers are at the top of your screen. That's the place where you can easily recover the car, and then you wouldn't need any, or you're not going to cross the track on the left-hand side. But yeah, that's the first point of escape for that car. Where it
he's got to go through the gravel to get there, hasn't he?
No, look, this to the left-hand side. You could kind of scoot around that bit of tarmac and some wheels on the gravel. It would have enough drive on that bit.
And just because there's not enough drama, it's going to be raining at Arnage in a moment or two.
Yeah, somebody's going to go off, aren't they? Here's 55, final stop for the Vista Ferrari. And that car is currently in 6th position in the class in the hands of Alessio Rivera, although Kelvin van der Linde has just gone by it in the number 78 Acodis Lexus.
Still trying with this car.
Crowd willing it on, almost as much probably as the driver is. Slow zone here. And there you see the marshals going, right, is it dead or is it not?
So just looking where the race leaders are, car 50 is in Arnage. So yeah, slow zone has been removed now, so it's not going to affect any of the front runners.
Well, that's interesting because the car's still there. Unless we didn't see it move.
It's visible.
Okay.
Yellow at MP4 now, so it's under yellow, not a slow zone.
They probably feel that the car is in a safe enough position at this point to just put yellows there instead of a slow zone.
Number 8 Toyota is not going to win this race. It's going to have to pit now, and that will drop it back down the order, probably somewhere to around car number 6, car number 5, the 2 Penske Porsches.
Now Lopez is on some of the oldest tyres out there at this stage. He put them on, first of all, they were a scrubbed set, and did 12 laps on them. Continued on that same set to do another 9 laps on them, and now he's done 4 laps on them, or 5 laps when he crosses the line here, compared to Buemi, who's taken over the car from Brendan Hartley. Brendan did 13 laps on that first set, and then Buemi's taken them on for another 12 laps.
Right, Buemi is in now, and he probably will take fuel only. How many laps has the 50 done? Because they didn't change tyres either. Race leader took fuel at the last stop and is trying to eke it out. So in from 2nd place, number 8 Toyota, and that will elevate the number 7 car, which was 6 seconds behind, into 2nd position. It crosses the line now and moves up to 2nd spot.
Nielsen put on a brand new set. He did 6 time laps, continued on that same set for another 13 laps, and now he's still on that same set, 7 laps on the board. So yeah, he's on pretty used tyres as well.
20 laps, so that's the gamble, is track position. Oh dear, what is it with releasing the cars from the pit lane? Everybody's being very cavalier about it, aren't they?
Jose Maria Lopez, by the way, with that power problem solved, is on a tear. He's taken 10 seconds out of the leader in the last 2 laps.
But he needs to, because the gap's now out, not to 3.7, but 37 seconds. That's a massive amount to make up in 24 minutes on any man's racetrack.
This is at very least about putting that car under pressure.
Yes,
having to respond, having to use energy.
Well, we're looking at the same sort of gap that we had in the closing stages between 51 and 8 last year, and that's why Ria Hirakawa went off, because he was bludgeoning against the tail of the 51 car, trying to bring the gap down and down and down and down, and then eventually overstepped his car's abilities at Arnage, and the gap opened right back up again and took the pressure off the 51 car, and that's what allowed them to restart the car when it wouldn't restart in their final pit stop and go on to win. So it's They're sister cars, but the same two brands doing the same thing this year. Toyota coming from behind with potentially more speed and somehow trying to force an error from the leading Ferrari.
I wonder when the last time was that we had 9 cars on the lead lap this close to the end of the Le Mans 24 Hours. It's been a quite astonishing event.
You kind of get the feeling it would have been exactly the same if it had just been dry the entire race, the way it started.
I think we might even have had more cars on the lead lap if it remained dry, because the sort of random accidents that have taken out a couple of our front runners might not have been there. And everybody watching with interest. Thomas Lauderback on the right-hand side there, man with the grey hair, the spectacles and the goatee beard, and the Porsche's motorsport programme. Are they going to finish on the podium? It's a long way from 6 to 51. Number 8 Toyota, though, Sebastian Buemi has dropped behind the number 6 Penske Porsche Motorsport 963. Car that starts on pole, but look at the grim conditions here.
This is the battle for third we're looking at here. It's the 51 of Alessandro Pierguidi trying to fend off the closing Porsche of Lance Vantour. This pair 25 seconds back from the second place Toyota, but they're under 3 seconds apart.
Yeah, Laurent Vantour.
Oops.
A little bit wide there for Lopez. It's not going to help, is it? Catch the gap.
Has to get through the traffic, has to do it.
Oh, that was a lunge and a half, wasn't it?
And then some.
Did well to stay out of the gravel, but came out at a net loss, you have to say.
Yeah.
So the tyre situation with Laurent Vantour, is that him just exiting Arnage there? Yes, it is. He did 10 laps on a brand new set, and now he's on 4 laps on that same set. So his tyres basically are way fresher than both Ferraris.
Yeah. I'd like to know what tyres Patrick Pilet's on. He's 4th at LMP2, 10 seconds back from Joop van Uitert, and was 11 seconds quicker on that last lap.
Wow, that's going to be a sort out in the final reckoning, isn't it? Well, he's obviously on wet, but they must be relatively fresh then.
Nico Veroni, 13 seconds quicker than the third place car, and he's closing as well. Wow. LMP2 isn't done either.
Wow. Nico Veroni somehow just set a 4:30. The leader's doing 4:41. Second place coming over like 4:40. And as you said, Joop van Uitert, 4:43. Well, there's a lot of red jackets in the crowd, lots of red hats, looking for a second consecutive Ferrari win. And look at the way they're sliding 4 square. It's very much wetter from Arnage all the way to the finish line.
3 more seconds taken out the lead by Jose Maria Lopez. It's 33.9 seconds with 21 minutes left.
And that was despite that little off as well, that excursion in Mulsanne.
The problem is 20 minutes at 4 minutes a lap is 5 laps. He needs to be at least 6 seconds a lap quicker just to catch the leader. So 3 a lap is not enough. Danny Juncadeo being warned about track limits in the number 82 car. That probably will come to very little. TF Sport Corvette, their sole remaining car, or their sole remaining healthy car, after 81 had long stops in the middle of the night.
20 minutes remain. Nicholas Nielsen leads the Le Mans 24 Hours. 306 laps will be completed at the end of this one. He's got a 32.4 second gap to the chasing Jose Maria Lopez in the number 7 Toyota.
Well, he's now got 12% more energy than Lopez, which was our benchmark. But what's going on with the number 6 Porsche? It's got 64% energy left. Well, somebody's wrong here, aren't they? Either Toyota haven't got enough on, or Toyota or Porsche are carrying too much fuel, or they found a way to burn even more, and I'm not quite sure how that works.
Vantour is with Alessandro Pierguidi for 3rd place. Minute back from the leader.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time until he overtakes Pierguidi, because he's on much fresher tyres, around 10 laps fresher, and that makes an awful lot of difference on a circuit this long.
Plenty of traffic here to deal with as they come through the second chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Bit of a step wide from the Ferrari as he gets the power back in. Vantour straight on it, cruises by the Corvette, and now trying to get onto the tail of the 51 Ferrari.
Should be 4 more laps after this. 20 minutes of racing to go after 23 hours and 40 minutes.
Pierre Guidi on the braking zone into Mulsanne. It's such a slippery corner here, and Vanthoor, see that, maximising the full width of the circuit, dipping some wheels over that white line, right up to the gravel before turning in.
So close now, isn't it? He's just reeling him in, hand over fist. Pulled out the slipstream there so he could just get a beady eye on where the Ferrari was in the ball of spray in front. Because although we can see, when you're behind, it's like following a truck on the motorway. You're absolutely blind in all that water.
Let's have a listen to Jose Maria Lopez, car 7.
Okay, Jose, we are currently P2, Ferrari 50 ahead. We don't think they're gonna box. We will be for position 2, and we don't want to take any risk. We want to bring P2 home. Gap ahead, 32. Gap ahead, 32.
That's realistic. That is realistic. Come on, he's not catching him. They had a technical problem. He's not catching him. Ferrari is under pressure from Porsche, but that's only 26 seconds back. So don't go off the road. Hello, also the number 5 car, Matt Campbell, don't go off the road there either. He was closing down Sebastian Buemi, but that has slowed that down.
That may be the most extraordinary thing I've heard from a factory team in all my time here.
Well, from Toyota especially, you know, accepting the inevitable. And they didn't last year, and they very nearly lost second place because it was more luck than judgment, certainly.
Vanthoor's gone through the chicane there.
Yeah, more luck than judgment last year that Ryo Hirakawa was able to keep the car going.
That power cut they had for a couple of laps for Jose Maria Lopez, how costly has that proved to be?
Absolutely.
Cost him probably 10 seconds.
Well, cost him potentially the race. Potentially. I mean, realistically, it was always going to be really tough, but...
and the spin.
Yeah. And don't forget, this is for third place, Alessandro Pierre Guidi. And look at the traction he seems to have over the Porsche. Every time they're in a slow corner, he seems to open up a little bit more. And Laurens Vanthoor is closing down the straight on the quick stuff, but the Ferrari seems to be hanging on. The gap is small, but it's not getting much smaller.
The gap is 30 seconds. Gap is 30 seconds, so we can lose 5 seconds a lap and still be safe.
Hey, mate, don't worry. I had traffic. Don't worry, it's okay.
Sounds fully in control, doesn't he, does Nick Nielsen?
This kid. How can you be so calm? Don't worry, I had traffic. It is. Leave me alone, I know what I'm doing. But from a driver without that colossal advantage of having been a world champion that Kimi Räikkönen had.
Let me tell you something about Nick Nielsen. Ferrari Challenge champion back in 2018. From there on in, for the next 4 years, he won at least one title a year with Ferrari, AF Corsa, or both.
Yep.
Before joining this programme.
And he's the classic ladder of success. One in Michelin Le Mans Cup, one in European Le Mans Series, into the World Championship, into Hypercar. Bang, 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 bang. And he was always the young kid that was being dropped in with favoured gentleman drivers and giving them, you know, the boost in performance and helping coach them. He could have a big, long future with Ferrari, this boy. No question.
But just let me go like this, mate, because otherwise it's too difficult. Just let me go with the flow, okay?
No problem, go for it.
Yeah, just let me go.
He's in the zone and he doesn't want to be disturbed, so it is, like you said, you mentioned Kimi Räikkönen and that famous message, leave me alone, I know what I'm doing. He's comfortable, he knows what he knows where the grip is, he's in the flow, doesn't want any disturbances, and he was comfortable enough earlier on, wasn't he, to put the wheel on the curb even through the Porsche curves there and have a little slide. And it's just how you have to be in these conditions. You have to let the car move around and feel comfortable with that. As soon as you start tensing up, it's a bit like I use my kayak reference again. If you get into one of those kayaks too tense, you're going in the water. You need to let it move around and accept that that's what's going to happen. As soon as you're tight in there, and it's the same in a racing car, especially in the rain, you've got to relax, and that's how you'll get the best out of the car.
And you think about Senna at Monaco, comfortably in the lead in the McLaren, binged it in the barriers at Portier because he drifted off. Not literally, but that ultra-sharp edge had gone. And Nielsen's absolutely right. What every racing driver always says, you've got to drive the car fast. You've got to keep it in its window. And then if you have to on the last lap, you can put it into Potter home mode and chunter. But again, look at Pierre Guidi. Vanthoor just can't get to him. Pierre Guidi is driving out of his skin because he wants to be on that podium again.
I'm surprised that it's like the wetter the circuit's got, it hasn't really helped Vanthoor's quest to try and catch. He was catching, wasn't he, in the sort of damp conditions.
Yep.
Now the rain's really chucking it down. It seems to be suiting the Pierre Guidi's car a little bit more once again.
13.5 minutes. Niklas Nielsen out to Tertre Rouge onto the Mulsanne Straight.
But you can't forget the job that the other drivers have done in that car as well.
Yeah.
Molina put in some epic stints, but for me, Fuoco in the dry, every time I looked at the lap times, the average stint times, his decisive nature and how he got through cars in the dry, he really put that car 50 in the lead. I think his stints after the middle of the night safety cars that went on forever, he really grabbed it by the horns, didn't he? And just absolutely surged forward, overtook the car 83, overtook the Toyota. He was on an absolute mission.
Ollie Jarvis straight on at the chicane in the LMP2 leader.
He's not got a lot to play with, just 17 seconds.
You saw in the United garage, lots of crossed fingers. There will be in every garage that's got a car running. I don't care whether you're first and last. Now it's about getting the darn thing to the flag. There's the Inception McLaren, just staying ahead of Manthey EMA's Richard Lietz, the orange and black Porsche that leads GT3, about to put a lap on the pole sitter. Quick conflab in the Toyota team. Well, they've already run the white flag up, but is there anything else they can do? You know, they've just said to Jose Maria Lopez, just bring it home safe. It's likely his only drive with the team this year in hypercar.
But he was so hard into that second chicane, he almost went off there. So I'm not quite sure the message went through.
Oh, still 28 seconds back, you're right, he is lapping quicker. 2-3 seconds a lap quicker, but again, it needed to be 6 or 7. And that period, when we saw Brendan Hartley, Sebastian Buemi go by him, and he was clearly not at speed, that was the period. That lost time, that lost 10 minutes, might have made the difference between being able to win this race and not being able to win this race. And that was not driver error, that was just an issue with the car.
Yeah, lack of power, they said. So, or they said that you've got power back, you've got full power back. So I've never heard that message come through before.
No, I'm assuming it was hybrid related rather than ICE because it didn't seem to be misfiring in any way, but you can never tell. With electronics, it could just have been misfueling it.
And maybe that's why they had to put in so much petrol, because they didn't have enough
petrol. Or enough,
enough electrical energy to...
So they've got some energy left. Well, he's on a kilojoules target. It's the new language, everybody. But nevertheless, Nick Nielsen is driving the car as if he's got no fuel cares in the world. Enough energy just about to make it through. Problem for the 33 DK Engineering car. Where is that in the order?
That says down in 7th in the LMP2 running, but would have been on. It's on the podium in LMP2 Pro-Am. They will have a podium. It's Lawrence Herr at the wheel of that car. I think is okay if he got that car rolling again.
It's not having a DKR type race, is it? They're normally so good.
10 minutes to go now, and the gap 27 seconds. It's not going to be closed. We've heard from Tota they want to come home with second place. I don't think there can be any complaints about the performance balance in this race at all.
It hasn't really come down to BOP, let's be fair.
100% has not.
Well, there is no BOP. Cars are all equal. Nobody's had anything added or taken away from how they designed the car. So they are running their cars exactly as the designer wanted to. Well, that was close. Number 2 caddy with Alex Palou. Just tripping over, was that Stoffel van Doorn? Stoffel van Doorn or Nico Müller? Either way, one of the two Peugeots. The two Peugeots are running 11th and 12th. And for me, actually, that's maybe one of the stories of the race. How disappointed the team must be with that car. Okay, it's reliable, it's had no dramas. It's had no pace at all compared to almost any of its rivals. The Lamborghinis have been at least as quick. The Alpines were comfortably quicker. It's barely ahead of the Isotta with far fewer resources. It's really not worked well for them.
You know it, but we need the 10 track limit now. We need the 10 track limit. Come on, Mick. Come on.
Right, but we cannot proceed at this track limit because it's not the end of the motorsport.
Okay, so please just not do it again. We have 4 seconds gap. We need this podium for everyone here. And for us, for the championship. It's double point here. Come on.
Well, and actually, that is the key thing. Don't forget, the number 50 and the number 51 have scored barely anything all year. They really desperately need a big point score. The problem for them is number 7 is between them, but if they don't finish on the podium and they drop behind number 6, which has also had race wins, then they're going to be in really big trouble. Number 6 is our points leader, but both Ferraris desperately, and Ferrari's a manufacturer, desperately need the points, and as the engineer said, and it's double points. So stop whining on about track limits killing motorsport and just get the car to the line and on the podium.
8 minutes. Ferrari on their way, are they? With 8 minutes to go to take a second consecutive win. If they do, if you add in the class wins, it will be the 40th win at Le Mans for Ferrari in their history. 11th overall win. It will be 3 brand new winners of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. The 3rd Danish winner, I think the 4th Spanish winner. I think it might be the 11th Italian, but I'll double check that one.
Okay. I'm now trying to think of other Spaniards. Marc Gené, one with Peugeot. Fernando Alonso, thank you, yes, well done. Twice a winner, obviously, and we're now going back to the 60s, I'm not sure, 50s even, maybe. Alfonso Di Portago, did he win at Le Mans? Not sure. Anyway, they are within the really dangerous getting your hopes up territory. Anthony, 6.5 minutes to go. We know what this race can do. Nobody dares believe. Never mind when the fat lady sings, they wait till the fat lady takes her 3rd curtain call, and then you start to believe. When you're underneath the podium, when your car gets to you, I mean, look, Miguel Molina, he can barely breathe, never mind think about winning Le Mans.
Yeah, the expression says it all, doesn't it, really?
3 wins, 2 winners, so we've named them both. This Molina would be indeed the 3rd for Italy. 13 drivers, 20 wins between them, and for Denmark it's 10 wins, 9 of which of course are for Mr. Le Mans himself and 2 previous winners.
And they would have deserved it as well last year. They were super quick. They were in pole, in the hyperpole, with 2 incredible laps from Antonio Fuoco, and had the speed the whole way through the race, of course. It was the sister car that won the race that day, so it's kind of a bit of payback from their side of the garage, I guess.
For United Autosports, they will join a very exclusive list of teams that have won LMP2 here twice. Jota under their own name and under the Jackie Chan DC Racing banner, and Signatech Alpine.
Yeah, Signatech twice. And of course, it wasn't just United Autosports, it was the 22 car in their purple patch, where they won Le Mans, won the World Championship, won the European Le Mans Series as well.
Manthey look set to take wins in 2 different classes in GT racing. GT Pro winners, of course, as the Porsche factory team in the Manthey EMA Squad 2.
And in the early days of Porsche's return with GT programs, with the UPS Junior cars and all of that, they've had so many class wins under various different banners, but run by Olaf Manthey's team.
And AF Corsa, by the way, stand at the point where they will claim, I think I'm right, class wins in 4 different classes at Le Mans. They've won, of course, in Hypercar last year and again this year. They've won in GTE Pro, GTE Am, I'm pretty certain they've won, and now in LMP2 Pro Am.
see the...
Two Danish winners, of course. The second being John Nielsen, who won with Jaguar. Maurice Schuring, 19 years old, the youngest ever category winner at Le Mans, says Sam Smith. So I'm assuming he is younger than the driver of the 22 car, Nolan Siegel, who is also 19 from Palo Alto in California. So 12% energy remains in the number 50 Ferrari. This is going to come down to willpower and fumes and the incredible sang-froid of Niklas Nielsen. Let's hear from the team.
To confirm, the next lap is the last lap, right?
Confirm, 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. Take it easy. Gap 23 seconds.
So, in the GT3 class, Richard Leeds will be in the winning car, the Manthey EMA car. He'll bring it across the line.
5th win?
It will be his 18th consecutive Le Mans 24-hour appearance, and he wins. I don't know how many wins he's had.
I think it's 5 that he would have got. Also means, by the way, across the classes, 4 rookies will be on the on the top step of their respective podiums.
Wow!
And also, as well means that Nico Ferroni will win classes, 2 different classes in 2 years. Came home last year in GTM as the winner and looks set to bring home the win in LMP2 Pro-Am with AF Corsa.
Yep. 2.5 minutes on the clock after 24 hours of racing. And I was talking at lunchtime with one of our French commentary colleagues, and he was saying, who do you think's going to win? I went, you're joking. One of any 9 cars, and there's no possible way you could pick a favourite out of it other than just sort of brand loyalty, because this race has thrown so much at us over the last 24 hours that weather, safety cars, slow zones, traffic, incidents, mechanical failure, anything could have made a difference. In the end, it was none of those. It was dealing with the cards as they came to the 50 Ferrari and pulling off a magnificent strategic coup, somehow eking out the fuel to get it through without a forced splash at the end, which looked like it was going to be likely 2 hours out.
Let's look back to some of the other storylines here before we greet these winners home. Fantastic running from the Assetto Fraschini. Yeah. It will reach the end of the Le Mans 24 Hours on its debut and the brand's debut. The same for Lamborghini Unlinked. Both their cars will come home, one of them in the top 10 overall. Peugeot will be disappointed, but both their cars are home. Reliable car, not yet a fast car. Cadillac Racing, I think, will be satisfied with their Le Mans this year. They've not got as good a result, but boy, oh boy, have they been competitive.
Yep. Yeah, with a little bit of luck and a following wind, number 2, number 3, 311 even could have been up there on the podium. Miguel Molina, bottom left-hand corner, still daren't even crack a smile. Nobody who's ever watched Le Mans will dare to believe, but they are around 4 miles away, and in another 2.5 minutes, they can start to breathe. Halfway down the Mulsanne Straight, coming down into the second chicane. Anthony Davidson, in the old days, drivers always used to say, hearing noises in the car, hearing noises in the car. Your imagination starts to run away with you, doesn't it?
It's the first lap I've seen him take it mildly easier than all the other laps. And yeah, you do. Your senses are out there, they're heightened, and when you're in that position in the lead of a race, you always feel like you can maybe hear things that weren't there the lap before. Actually, when it came past the line, that just on this lap, to open this lap up, I did think, does that engine sound the same as it did last time?
History-making, life-changing for those involved, in particular the 3 young men that have brought this home. Nick Nielsen has been just ironclad at the wheel of this car.
Well, I think the cold Danish or calm Danish exterior will collapse the moment he gets in the arms of his teammates, and and getting out of the car takes you out of that bubble, and then the emotion is going to absolutely wash over him. Meanwhile, let's just say thank you again to all the men and women in orange who worked so tirelessly in appalling weather to keep this race going, to our race director, to all the officials, and to all the teams and the rest of the organisation who have produced such a stunning race here. And for Nicholas Nielsen, for Miguel Molina and for Antonio Fuoco, off the old road circuit and into the Porsche curves for the very final time. The checkered flag awaits. 24 hours of Le Mans is up. It is 4:01 and 45 seconds, Central European summertime. Sunday, Le Mans 2024 is over. And Ferrari number 50 is going to come home and take victory a year after their teammates claimed victory in the hypercar. And now they dare believe it's the final chicane. Nicholas Nielsen has been rock solid, absolutely ironclad confidence. Miguel Molina, Antonio Fuoco in floods. Ferrari wins Le Mans. Second place across the line, Jose Maria Lopez, Toyota Gazoo Racing. And he hangs on to second, but what about Alessandro Pierguidi, the 51 Ferrari and the number 6 Porsche, 1.1 seconds apart, and Pierguidi hangs on to it and does not exceed track limits. A crucial podium for Ferrari and for the 51 crew.
Fabulous scenes, raw emotion, disappointment for Tota. They fought hard, they fought valiantly. That was one hell of a motor race.
Well, Nick de Vries on his first Le Mans podium. He will take second place.
We did it, mate! We did it! We won Le Mans! Again! Again! We won Le Mans again! Yeah! Cool down lap! Cool down lap! Wait 51 for the parade. Wait 51 for the parade. You're incredible, man.
Well, I'm glad it's not just us that have got dust in our eyes. Nick Nielsen does as well.
I don't know what to say. Thank you so much.
Life-changing. We said it earlier, it's life-changing.
I love you guys. Honestly, I fucking love you.
Yes, yes, yes. So second place for Toyota Gazoo Racing, second and fifth in the end. And again, double points here. That really, really makes a difference in the championship. But Ferrari's championship hunt starts now. 4 races remain in the championship, but double points and 2 podiums mean that suddenly the number 50 and 51 teams are alive. In the centre there with the silver hair, Antonello Coletta, who's the head of their engineering programme. It's he who's really the car talisman of this team. And for a second year in a row, remember the social media pictures of the victory parade in Maranello last year. Hello, Maranello. They're going to do it again this year. The crowd will be much larger this time round.
5 years on from the 2019 win, United Autosports are going to make it to the flag as winners in LMP2. But let's go down and find some winning drivers overall.
Antonio, congratulations! It's amazing. I saw tears. Can I have a few words, please?
I think there is no word at the moment. It's just amazing, and all the team did an amazing job today, and we really deserve it. So thanks to all the guys, and we will enjoy it now.
You do. Go for it. Thank you.
Antonio Fuoco. Here's our LMP2 leader, though, the number 22 from United Autosports. This time it's Ollie Jarvis who has the honour of bringing it across the line. Last time they won, I think it was Philippe Albuquerque who did so. And in the 22 lineup, it is Bijoy Garg and Nolan Siegel who share victory And Nolan Siegel, just 19 years of age. There's the Manthey EMA Porsche, car number 91. Richard Leeds brings it to the line to claim another win for him and for Porsche. And that is a huge result for the 91 crew. Manthey EMA have been the second of the Manthey teams all season long, but for Yasser Shaheen, Maurice Schuring, another 19-year-old, and Richard Leeds, their first Le Mans win. What a thing.
Amazing. And the final class winner crosses the line. It's the 183 AF Corsa Oreca in LMP2 Pro-Am. 2 class wins for Amata Ferrari's squad. But the one that matters without a shadow of a doubt is the overall win for the second consecutive year. They did it, Anthony Davidson, in some style.
I'm sure Ferrari would trade it all what's happened to them the last 2 World Endurance Championship races. Imola on home soil should have won. They didn't. We had terrible weather that day as well. Didn't go their way. Went to Spa, had the quickest car by quite some margin. Led the race. Race got red flagged. Should have won if it didn't restart. It did get restarted, and they didn't win. So I'm sure they would have traded it all to celebrate this moment. What a race for them.
Nolan, congratulations, an amazing feeling, I'm sure. What a year for you. Debut in the US and a win here at Le Mans.
A lot of ups and downs. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. First time here, there was so much to learn, and I'm so lucky to have done it with such a great group of people. No one deserves it more. So I just, can't believe it.
Excellent. A little word from your teammate as well.
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Best moment of my life.
Go and enjoy. Thanks.
Yes. I mean, thank you to all the mechanics, my engineer Jonathan, just the whole United Autosports team and my family for all they've done for me. You know, we've had a bit of a challenging year so far in Europe, and just not a lot has gone our way. So to have this go our way, I mean, makes up for everything.
Head for the podium.
Yes, let's go.
The ACO officials will be shepherding them in that general direction, and what a podium to be looking down from. The fans will be released to flood into the track, and that will add to the emotion, as if any needs adding. I mean, look at Nick Nielsen. Visibility might have been pretty poor in the rain. I think it's even worse now because it's raining inside his helmet.
You called it as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
The unflappable Dane.
Oh, listen, and that's it, you know, he's clinging on for dear life to that cool collectedness, because he knows with every time he passes the line, they're getting closer and closer, and he's carrying it in his